and do things. Sometimes we can get mired down in the policy discussions, but it's important, especially in a week like this, to just remember why we're out here, why we do what we do. And that's for a broader mission, a mission of America. And that mission is to be an example of governance to a world that doesn't know what self-governance is. This House majority is committed to funding the VA, to taking care of our veterans, to ensure we honor the fallen, and to fix some of the problems with funding that we've been having for our military going forward. So to open it up, just wanted to make that statement. Thank you all for being here, and now I'll turn it over to the Speaker.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks so much, Adam. First, it is important to see Republicans and Democrats come together, as they are this week, to act on reforms to help our veterans. This is the least we can do for our men and women who have served and, of course, for their families. So yesterday, when the VA Secretary compared the lines at his agency to lines at an amusement park, we were dumbfounded. This is not make-believe. This is not Disneyland or Wonderland, for that matter. Veterans have died waiting in line for their care. Clearly, the Secretary's comments were not worthy of the veterans that he serves. But they were also indicative of a culture of indifference at the VA. To date, almost no one has been held accountable at the Veterans Administration for a national scandal. Bonuses are still being handed out like normal. Waste, fraud, and abuse is still rampant. And meanwhile, our veterans still wait for care far too long. So yes, Secretary McDonald ought to clarify his comments. Just as important, he should pledge to redouble his efforts to fix these problems, as he and the President promised to do.
First, I'd like to thank Adam for his service and all the men and women who have served this country. I want to associate myself with the Speaker's comments. This is something that the Republican Congress has worked very hard on. First, finding the challenge and the problem, moving that even to get the last secretary to depart, but now the current secretary to equate it equal to Disneyland. These are lives, these are individuals that defended our freedoms, and to be treated the way that's being treated is unacceptable. Also on the floor this week, you will find we were back to the appropriation process. We have energy and water. One point I'd like to highlight the drought in California. I know we have El Nino, but we still have a great deal amount of water going out to the ocean. And there are provisions, because unfortunately the Senate has not acted. The House has continued to act for the last 3 Congresses, passing a solution for California's water crisis, and we'll continue to work for that inside energy and water approach.
I want to thank all of those who sacrifice for our country, and especially when we consider the ultimate sacrifice that so many made. It's something that we all ought to pause and reflect on. If you look at what the VA Secretary said, it really shows how tone deaf this administration is to the problems that are going on right under their nose. It's clear that veterans, died waiting for care. In Congress, we passed strong legislation to hold people accountable, and we haven't seen that level of accountability carried out by the administration. It's time they go and refocus on just what's going on right under their nose, and to ultimately make sure that our veterans are receiving the care that they deserve, that they fought for. Just last week, we passed important legislation, both the NDAA legislation, which prioritizes funding where it ought to be, actually gives a pay raise to our veterans, make sure that they have the tools they need to be successful in carrying out their mission. And then, of course, the Milcon VA bill to make sure that the money is in place for our troops out in the field to be able to take care of their missions. So it was important legislation and really strong votes. This week we have an important bill, too. We've got the TSCA bill coming up later today. This is a bill that revises laws that are 40 years old and really helps improve manufacturing in the United States of America. So it's an important bill to strengthen manufacturing here at home.
Thank you, Adam Kinzinger, for joining us here today, and thank you for your service to our country, both in the military and as a member of the People's House. I, too, agree that VA Secretary Bob McDonald's comparison yesterday was really unbelievable. When you go to Disneyland, you aren't wondering if you are going to live long enough to make it to Space Mountain. Clearly, the VA is not the happiest place on earth, and veterans have died waiting in these lines. 18% of appointment cancellations go unfilled. We can do better. Earlier this year, Congressman Seth Moulton and I introduced legislation calling for the VA, requiring the VA actually to use off-the-shelf technology that's available today and is used by doctors' offices all across the country to schedule appointments. The way that we show our gratitude to those who have served is to make sure that they get the proper care when they return home. And for those who do not return home, it is to honor their sacrifice and their memory. This coming Monday, we're going to come together and we will commemorate Memorial Day. It's a celebration of freedom. It's also a celebration of the men and women who laid down their lives to make it all possible. And while we may all enjoy a little extra time with our family and friends, I encourage everyone to take a moment, pause, and reflect on the magnitude of this day and the heroes it represents.
I think you've heard the frustration, the disappointment, the disgust from us all this morning that the Veterans Affairs Secretary would compare the wait times at the VA hospitals to the wait times at an amusement park. The Secretary's disregard for veterans is replicated at too many VA centers across the country. Just recently, in my home state of Kansas, staff at the VA regional office in Wichita were instructed to enter the wrong codes in order to meet requirements. And in Leavenworth, a VA physician assistant was allowed to retire despite a pending investigation into sexual assault allegations. Fortunately, the House is continuing to act to aid veterans and honor the debt we owe them. The legislation we will vote on this week, such as the Support Our Military Caregivers Act, will streamline and improve vital health care functions at the VA. Right now, our veterans are not getting the health care they need. They deserve better. We are going to keep fighting for a more accountable VA to ensure our veterans receive the health care they were promised and deserve.
Anybody got any questions? Luke.
Speaker Ryan, Senator Blunt is calling on VA Secretary McDonald to resign. Do you think it goes to that level, or do you think he should resign?
I don't know if he should resign. He should clarify his comments and he should show some empathy for our veterans that he is supposed to serve. This really is just beyond the pale, a comment like this. It just shows kind of the arrogance of the federal bureaucracy. That's why we're working so hard up here to pass veterans legislation, to pass veterans funding, to make sure that these problems that we're uncovering in Congress, just so you know, it's our investigations in Congress that have uncovered this fiasco. And to show the kind of absolute, these kinds of disgusting comments that show you do not have the proper empathy needs to be addressed. And I don't know how he's going to fix it, but he needs to fix it. Chad.
Mr. Speaker, I know you're continuing to work off stage on these policy goals, task force things later. Is there concern because of some of the things that the presumptive presidential nominee has said about how he might use the power of the presidency? Does that not square with some of the ideas in the constitutional area, because you guys have had many reservations with the current occupant?
It's a very important question. It is one of our top concerns here as House Republicans is to restore the Constitution, Article 1 of the Constitution. We believe that this president has grossly exceeded his authority. He's not the only president to do that. He's just the most recent president to do it, and he's taken it very, very far. So yes, this is one of the things that we are in discussion with our presumptive nominee about, which are our steadfast commitment to our principles of self-government, which is to restore the Constitution. And that is not only one of our highest priorities of our agenda project, but that is one of the subjects on which we're discussing. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, your Rules Committee Chairman, Pete Sessions, has just introduced a health care bill that does not fully repeal Obamacare. I was wondering if you're concerned with that, and do you think that the bill steps on the toes of the work that you're...
Not at all. I'm not familiar with Pete's. You're talking about Pete Sessions? I'm not familiar with Pete's bill, but we have lots of bills. Tom Price has a bill. Phil Rowe has a bill. We've got lots of bills. That's what we do as members of Congress. We propose solutions What our working group is doing is bringing all of these interested members together through the committees of jurisdiction and through our task forces to come up with a unified solution, and that's what we'll be offering in June.
Last question. Mr. Speaker, how are talks progressing on the Zika supplemental bill, and what timeline do you?
Talks are progressing well. This is what our appropriators are working together on. So our appropriators, that actually Mr. Cole and Mr. Blunt, you mentioned Blunt earlier, they're discussing how to move forward. This is what we do. You pass a bill through the House, you pass a bill through the Senate, then you come together to figure out how to reconcile the differences between the two, and we're having very productive talks on that front. Thank you.
All right, guys, that wraps up the weekly press conference from the Republican House leaders. I'm going to go ahead and take you live to Pennsylvania. This is a live look outside of court. As you can see, court is in session. The reason we are paying attention to this today is because Bill Cosby, the famed comedian and actor, in court over sexual assault charges. I want to give you guys some information. New evidence released yesterday shows that Bill Cosby admitted to abusing women years ago. Questioned by lawyers for a lawsuit filed in 2005 and 2006, Cosby acknowledged drugging and giving alcohol to women before having sex with them. At one point, an unnamed modeling agency would send him 5 or 6 young women weekly, the deposition shows. In the newly revealed interviews, as reported by the New York Post, Cosby admitted to giving pills to Constand, a former Temple University employee who claims he drugged and molested her at his Philadelphia mansion in 2004. He also describes giving Quaaludes to the then 19-year-old model, Therese Picking. She became, in those days, what was called high, Cosby said. Constand's lawyer asked whether she had given consent for sex. Cosby replied, "I don't know. How many years are we talking about? 1976? I meet Miss Picking in Las Vegas. She meets me backstage. I give her Quaaludes. We then have sex. I don't hear her say anything. And so I continue, and I go into the area that is somewhere between permission and rejection." Again, this information reported on page 6, the New York Post. I'm going to go ahead and read this page 6 article from the New York Post. Bill Cosby admitted to plying teens with booze and drugs before having sex with them and to having girls regularly dispatched to him by a modeling agency, newly unearthed court papers show. The comic said that at one point in his career, the agency would provide 5 or 6 young women each week, according to depositions he gave in 2005 and 2006 for a lawsuit. Among other revelations made by Cosby under questions by lawyers for Andrea Constand, who claims he sexually assaulted her in 2004, was the description of a 1976 encounter with a 19-year-old model named Therese Picking. He said he gave Quaaludes to Picking. She became, in those days, what was called high, Cosby said. Constand's lawyer asked whether Picking gave consent for sex. He said, "I don't know. How many years are we talking about? 1976? I meet Miss Picking in Las Vegas. She meets me backstage. I give her Quaaludes. We then have sex." Cosby said he paid off Picking through his reps at William Morris to keep her quiet. He admitted he needed to prevent at least one person from finding out. Mrs. Cosby, he said. The admissions in the 2005 and 2006 depositions was revealed one day before Cosby, 78, is scheduled to be in court for a preliminary hearing in a sexual assault case involving the claims made by Constant, who's now 43. So right now you guys are looking at a live feed from court regarding the Constant case. Constant now 43. The incident happened in 2004 when Constant, I believe, was 31 or 32 years old, the alleged incident, rather. Now, in the deposition, Cosby admitted giving pills to Constant, then an employee at his alma mater, Temple University in Philadelphia. Cosby says, I don't hear her say anything, and so I continue and I go into this area that is somewhere between permission and rejection. Cosby also recalled getting numerous models sent to him each week by an agency that he did not name. He did not say when the encounters took place or identify any of the women. He did, however, describe a woman, either 18 or 19, who came to his home in 2000 to talk about her acting career. In another case involving a 19-year-old in New York, Cosby admitted giving her booze and massaging her back. He insisted they stopped short of sex. Yesterday, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court denied Cosby's request to delay the pre-trial hearing. Now, if you guys have any thoughts that you want to share regarding this Bill Cosby situation, go ahead and tweet me at SamiaFox10. My Twitter handle is at the bottom of the screen. I'll go ahead and read some of your comments, read your name on air, give you a shout out if you share your thoughts or opinion on this Bill Cosby situation. Again, if you guys just go ahead and tweet me at SamiaFox10, I'd love to hear your take on this Bill Cosby situation and the new evidence that was revealed. We just went over it. Documents obtained by the New York Post regarding a Bill Cosby deposition in the mid-2000s in connection with the lawsuit filed by the woman involved in the case that has now been reopened in court in Pennsylvania. Now I'm getting a tweet from one of our viewers asking, do you think there's a chance he's admitting to this because he can't take all of the accusations? Now that's a good question. Here's the thing. He has not admitted to anything recently. We haven't heard admit to anything recently. What we have learned is that he gave a deposition or a few depositions in the mid-2000s, and the paperwork from those depositions have been acquired by certain reporters, and they are revealing what the deposition suggests. So Bill Cosby apparently made these statements, admitted to these things 10 years ago. I am uncertain why, but that would be what I will infer. All right, guys, now we're going to leave these live images from Pennsylvania and instead take you to Los Angeles, where a bomb threat at LAX has security officials worried. Now we are learning just preliminary information right now. The FBI and bomb squad are assessing a reported bomb threat on an inbound aircraft at LAX. Apparently, it was a phoned-in bomb threat on an incoming flight. Officials did not immediately release details on the carrier or flight number. Right now, we are looking at live aerials of an American Eagle flight. Again, this is breaking news. It just came in the last 10 minutes. We're going to get you guys more information. Stay right here while we gather some information. All right, so I'm going to search Twitter to get any additional information. Now, according to a Twitter handle, Flight Alert, American Airline Flight 5931, American Eagle flight between Houston and LA has parked in a safe area at LAX after a bomb threat. Passengers still on board the plane. Again, this is just according to a tweet. I cannot confirm the validity of the tweet. I'm just going ahead and reading to you every bit of information I can find right now. But I want to make that clear. I want to give that disclaimer. That this is all preliminary information that I'm gathering from Twitter. Other tweets saying breaking, a potential threat on board an American Eagle flight out of Houston has just landed at LAX. Police approach American Eagle jet after threat reported at LAX. Again, we have these live aerials coming in. You can see FBI and bomb squad investigating the situation. Apparently, according to tweets we've seen, passengers are still on board. Working to get you guys any additional information. Right now, all I can tell you is what I read off of Twitter. We know the FBI and bomb squad are assessing this reported bomb threat on an inbound aircraft at LAX. If you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns that you'd like to share regarding this bomb threat at LAX, feel free to tweet me at SamiaFox10. My Twitter handle is in the lower third at the bottom of your screen. We'd love to hear your take. We will be reading viewers' questions, comments, concerns right here on News Now while I work to gather more information regarding this bomb threat at LAX, Los Angeles International Airport. Again, just to give you guys some preliminary information. Now, this information is coming from sources off of Twitter. I don't have confirmation, but I do want to communicate what I know so far. So this is an American Eagle flight. Apparently, it was going from Houston to Los Angeles. This bomb threat was phoned in. Passengers are still on board this flight, still on board this plane. We're looking at live aerials coming in from Los Angeles, from LAX, Los Angeles International Airport. We're going to continue to cover this story extensively as we have these aerials coming in now from Los Angeles, and we will give you guys the update right here on Fox 10 News Now. We know that the FBI and the bomb squad are assessing the situation. Again, the plane on the runway, not immediately next to the terminal. Police, canines responding to the reported bomb threat. American Eagle Flight 5931. They are working to deplane the passengers. Again, this flight was coming from Houston, just landed in Los Angeles. They are searching the plane because of a phoned-in bomb threat. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, please tweet me, SamiaFox10. We encourage viewers to send in their tweets, whether it is a question, a comment, something as simple as prayers for the passengers. Feel free to tweet me. We'll read your comments on air. We'll give you a shout out. Tweet me at SamiaFox10. My Twitter handle is at the bottom of your screen. All right, guys, just want to recap what we know so far for those viewers just tuning in for the first time. We are looking at live images coming in from Los Angeles, specifically LAX, Los Angeles International Airport. Now, we heard reports that a bomb threat was phoned in to officials. Apparently, this call indicated that there was some sort of bomb or explosive device on an incoming aircraft. You're looking at that aircraft right now. It was an American Eagle flight from Houston, destined for Los Angeles. The plane has landed safely. We have FBI, we have the bomb squad investigating.
Here at LAX. It landed safely, no word of any injuries on board, no word of what that threat was. But obviously, with any situation like this, they take this incredibly serious, and that's what they're doing here. We'll widen out a little bit. I want to show you for just a second here, too. I want to show you all the fire apparatus that is here as well. We're going to stay on the door. We'll go back to the door, but we'll pan the camera to the left just a little bit there. There's all the fire. They're standing a bit of ways there, just in case airport fire, LAFT. We'll back to the aircraft now. You can see this is a far distance from where the main terminal area is here at LAX, where you do the loops on the arrival and departure level. Door is open there. Stairwell is engaged, it looks like.
Tweets that
and we'll see if there's any movement. And I'm not even seeing guns drawn or anything on this with the SWAT members or airport police or both there. You can see the American Eagle emblem there on the side of this commuter jet here, parked on the far west side of the terminal here at LAX. And once again, planes are coming and going. Airport appears to be moving normally. That's right. And we just saw a training exercise for this, very similar, Steve, last week. And they plan for these types of emergencies. They know exactly how they're going to handle it and what the pilot should do if such a threat is made, if it's phoned in like Lisa just reported there. And that's what's happening here. More movement, K-9 unit here as well. We have not seen any of the SWAT officers. They're carrying weapons. But they're in somewhat of a relaxed state compared to other situations that I've covered. They have not made, no officers have made their way up the stairwell there, and we're still waiting for any movement from the aircraft itself. Absolutely. That's a strong possibility that somebody calls in a threat, says that there may be some sort of explosive device on board the plane. Just like when we cover suspicious packages or phone threats that are made, land-based threats, there's that protocol, and that's what we're seeing now. And here we go. We have movement. So officers are now making their way up the stairwell. Obviously, there has been a lot of communication between the crew members and law enforcement already to make sure somewhat, they're carrying them, but tactical positions, but not to the point of again, somewhat relaxed, if I could use that adjective, compared to what we've seen in the past. And watching more and hearing more now of what came through here, a threat may have been made by a person who knows where, saying that there may be an explosive device in the plane. The crew has obviously, told the law enforcement agents that they're in contact with on the ground that passengers are here, everything seems normal on board at this point, we're all safe. But we've been told that there's this explosive on board, so now they're treating it like there could be something suspicious. Now, why they went and offload the passengers immediately, just to make sure, I'm not sure what the situation is there. Are they concerned about a passenger or passengers who could be connected to that threat? Always a possibility. Do they have to vet each passenger now? Possibility as well. And a lot of that, with the training that goes on, they don't tell us. We don't know that. They keep that under wraps, obviously for security purposes. Yeah, exactly. If they're, they're on their way. It's kicking off to the summer season. They're traveling to the West Coast, heading out to LAX, business pleasure, and all of a sudden they hear that, there could be some sort of threat on their flight, in flight. How much they knew at the time, mid-flight, I'm not sure. How much of that information is relayed? Again, if that threat was made from a call at some location somewhere, and then that came into the crew, and then unclear if the crew actually alerts the passengers until maybe they're safely on the ground. There isn't. No, there's not. You saw those were SWAT team members that went aboard the plane, and with a K9 unit as well, and they're doing what they need to do, on board to check out this threat. And you could see the turnout by other officers standing back. The SWAT team, obviously in more protective gear, they're trained differently for situations like this, but a tremendous turnout nonetheless by airport police, by LAPD, by SWAT, and by fire as well here. Once again, this is the far western edge of LAX. Well, why not just a little bit, since it's kind of a static shot now, and we'll pan the camera right. I'll show you when I say the far western side of the airport. That's pretty much the end there. There's the rolling hills there by Dockweiler Beach, and there's the shoreline. So this is even beyond where the planes actually lift off from runways 25 and 24. Absolutely. Back in the day before the jet age, there were homes there. Yeah, it was quite the exclusive neighborhood there. Really neat neighborhood, and the streets remain there, but they slowly went away, those homes, with the jet age here and the expansion of LAX. Again, we continue to watch this developing story, this American Eagle, which is a smaller commuter jet here, inbound from Houston. Some sort of threat was made on board. It landed safely on the northern runway, 25 left at LAX, and then taxied to this point, well west of the terminals, well west of the international terminal, and even the FedEx, the UPS facilities here at LAX, and it's parked here now. We saw as the stairwell was wheeled up, and then SWAT team made their entrance here. Crew, passengers, we believe, still all on board. What type of threat, we don't know. Was anybody injured? That's not known at this time. Very little information. And with situations like that, that information will be very limited.
All right, guys, those of you just joining us, I want to give you guys a quick recap as to what you're looking at. You're looking at live aerials coming in from LAX, Los Angeles International Airport. Apparently a bomb threat. A phone call indicated that there was some sort of bomb threat on an inbound flight. That flight was an American Eagle flight coming from Houston, destined for Los Angeles. You're looking at live aerials right now of that aircraft. FBI K9's bomb squad investigating the situation. Passengers on board the plane. Obviously, they are keeping the aircraft at a distance away from the terminal to assess the situation. Officers in tactical gear and a K9 boarded the plane about 10 minutes ago. We saw that as that happened. And we will continue to monitor this situation at Los Angeles International Airport. If you guys have any thoughts, questions, concerns, you guys can go ahead and tweet me. I'll go ahead and read your tweets on air at Samia Fox 10, SAMIA Fox 10. My Twitter name is on the bottom of your screen. Would love to hear your take. If anyone is tuning in from Los Angeles, from LAX, maybe you're watching this on your phone at LAX, feel free to tweet me. Let me know what the scene is like at the airport. Is this something that is causing chaos at the airport? Are you at the American Airlines terminal? Let me know. Tweet me. Would love to hear your take. And to recap what we know so far for viewers just joining this live stream, you're looking at live images of an American Eagle aircraft that has landed at LAX. Now, the bomb threat was phoned in regarding an inbound aircraft. This flight was coming in from Houston, just landed in Los Angeles. Passengers are still on board the plane. We know that the FBI, K-9s, bomb squad, all involved in this investigation. We've been covering this situation extensively. We've been covering this news for about 25 minutes now. We've been bringing you live aerials from the scene for as long as we've had them in. As of right now, we have not seen any passengers exit this vehicle. We know the bomb squad is on hand. You can see that vehicle behind the aircraft itself. Again, we will continue to stay on this story as it develops, and we will bring you continuous images from the scene for as long as we get these Skyfox images.
60 plus passengers, so probably 50% capacity if that is indeed true. So we have a couple of officers on the edge of the stairwell here. Relax, no guns, no. Yeah, absolutely. So essentially what we think is they went inside the cabin, checked things out. They used the dog to sniff around, and now we'll see if that means they've essentially cleared the aircraft and they will allow these passengers to deplane. Now, is it possible that they'll actually just close the door and let it taxi back to a gateway? That's even possible at this point. I would think, being the severity of a threat of an explosive, they'd want to remove the passengers regardless as quick as possible and get them off. Yeah, I was looking for that, Stephen. I don't see any as of yet, no. We'll see if any have rolled up yet. Yep, there's a couple of buses right there on the right. Those are American Eagle Airbuses on the right. Just pan to the right there. Yeah, there they are right there. So there you go. So it's a possibility that they may just roll those buses up and let the passengers board those buses and take them back to the main terminal. Still no movement from the passengers, still seeing the officers up on the top of the stairwell. Again, this started earlier this morning. We believe an in-flight threat was made via some sort of telephone call that was made at a different location, not on board. That threat, we don't know the nature of it. We do know any threat like this is taken incredibly seriously, obviously, and that's what happened. This plane landed safely on runway 25 left at LAX and taxied over here to the west end of the LAX complex, and they are checking it out thoroughly at this time. No word of any injuries at this time. Information is very limited, which again is always the case when we have a situation like this. Yeah, one by one. You would think you would think so, and essentially the situation again. And I always make comparisons to other security threat robbery, burglaries that are made. And what they do is they don't know who the suspect is, who the victim is. You've seen suspects play victims in the past, and essentially what they're doing is they're making sure they're interviewing the passengers based upon what that threat was, and what they're going to do is make sure that none of those passengers are involved in any way, make sure that they're not guilty of anything, and I think that's what they're doing. They're vetting the passengers down. Well, I saw somebody. Go ahead. Is that a flight attendant right there? Yeah, new. I can't get any internet out here. This is horrible. Can they come up with like 6 or 7G? All right.
All right, guys, just want to give you guys a quick update regarding this bomb threat at LAX. You're looking at live aerials coming in right now from Los Angeles. You can see the fire department on hand, fire department entering the aircraft. We already saw bomb squad and canines enter the aircraft. Again, this was a phoned-in bomb threat. This flight was an American Eagles flight coming from Houston for Los Angeles. Passengers are still on board the plane.
Yeah, absolutely. So more movement here, and we did see a flight attendant out on the edge of the stairwell with firefighters and SWAT officers there. Wheelchair being pushed up, so possibly some sort of injury or somebody who needs some sort of medical assistance at this time of this story. Again, this evolving story, this flight, this American Eagle out of Houston, landed here at LAX. That threat was made while in flight. And what's happened inside that cabin and why somebody might need medical treatment, that's not known to us at this time. But they're definitely allowing more activity. Firefighters, in relaxed mode, but ready to treat if possible. The canine unit there has not been needed since it departed the plane after searching it. And now we have buses rolling up too. So we do think that this is going to come to a conclusion. Mario's on the ground. He's going to try to get more information as well. And we'll try to make sense of all that has happened here aboard this American Eagle flight this morning. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I'm. It's an umbrella. Does that look like? Yeah, 69 passengers. There's the 170. Okay. Umbrella. Oh, that's an I don't know. I mean, no, I'm just looking at the aircraft passenger load, what it's capable of. No, that one looks smaller though. That's an E170. I see what you're saying. Passengers off.
Again, guys, you were looking at live images coming in from Los Angeles International Airport. It looks like people might be exiting the aircraft now. Let's listen. Yes, passengers are indeed exiting the plane now. Passengers aboard the aircraft.
Are they really? He's just stretching.
Again, these passengers coming in from Houston.
Passengers are being offloaded here off this American Eagle, this Embraer 170, capable of holding 69 passengers. Initial reports had about a couple dozen passengers on board. We haven't seen any being treated as of yet. We saw that wheelchair being pushed up to the edge of the stairwell. That may have just been pushed up just in case. The buses are lining the area here, and they're going to be taking these passengers back to the main terminal. No, the dog's sniffing each passenger. That's got to be it, right? E175.
Again, you're looking at live images of passengers getting off the plane. Again, they were on board that plane for at least 45 minutes while authorities investigated this phoned-in bomb threat. Again, this American Eagle flight departed Houston earlier today and landed at LAX. A bomb threat was phoned in. The bomb squad, FBI, canines, working to investigate the situation. They went on board the aircraft, spoke with passengers. Now, according to the Fox 11 helicopter reporter, our Fox affiliate out in Los Angeles, according to him, there were a couple dozen people on board this flight. This plane can fit no more than about 70 passengers. It's a smaller plane, an American Eagle plane. And it looks like passengers, again, getting off the plane, each passenger being investigated by the bomb squad there, and then passengers heading toward the American Eagle buses. They'll hop on there and then be transported to the terminal.
And a conclusion to this incident, it appears the passengers are being offloaded. This American Eagle, it's an Embraer E-170 capable of holding 69 passengers plus the crew members. LA Fire Department on scene here. The canine unit of the SWAT team here still, and what they're doing, this dog is actually sniffing each passenger as they come off, possibly for bomb residue, something that could be of threat. So each passenger, as we'd expected, being checked out, being vetted, making sure that no individual on board this flight was connected to any such threat that was made. And it was a threat, a phone threat that was called in when this plane was in flight from Houston to LAX here. I've been searching for flights on American Eagle, and I'm having a hard time finding a flight that came out of Houston and ended up here at LAX. So it's unclear if that plane was diverted here because of all of the security apparatus that we have here at LAX, one of the world's busiest, to handle a situation like this. But bottom line, passengers are being taken off. We have not seen any passengers being treated by paramedics at this time. Although, as we speak, it looks like there is possibly an elderly passenger that's being helped off by a couple of paramedics from the Los Angeles Fire Department. The American Eagle buses are standing by, and they will take the passengers to the main terminal. This is on the far west end of the complex here at LAX. We'll widen out just a little bit, far from the Thomas Bradley International Terminal and the main terminals 1 through 7 on the loop area of LAX here. They taxied this plane after it landed safely here at LAX for precautionary reasons. Big turnout by police and fire, but some of the apparatus has actually already left the scene. So it appears that this is going to be wrapping up. Now, Mario is in a great position. He is at the American Airlines terminal at LAX, and he is going to be on scene there, and hopefully we'll be able to get a hold of some of these passengers. Mario. Okay. Yep.
For those of you just joining us, may have missed what just unfolded. We watched as passengers got off this plane. Actually, passengers are still getting off this plane right now. A bomb threat was phoned into LAX regarding this flight that was coming into LAX from Houston. It was an American Eagle flight. The bomb squad, FBI, K-9, all working to investigate the situation. K-9s sniffing passengers as they get off the plane to detect any possible residue. Excuse me, I need to get some water.
The elderly passenger. It's a Compass flight, which is a commuter. That's why I was having a hard time on American. It's a Compass flight. Airfield impact, none. Roadway impact, none. Terminal impact, none.
All right, guys, we're going to cut away. I believe Bill Cosby leaving court right now. We have breaking news. Bill Cosby will be tried on all charges, and we have a live feed coming in from Pennsylvania. Oh, looks like we just missed the back of his head. Looks like he was just exiting. And again, this is breaking news. Bill Cosby will stand trial for criminal sex assault. The breaking news. And it appears Gloria Allred is holding a press conference, attorney holding a press conference right now regarding Bill Cosby. Let's go ahead and listen in now.
Consent. The argument of the prosecution is that if a victim is incapacitated for any reason, in this case, perhaps the pills that Mr. Cosby admitted in his police report that he gave to Ms. Constant, and her ingestion of some wine at the same time, and the fact that she had not had food, rendered her, according to Ms. Constant, in a state where she was going in and out of consciousness, she was aware that some things were happening. For example, her legs were paralyzed. She could also feel, according to her statement, that Mr. Cosby was touching her breast, touching and inserting his fingers in her genital area, but that she could not say no. She could not say anything, that she was incapacitated. As a matter of law, if a victim is incapacitated, unconscious, or conscious and unconscious and then conscious again, the victim is unable to consent. That's going to be a central issue at the trial as to whether she...
Let's listen in on what Cosby's attorney is saying.
Mr. Cosby, they chose not to.
What?
And the evidence is telling in this case as to why they chose not to bring this complainant, because their evidence determined back when this investigation unfolded proved that there was no crime committed here, that there was no evidence of a crime here, and that the inconsistencies that plagued this investigation from the beginning continue to plague it now. This case should end immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we heard a brief soundbite from Bill Cosby's attorney. Let's go back now to hear what Gloria Allred, the prosecution, has to say.
The court, in terms of admissibility, so that is a decision later on down the line, and that is for the district attorney to decide and the court to decide after hearing what I am certain will be many objections by the defense to the calling of other accusers.
But you believe there's a pattern?
If the testimony of other accusers, one or more, is or could be argued to be a same or similar signature activity, it might be considered relevant and admissible. And so that's for the court to decide as to whether any of my more than 30 clients who are accusers will be called. That's not a decision that is in my hands. That's the decision of law enforcement, and I have no information on that at this time. I think it's probably premature for anyone to be making that decision.
Ms. Allred, I touched on this, but how damaging was Mr. Cosby's words themselves?
I think that Mr. Cosby's interview with the police in the police report that was admitted into evidence was very damaging to him. And it is now in evidence. Often a perpetrator or an alleged perpetrator does not give a statement to the police. He did. And now he's going to have to deal with his own words, which it was indicated through testimony that he signed his statement, that he was asked at the end of the statement something to the effect of, is everything that you have stated in this statement true and correct? And he said yes, and he signed that it was. And then in addition, that he had an opportunity to make any changes, and he did not. Now, the defense wanted to underscore, emphasize many times that Ms. Constant did make changes in her police statement, suggesting that somehow there is something wrong or inappropriate about making changes. I, for one, am very glad that Ms. Constant, or any person who's alleged to be a victim, has an opportunity to review a police report and make changes to make sure that it is accurate. I've represented many victims in criminal cases and still do, including in rape cases, and still do. And some of them in other jurisdictions have never had an opportunity to review the police report to even see if it's accurate and a reflection of what in fact they told law enforcement. So, of course, in many cases, if a person is lying, then they have a standard script and they have no need to make any changes because they're just going to stick to their script. Often, if they're being truthful, then they want to really look at what is said and make sure that it's accurate. simple as that.
Ms. Aldrich, a double question for you.
That matches sort of a pattern from what your clients have said happened to them.
I think that Mr. Cosby's coming out of it.
Here comes Steele.
All right.
Charlie, here comes
Ms.
Steele.
Allred, the
Do you have a
defense has
second
already
mic?
made much and will continue to make much of Ms. Constand's continued interactions with and reaching out to Mr. Cosby. What do you say to those folks who do that kind of thing in these kinds of cases as some kind of admission that this couldn't have been so bad, or otherwise why would you continue to interact with it?
I think that only Ms. Constant and her mother should be the ones to explain why there was continued interaction with Mr. Cosby. But there may very well be reasons, and I don't think that one should take that as some kind of a tacit admission that she wanted to continue, a relationship with Mr. Cosby, or that nothing happened of a criminal nature. As a matter of fact, there was testimony about a conversation between the mother and Mr. Cosby. Pardon me?
Can I jump in for a minute?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, absolutely.
Come here. Hey, Kevin.
Everybody good? Come in here. Can you? Okay. Let's get our team together here. All right. We just conducted our preliminary hearing. All charges were held. We're here because we want to seek the truth. We're here to serve justice. The evidence in this case that was presented at the preliminary hearing is of a limited basis. A preliminary hearing is a situation where we only have to show that a crime's committed and the defendant's connected to the crime. We did that through the victim's statement and the defendant's admissions to much of the crime. Consequently, we're going to move forward on the case and look forward to getting a trial date.
Kevin, did they try to make a difference?
Of how aggressively they're going to go after Ms. Constant in terms of the consensual nature that they believe is going on here. What do you tell her? What is she in for in terms of this trial, in terms of how aggressively she's going to be attacked?
Look, I'm not going to get into the specifics of this. She was available to testify at trial under the case law that we presented, and the judge ruled in our favor. It wasn't necessary. It's a preliminary hearing. Hearsay is admissible, and we're just over the next hurdle in this. And each step of the line we have to go.
My question, though, was about their questioning and the implication that they're going to be hammering harm.
Next question.
Hey, Kevin, can you tell me, did you have any thoughts about the significance they were trying to make by saying he gave her Benadryl as opposed to any other drug, as other accusers have said they got Quaaludes? Did he even testify to it?
Well, look, I mean, the point of this is that it was intoxicating to her, and that she was unable to consent. That's the crime. That's the charges that we're bound over, and we look forward to handling this in court. We're going to keep our comments to what happens in court here. So we look forward to the next step.
What seals the
No,
deal for
thank
you
you.
that there was a crime? It's all right. Could we just, I
Some
just
people
like
don't
to ask
think I'm all right, but
I mean, Allred, I'm sorry, Miss Allred, is there anything that can you tell us what you saw here today that you can take away that will help with your case, if anything?
no.
Could you repeat?
I can't, yeah, he asked, is there anything that I saw today that would help with the lawsuit that I am litigating on behalf of Judy Huff? And the answer is, I don't have a comment.
Ms. Allred, can you comment on the reports that a modeling agency sent over half a dozen teenage models to Mr. Cosby's home weekly?
The report that that modeling agencies sent Mr. Cosby models who were teenagers, some of whom may have been under the age of majority, in other words, under the age of consent, is a report that I'm interested in. Of course, I'm interested in any and all issues involving Mr. Cosby that might be relevant to either the criminal case or a civil case. Having said that, I'm especially interested in anything that has to do with underage minors and Mr. Cosby. But I don't have any comment on those reports.
Ma'am, do you think that today's decision has given any hope or any greater hope to other victims that they may have success in criminal charges against Mr. Cosby?
The question has to do with, do I think that this will hearten other alleged victims that they may have success in a criminal case? I don't know of any other criminal case now being considered or now pending against Mr. Cosby having to do with allegations of other accusers. And that is because of the statute of limitations, the arbitrary time period set by law, which we are working to change in many states.
Yeah, I'll put the light on that. I'll show it.
All right, guys, they have cut out of that to take you to a Hillary Clinton event. So what we're going to do is take you back now to the scene at LAX where a bomb threat was underway. All the passengers on this American Eagle flight have been removed from the plane. Again, FBI bomb squad, canines investigating the scene. As of right now, we have not gotten any word as to what exactly the threat was. We do know that the threat was phoned in regarding this inbound flight. This flight was coming in from Houston. Authorities have investigated. Passengers have been removed from the plane. I'm searching Twitter and waiting for any sort of official word as far as any update is concerned. Alright guys, I'm searching Twitter for any new news regarding LAX and this bomb threat. Again, according to police, the FBI and the bomb squad at LAX were assessing the possible threat on this plane. It was an American Eagle flight from Houston to Los Angeles. We don't know any information as to what the threat was other than it was phoned in. I'm going to go ahead and check out the LA Times website, see if they have any new information. Again, the police investigated a threat that was reported this morning against an American Eagle flight. The threat was described as non-credible, reported at about 8:40 a.m., so about an hour 45 minutes ago. Again, this threat was against Flight 5931, which was flying from Houston to Los Angeles. The plane landed safely at LAX, taxied to a remote pad. Bomb-sniffing dogs and the Los Angeles Fire Department were on hand to investigate the situation. It seems that the fire department and all personnel at the scene are packing up. Again, officers, K-9, searching the plane because of the so-called bomb threat at LAX. Again, possible threat to American Eagle Flight 5931 being operated by Compass Air. Departed from Houston Tuesday morning, arrived in Los Angeles at about 8:45 a.m. American Airlines confirmed that the flight received a, quote, non-credible threat, end quote. Passengers were screened as they walked off an exit staircase and onto the tarmac. Now, the airline sent out an email saying, out of an abundance of caution, LAX authorities are screening the flight. We hope to have our passengers on their way soon. Now, according to aerial video that we showed here on News Now, several law enforcement and fire department vehicles were near the plane with an armored police vehicle positioned behind the jet. Again, passengers remained on board during most of the investigation, which was conducted in a remote part of the airport. We watched as officers in tactical gear and a K-9 boarded the plane around 9:30 a.m. And about 15-20 minutes after that, we watched as passengers exited the plane. Now, according to a local news site in Los Angeles, LAX police said the plane was carrying 67 passengers and 4 crew members. Earlier, we heard from the Fox 11 helicopter reporter who said that there were a few dozen passengers. Again, unclear exactly how many passengers were on board, but we do know that all passengers have exited the plane and everyone is safe. And now we're going to take you to Anaheim, California, where Bernie Sanders is speaking live.
Also, and I want to say a word about Cenk Uygur. Do all of you know the Young Turks? And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important. We live in a world where the corporate media, the people who own our country, give us their definition of reality. And what Cenk and a few other people are trying to do is give us a different perspective on reality, the reality facing the middle class and working people, not just the billionaire class. And I thank Cenk very much for the very good work that he does. Let me just begin by giving you a very personal anecdote. This morning, I got my big cup of coffee, and I won't tell you. And a guy came up to me and he said, Senator Sanders, I'm supporting you very much. And then tears started rolling down his eyes. Because, he says, I have just terrible student debt. I don't know what he makes, but he was pouring coffee, and I suspect not a whole lot. All right, and that's the story that we are hearing all over this country of a nation in which a lot of people are in trouble. Now, let me just start off and be very blunt. We're here in Anaheim. Everybody knows the major economic force here in Anaheim is the Disney Corporation. Anybody here work for Disney? Anybody here making a living wage from Disney? Let's put it on. All right, so when we talk, I'm probably the only politician to come to Anaheim and say this. Now here is, and I use Disney, not just to pick on Disney, but as an example of what we are talking about when we talk about a rigged economy. Here in Anaheim and the surrounding areas, Disney pays its workers wages that are so low that many of them are forced to live in motels because they can't afford a decent place to live. Meanwhile, Disney made a record-breaking profit of nearly $3 billion last quarter. Now, on the other side of the world in Florida, in Disney World, Disney replaced 250 workers with low-wage foreign workers who came in on what is called the H-1B program. You got it? So in order to save money, what they did is replace workers, I think they were tech workers. Is that what it was, technology workers? They got rid of them and brought in other people, had the tech workers train the other people, and then brought the other people in for low wages. Meanwhile, the CEO of Disney made $46.5 million in total compensation last year. And that's what we're talking about. That is what we're talking about in a rigged economy. People working at very low wages while the people on top are doing phenomenally well. And what this campaign is about is challenging that economy based on greed and demanding an economy that works for all of us, not just the 1%. Now, when we talk about the economy, let me tell you things that will not appear on ABC. And you know why they won't appear on ABC? Who owns ABC? Right. So they don't talk about these things. Now, where are Disney's, the many T-shirts and the zillions of products that Disney manufactures? Where are they made? They made here in Anaheim? Oh, they're made in China. I didn't know that. I knew that. And they exploit people in China, and they bring these products back into this country. Well, I think it would be very nice for the Disney Corporation to start building factories here in the United States so American workers can manufacture. And let me make a prediction that statement will not appear on ABC tonight. Here is where we are with the economy. It's important that everybody understands this. We today have more income and wealth inequality than any other major country on earth, and it is worse here in America today than it has been since 1928, a long, long time ago. Today, the top 1/10 of 1%, not 1%, 1/10 of 1% owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Got that? And I dare say that the gentleman who is the CEO of Disney is part of that 1/10 of 1%. Today, the 20 wealthiest people in America, 20 people, own more wealth than the bottom half of America, 150 million people. Today, we have in America families in which mom is working 40 or 50 hours a week, dad's working 40 or 50 hours a week, the kids are working, and yet 58% of all new income is going to the top 1%. In other words, we have a rigged economy. Middle class is continuing to disappear. We've got 47 million people living in poverty. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, and the very, very rich are getting richer. So what this campaign is about is trying to create an economy that works not only for the people on top, but works for all Americans. What do we have to do that? Well, let's start off. If you work 40 hours a week, in my view, you should not be living in poverty. You know, there are single moms right now, they go out to work, and put yourself into the place of a single mother trying to bring up a child, two children. You go out and you work and you're making $11, $12 an hour. You can't find affordable child care.
You can't find an apartment or a house that you can afford, and that's your life, struggling every week to make sure that your kids are eating adequately and they have a roof over their heads. Now, that is why I believe that in America, if you work 40 hours a week, you should earn a living wage. And let us be clear, $7.25 federal minimum wage is not a living wage, it is a starvation wage. And I believe we should raise that starvation wage in 50 states in this country to $15 an hour. Now, life would be a little bit different for some of the employees here working for Disney if the minimum wage were $15 an hour. Is that right? And you know what? Workers should also find it easier to be able to form a union so they can negotiate a contract. And I know that all of the men here will stand with the women in demanding pay equity for women. So that women do not make 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. This campaign understands that real unemployment is different than official unemployment. What's the difference? Anyone know? That's right, all right. One of the differences is that when you have official unemployment, it does not include part-time workers, and many millions of people in this country are working part-time when they want to work full-time. And also, in high unemployment areas where people have given up looking for work, they're not included as well. Real unemployment in this country is close to 10%, and in communities, in inner cities, and in rural areas, often it is higher than that. In my view, we need a massive federal jobs program which puts our people back to work. We should be hiring teachers, not firing teachers. We should be hiring hundreds of thousands of great young men and women as child care and pre-K workers so that we have a great child care system. And here's what else we should be doing. As all of you know, throughout this country, certainly in my state of Vermont, our infrastructure, that is our roads and our bridges, our water systems, our wastewater plants, are crumbling. Many parts of this country. We can create 13 million good-paying jobs rebuilding our infrastructure, and that is what we should be doing. And a sensible economy tells the billionaires and large corporations that, yes, they are going to have to start paying their fair share of taxes. As I mentioned earlier with regard to Disney and China, we need a new trade policy. It is not acceptable for companies like Disney and many, many others to shut down plants in America, throw millions of people out of work over the last 30 years, move to low-wage countries, and bring their products back into this country. If they want us to buy their products, and they sure do, it is time for them to build those products right here in America, not in China. Now, we do those things, I think what we're going to see is a significant reversal of the decline of the middle class, and we're going to see more equality in America, which is what we must see. But when you look at the power of the establishment, it's not just in the economy, it's in our political system, and those two issues go together. When you have so few people with so much wealth, they're not just putting their money underneath the mattress. What they are doing is investing in the political system. And the result of that is that we have a corrupt campaign finance system which is undermining American democracy. Now, let's just assume that this were the entire country, all right? Now, if I'm running for office, what democracy means to me is I've got to convince you, each and every one of you, to vote for me. And if some of you don't vote for me, I can live with that. You got to hear what I have to say, and that's what a campaign, that's what democracy is about. What I will not accept is if somebody runs against me and buys the election by putting billions of dollars into a campaign. And what we have, this is something the media does not talk about also very much. Why is that? If you have a corrupt campaign finance system based on the Citizens United Supreme Court decision, it means that super PACs can spend billions of dollars on television. So for the TV industry, it's a good thing. But for American democracy, it is a very bad thing. I believe in a democracy of one person, one vote. You got to vote, you got to vote, you got to vote. You want to vote against me, you want to go for me, that's fine. But I do not want billionaires to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to buy elections, which is why we have to overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. Third issue that worries me and should worry all of you very much is we have a criminal justice system which is broken. What do I mean by that? Some of you know it, some of you don't, but we have more people in jail, largely African American, Latino, Native American, more people in jail today than any other country on earth. Now, I want you all to think, I mean, it's a complicated issue. There's not a simple explanation. But I want you all to think about why in the richest country in the history of the world, we have 2.2 million fellow Americans in jail. We're spending $80 billion a year locking up fellow Americans. All right, so what do we have? Let's just think it through for a second. Obviously, the first thing that we want to do is ask ourselves, why? What's going on? And the answer is fairly obvious. We start off with the premise that there are communities in this country, often in inner cities, often in rural America. It's not a black issue. It's not a Latino issue. It is not a white issue. Every community is impacted by this. You go to communities in this country, rural, poor, urban communities, and you're going to find youth unemployment, kids who graduated high school of 30, 40%. 30, 40%. Now, if you are a kid who graduates high school at 18 and you go out and you're looking for a job and you don't have a job, what are you going to do? Well, many of those kids get into trouble, get into destructive activities or self-destructive activities, and then they end up in jail. So I think when you think about the issue, what we have got to understand is that it makes a lot more sense for us to invest in our young people in jobs and education, not jails. Here's the truth. It costs society more money to lock some kid up than to send them to the University of California. So I want us to be paying attention to those kids, the kids who have dropped out, the kids who are hanging out on the street corners. Let's give them a future. Let's get them in school. Let's get them jobs. Let's not see them rot in jail cells. Then the other issue that we've got to look at is we have to look at local police departments and how they function around this country. Now, I am the former mayor of the beautiful city of Burlington, Vermont. We want to invite you all to join. And I work very closely with my police department, which was an excellent police department. I've worked with police officers all over this country. But what we have to understand is that, like any other public official, when a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. Now, the vast and overwhelming majority of police officers work hard and they are honest. And let me tell you that today being a cop is not an easy job, and they deserve our support. But like any second issue, you think about law enforcement, is that we have got to demilitarize local police departments. A good police department, and there are many of them around this country, is a department where people in the community feel good and see the police department as part of the community, protecting them. A bad police department is one where people see the department as an oppressive force to be feared. Further, we have got to make local police departments reflect the diversity of the communities that they serve. Fourth, we have got to create a culture nationally in which police departments understand that lethal force, killing somebody, is the last response, not the first response. If we're going to reduce the number of people who end up in jail, we have got to end private corporate ownership of jails and detention centers. When you have private ownership of jails and detention centers, you have a perverse incentive. I make more money by locking you up, right? The more people that come into my jail, the more money I make. That is not what we want to see. What we also have to do, in my view, is to take a new look at the so-called war on drugs. What does that mean? Here's what it means. And I didn't know this, I got to tell you, until I began running for president. But the truth is that in the last 30 years, millions of Americans have received police records as a result of being arrested for possession of marijuana. Now, people should appreciate that if you have a police record and you're 19 years.
All right, guys, they're going to be cutting out of this Bernie Sanders event to take you to a Bill Cosby press conference.
Norristown with an N, Pennsylvania.
In terms of the consensual nature that they believe is going on here, what do you tell her? What is she in for in terms of this trial, in terms of how aggressively she's going to be attacked?
Look, I'm not going to get into the specifics of this. She was available to testify at trial under the case law that we presented, and the judge ruled in our favor. It wasn't necessary. It's a preliminary hearing. Hearsay is admissible, and we're just over the next hurdle in this. And each step of the line we have to go.
My question, though, was about their questioning and the implication that they're going to be hammering harm.
Next question.
Hey, Kevin, can you tell me, did you have any thoughts about the significance they were trying to make by saying he gave her Benadryl as opposed to any other drug, as other accusers have said they got Quaaludes? Did he even testify to it?
Well, look, I mean, the point of this is that it was intoxicating to her, and that she was unable to consent. That's the crime. That's the charges that we're bound over, and we look forward to handling this in court. We're going to keep our comments to what happens in court here. So we look forward to the next step. No, thank you.
That there was a crime.
The consensual nature that they believe is going on here. What do you tell her? What is she in for in terms of this trial, in terms of how aggressively she's going to be attacked?
Look, I'm not going to get into the specifics of this. She was available to testify at trial under the case law that we presented, and the judge ruled in our favor. It wasn't necessary. It's a preliminary hearing. Hearsay is admissible, and we're just over the next hurdle in this. And each step of the line we have to go.
My question, though, was about their questioning and the implication that they're going to be hammering hard.
Next question.
Hey, Kevin, can you tell me?
All right, guys, looks like we have that Bernie Sanders feed, so we're going to take you back now to Anaheim, California. Bernie Sanders Live.
All across this country, we are seeing an epidemic, a major crisis in opiate and heroin addiction. You all know that? All right. And what we are seeing is that every single day, people are dying of overdoses of heroin or opiates. This is a major national crisis. Now, what is the best way to deal with this crisis? First of all, it cannot be ignored. It is real. I was in Baltimore, Maryland, a couple of months ago, and what I saw there, what I heard there stunned me. You got tens and tens of thousands of people in Baltimore addicted to heroin. Tens of thousands of people. And this exists in many parts of this country. Now, how are we going to best deal with it? I think the best way to deal with it is to understand that substance abuse, not just drugs, but alcohol, this should be treated as a health issue, not a criminal issue. And what that means is instead of arresting people at great expense, and by the way, police departments spend a lot of your taxpayer dollars on that. Instead of arresting people, throw them in jail, they get out of jail, we got, vicious circle. Many times people go to jail, you know what they learn in jail? How to become better criminals. Okay? So instead of that, I think we have to talk about the need for a revolution in mental health treatment. And I mean a revolution in this sense, all right? Somebody is in an automobile accident today. They rush them to an emergency room in a hospital, and those emergency room doctors and nurses do incredible work in saving people's lives. That's great. But what happens if you in this room or somebody across the street is facing a mental health crisis? What happens if somebody is suicidal, which, by the way, that we have seen in recent years an increase in suicides in the United States? What happens if somebody is walking the streets who is suicidal and or homicidal? What happens if somebody is strung out on drugs? Can they get the treatment today that they desperately need? And too often that is the answer. All right, I'm strung out on heroin. I need some help. Find a place that I can afford. Well, in many communities around this country, it is impossible to find that place. We get calls in my Senate office, and I suspect other senators do the same, but people calling up and they're saying, I'm at my wit's end. I'm worried about my brother. He's going to do something terrible to himself, terrible to other people. We cannot find mental health treatment that we can afford. That has got to change. Now, this campaign is listening to the American people rather than to wealthy campaign contributors. Now, one of the interesting things about this campaign, as some of you may have noticed, is that every candidate has a super PAC in which they are running out getting billionaires and big money interests to contribute to their super PAC. Okay? I am very proud to tell you that of all of the candidates who have been running for president, we are the only campaign that does not have a super PAC. And I'll tell you how absurd this situation is right now. You got a billionaire, a guy named Donald Trump. Some of you may have heard of him. This guy is worth billions, or so he tells us. We don't know. It's hard to know when Trump is telling the truth or not. but he claims to be worth billions, but he is reaching out to other billionaires to help him fund his campaign. You got a multi-billionaire in Nevada named Sheldon Adelson, who is going to provide a lot of money to a New York billionaire named Donald Trump. Now, when you have one billionaire subsidizing another billionaire, that's not called democracy, that's called oligarchy. And that is exactly the kind of campaign finance system that we are going to end. But it is not just Donald Trump. My Democratic opponent, Secretary Clinton, she has a number of super PACs, and she is also raising significant sums of money from Wall Street. And what I am enormously proud of, and I got to tell you, to be very honest with you, I never would have dreamed that this could happen. But since we have been in this race over the last year plus a few weeks, we have received almost 8 million individual campaign contributions. Averaging that's right, $27. So what this campaign is about, to paraphrase Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, this is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people. What this campaign is about is demanding that the American people think outside of the box, outside of the status quo, outside of the options that the corporate media or many members of Congress present to you. See, what politics is about is to make you think that real change is impossible. All right, you're a worker in a factory. Boss calls the workers together and he says, look, I got to tell you something. You have a choice. Either you're going to take a cut in your wages or your health care benefits, or I'm moving to China. What's your choice? That's a choice. In Congress, the choice is, well, we got to make a decision. We're either going to cut food stamps for hungry kids, or we're going to cut education funding. What's the choice that you want to make? All right, you see, and time after time, those are the choices that are given us. A bad choice versus a bad choice. But on TV, you're not going to hear a discussion that says, let's see. We got 47 million people living in poverty. We got 29 million people who have no health insurance. Maybe the time is now to tell the top 0.1% who are doing phenomenally well that they're going to have to pay their fair share of taxes. That choice is never presented to you. Not going to be on TV, because the people who own TV are the top 0.1%. But it's not, we got to keep thinking outside of the box, outside of the box. Give you just another example. This campaign is listening very carefully to young people. And what I have been just extremely pleased and gratified with during this campaign is when we began, this is what the pundits' assumption was, that young people, they're very busy doing video games or whatever young people do, or they're partying or drugging up or whatever it may be. But they're not going to get involved in the political process. They're not interested in that kind of stuff. Ignore young people. Well, you know what's happened? And this has been extraordinary. This has been perhaps one of the most interesting developments of this entire campaign, is that we have, so far, we have won 20 primaries and caucuses. And Secretary Clinton, I believe, has won about 2024. All right, but here is what is interesting. Here is what is interesting. I believe that in virtually every one of those elections, those that we won and those that we lost, we have won the overwhelmingly, by an overwhelming large majority, the votes of young people. Even when we lost. And by young people, I know that, people here who are 20 or 25 think you're young. We have won the votes of people 45 years of age and younger. And to the 20-year-olds or the 25-year-olds, let me say that when you become 45, you're going to think that's young also. In fact, we just had Dick Van Dyke. You remember Dick Van Dyke? Dick introduced me in Santa Monica. He is a robust 90 years of age. So the older you get, the younger you think that age is. Hey, I'm 100 years old, but I'm pretty young. All right. All right. In any case, why is that important? So here's the political truth. It bothers me, but I got to tell you the truth. Secretary Clinton does a lot better than we do with older people. I don't like that, and we're trying to rectify that, but that's true. But we are winning the overwhelming majority of young people. What should that tell us? What does it tell us? It tells us, and it should tell the country and certainly the leadership of the Democratic Party that our ideas, our vision is the future of America. And what has been extraordinary is that young people are catching on that they are the future of America and they want to help shape that future. Now, again, think outside of the box. Don't look at the options that you're going to see on CBS or NBC. Think in your own heads. Everybody here understands that we are living in a very competitive global economy, right? We all know that. And we all know today that if you're going to get a good job, you need a good education, right? Everybody knows that. We know that 50 years ago in Vermont or in California, you had a high school degree. You know what? With a high school degree, you can go out and get yourself a pretty good job and make it into the middle class. That is not the case today. So what is that? Think. What is that? What conclusion does that lead us to? It leads us to the conclusion that public education, I went to public school, okay, I had a great education. All right, my mom, my dad, we didn't have much money, they never went to college. But when you think about public education today, it is no longer good enough to say, okay, my kid's going from the first grade to the 12th grade. Those days are over. When you think about public education today, think about making public colleges and universities tuition free. Think about every kid in Anaheim or any other city in America understanding, getting into their head, okay, my mom doesn't have any money, my dad doesn't have any money, we're a poor family, but you know, if I study hard, if I do well in school, wow, I am going to be able to go to college, I am going to study hard, and I am going to do well. The other issue out there is student debt. How many people have student debt? Okay. Again, I just told you a few hours ago, literally, the fellow who was pouring coffee for me, tears. He was very upset about the amount of student debt that he is carrying right now. And like many other people, he is not making a whole lot of money. And therefore, you're looking at a situation in America today where people with student debt can't buy a car, they can't get married, they can't have kids, they can't buy a house because they're paying off excessive amounts of student debt. Okay, you took the words out of my mouth, young man. I believe and this young man got it exactly right, that what we should do at a time when people are stuck with interest rates of 6, 8, 10%, they should be given the opportunity to refinance and get the lowest interest rates that they can find. All right. Now people say, and this is a criticism leveled at me every day, Washington Post has about 3 stories a day on this. And they say, well, you know, Sanders is proposing all of these ideas. He's Santa Claus. See, they think that because of my white hair. And I'll really freak them out if I grow a beard, you know. Put on one of those Santa Claus hats. Maybe that's what I should do. And if the campaign doesn't turn out well, I'll get a job at Disneyland or something. I don't know. All right, but they say, well, how is he going to pay for these things? Yeah, he's a nice guy, free tuition in public universities, lowering student debt. How are you going to pay for that? I will tell you. You see, now this is thinking outside of the box. 8 years ago, when Wall Street, and Wall Street is the most powerful political and economic force in this country. They kind of run the country. All right, let's be clear about it. They have endless supplies of money, and by that I mean endless. Imagine yourself at a money-making machine. That's Wall Street, okay? They have it all. All right, after their greed and illegal behavior, somebody hear me say illegal behavior? Okay. All right. After their greed and illegal behavior nearly destroyed this economy, and it resulted in millions of Americans losing their jobs, and some of those workers have not yet regained those jobs, millions of people losing their homes, losing their life savings, Wall Street executives went to the Congress and they said, please, please bail us out. We'll be good boys. Well, against my vote, Secretary Clinton voted for the bailout. I voted against the bailout. Wall Street got its help both from the Treasury Department and from the Fed. Okay, now, we are now in the year 2016. We got hundreds of thousands of bright young people who cannot afford to go to college. We got millions of people stuck with outrageous levels of student debt. I think that given the fact that Congress bailed out Wall Street, maybe now is the time for Wall Street to support the middle class of this country. And that's why I believe we should have a tax on Wall Street speculation. This campaign is listening to the Latino community. And what the Latino community is reminding us of is that there are 11 million people in this country today who are undocumented. When you are undocumented, you live in the shadows, you live in fear. And I'll tell you what else. If you are out working, and many of those people are out working, you are exploited. You are exploited because you have no legal rights to defend yourself with. So if you're undocumented and I pay you $5 an hour rather than $7.25, what are you going to do about it? Nothing you can do. You're going to go to the government and complain? I don't think so. So what we have seen, I was in Florida, a town in Florida where they grow a lot of the tomatoes that McDonald's uses. And Immokalee, that's right. Who knew that? There you go. I was in Immokalee, Florida, a very small town. I was there. I saw what happens to undocumented workers, how they are exploited on the job, how their housing conditions are deplorable, how the wages they receive are inadequate. On the day that I arrived, just coincidentally, the U.S. attorney there was bringing charges against a contractor for slavery. In other words, there were some workers there who were actually being held in involuntary servitude. What the Latino community believes and what I believe is that Congress must pass comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. Families, not divide families. And if Congress does not do its job, I will use the executive powers of the presidency to do everything I can. And that means ending the current policies on deportations. Now, one of the things that this campaign has tried to do is to go into areas of the country and look at things that you don't see on TV. We have been to inner cities all over this country, largely African-American inner cities. This is what I saw. I have been in Flint, Michigan, where children are being poisoned by lead in the water. I've been to Detroit, Michigan, where their public school system is on the verge of fiscal collapse and their buildings are falling apart. I've been to Baltimore, where it is unbelievable the number of people who are addicted to drugs. I have been in communities in the African-American neighborhoods where there are no grocery stores. You know that? People cannot go out and buy meat or buy vegetables. There are only these little stores where you can buy beer and potato chips. Communities where there are no bank branches, where if you want to cash a check, you do it through a payday lender at some outrageous interest rates. And what the African American community is asking me is a damn good question. And that question is, how come we could spend trillions of dollars on a war in Iraq we never should have gotten into? But we don't have enough money, presumably, to rebuild our inner cities, create affordable housing, decent schools, and good access to health care. And they're right. And that's why we're going to change our national priorities.
That's why we're burning your boss!
And that's why we are going to invest not only in inner cities in America, but in very depressed rural communities as well. Let me just tell you another story. Again, you don't hear about this virtually at all. Poverty is not discussed in Congress, not discussed in the media. It's not just that we have 47 million people living in poverty. Let me tell you some stories. I was in a place, anybody here from West Virginia? All right, not too many. I spent a little time there. There is a county, mostly white, very rural, at the southern tip of West Virginia. It's called McDowell County. Listen to this. In McDowell County, that county is so poor. This is a white county, not an African American, not Latino. This county is so poor that the life expectancy, how long men there live, is 18 years younger. People are dying 18 years younger in McDowell County than in Fairfax County, Virginia, 6 hours north. In other words, then I went to Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. Anybody heard of that? The life expectancy of men in Pine Ridge is lower than it is in most third world countries. Poverty rate, unemployment rate, off the charts. Youth suicide, horrifically high. Children, young kids are killing themselves because they are in despair. There is no hope. And in fact, in large sections of America today, more for women than I think for men, life expectancy is actually in decline. Women are living shorter lives than their parents, which is ahistorical. That almost never happens because, medicine is improving. We live longer, except for millions of working class people who have kind of given up, and they get addicted to drugs, they get addicted to alcohol, and many of them are committing suicide. All right? These are real issues. Poverty, and I want everybody to know this, poverty is not just that you can't buy a big flat screen TV. Poverty is not just that you can't go to a fancy restaurant. Poverty means that every single day you are struggling as a mom to try to figure out how you're going to put food on the table for your children. You are a dad and you're going to work, but you don't have money for affordable child care for your children. What happens to your two kids when you go to work if you can't find affordable child care? Or if the cost of that child care takes 25% of the income that you earn? What happens if you have no money in your pocket and you can't put gas in the car in order to get to work? And if you don't get to work, you lose your job. And if you lose your job, your life is shattered because no income comes in as well. And what ends up happening to those people under that kind of stress, both their minds and their bodies suffer. There is a process called, and I talked to some doctors about that, they testified at a hearing we did in DC, it's called the physiology of poverty. I.e., in other words, poverty becomes a death sentence. If you have to figure out how you and your children are going to survive next week, this takes a very deep toll on your mind and your body. That stress kills you. And we are seeing poor people dying at a much younger age than Americans should die. And meanwhile, this is not even an issue that's on the table for discussion. We are going to change that once we're in the White House. This campaign is also listening to our Native American brothers and sisters. Native American people have taught us maybe the most profound lesson that we have got to learn. And that is that as human beings, we are part of nature. And if we continue to destroy nature as we are ultimately destroying the human species. But today, all over this country, as I mentioned a moment ago, unemployment and poverty rates much, much too high in Native American communities. If we make it to the White House, we are going to change our relationship to the Native American people. All right. Think outside of the box. Here is a question. Listen closely. Here is the question. Should health care be a right of all people? Now, I agree with you. And what everybody here should know is that in every other major country on earth, healthcare is a right. Whether you go to Germany, whether you go to France, whether you go to the United Kingdom, whether you go to Italy, Holland, Scandinavia. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. Healthcare is a right of all Canadians. I think the time is long overdue for the United States of America to adopt a Medicare for all healthcare program. Now, there is going to be another ballot item here in California on November, which I think is an excellent idea. Right now, the pharmaceutical industry is ripping off the American people in an unconscionable way. They charge us the highest prices in the world. You can go into your pharmacy tomorrow. You've been, taking a medicine for 20 years. The price of that medicine could double, and they can get away with it. There's nothing right now in the law to prevent them from doing that. In California, there is a very interesting ballot item which says that in California, agencies here should not pay more than the Veterans Administration, the VA, is paying, because the VA negotiates prices with the pharmaceutical industry. I think that's a great idea. Now, the pharmaceutical industry, very powerful, they're going to spend tens of millions of dollars on TV ads lying to you and telling you why that proposition should not be passed. Don't believe them. We have got to control the price of prescription drugs in this country. A lot of people are getting sick. Some are dying because they just can't buy the medicine they need. We've got to stop the greed of the pharmaceutical industry. Last point that I want to make is everybody here knows, if you study American history for 5 minutes, that real change never comes from the top on down. It always comes from the bottom on up. You know what I mean by that? If you stand around and you moan and you groan, my wages are too low, I can't afford health care, I'm deeply in debt, you know, getting ripped off here and getting ripped off there. You just stand around and you moan and groan. That's what the ruling class of this country wants you to do. But when you stand together and demand change, you got power. Now just think about it. Think about it. 100 years ago, when workers in this country were forced to work 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, when children, 10, 12 years of age, were working in factories, losing their fingers, losing their hands, being around machinery that children obviously should not be around, workers stood up and they said, you know what? We're going to come together, we're going to form trade unions, we're going to fight for our dignity. That wasn't easy. That was not easy. It took courage. Think about 150 years ago when the abomination of slavery existed in America. You had African Americans and their allies saying that in the midst of all of this horror, this human suffering, the degradation, they said, we will fight so that the day will come when this nation will rid itself of racism and segregation and bigotry. And we will never know how many of those incredibly brave people died, went to jail, were beaten, were lynched, or whatever. We'll never know. But people showed incredible courage coming together over the years by the millions to end racism in this country. Think about something that the children in school probably don't even know today. 100 years ago, which is not a long time from an historical perspective, women in America did not have the right to vote, to get the education they wanted, or the jobs they wanted 100 years ago. But women stood up and they fought back. And they and their male allies said that in America, women will not be second-class citizens. Ten years ago, if we were in this room and somebody jumped up and said, you know, Bernie, I think that gay marriage will be legal in 50 states in this country, person next to her would have said, you're crazy. It ain't going to happen. It won't happen because there's too much homophobia, too much hatred, too much bigotry. Can't happen. But the gay community and their straight allies stood up, fought back, and said that in America, people should have the right to love whoever they want, regardless of their gender. What is my point as I take you down this path of American history? My point is that the establishment always says it can't be done. You want to end slavery? Can't be done. You want workers to have human dignity? Can't be done. You think women should have the right to vote? My God, they're supposed to stay home and have babies. How dare you think that? You think that senior citizens in this country should live in dignity with decent Social Security benefits. Don't be crazy, can't happen. That's always what goes on. And then what happens is people look around them, and with incredible courage, they say, wait a minute, that's crap, that's wrong. We're going to change things. And that's where we are today. Nothing that I have said to you today, none of the ideas that I brought out, I have to tell you, are particularly radical. They're not. And in fact, virtually every idea that I brought to you is supported by the vast majority of the American people. But what the system wants to do is not debate that issue. Should all people have health care? Should we rebuild our infrastructure? Should we raise the minimum wage? Should we make sure women get equal pay for equal work? Should we deal with climate change? Those are not the issues that the corporate media or that the establishment wants us to debate, because we will win that debate. What they want is for you to believe that these ideas, what Sanders is talking about, it's just too big, too radical, too crazy. It can't be done. And the answer is, once we believe that it can be done, it will be done. Exactly. Exactly. Si se puede is exactly right. So what this campaign is about and what is happening all over this country is people are looking around them and they're beginning to think. And they're saying, establishment politics and establishment economics, when you have candidates who are billionaires and dependent on billionaire or corporate money, can those candidates really bring the change that we need? And what people are looking around and they say, wait a second, they're listening to Pope Francis, who talks about a moral economy. And I was at the Vatican a couple of months ago at a conference on the moral economy. And people are asking themselves, is it moral, is it right that here in Disneyland you got a CEO making $46 million a year and paying his workers starvation wages? Is it right for companies to shut down factories here and move to low-wage countries around the world? Is it right for multinational corporations to make billions in profit and in a given year pay nothing in federal taxes? Is it right that we are the only major country on earth that does not guarantee paid family and medical leave? Is it right that our infrastructure continues to collapse while many of our people are unemployed? Should we be the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a right? Should young people be denied the right to get a college education because they come from low-income families? Well, guess what? That's exactly what the American people believe. Everything that you have just said is what the American people believe. And they're looking around them and they're saying, you know what, something is not quite right. It is wrong that I've got to go out and work 3 jobs and almost all new income and wealth goes to the top 1%. It is wrong that we maintain a broken immigration system. It is wrong that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth. Once we begin thinking about those issues, once we begin understanding that if we come together, if we do not allow the Donald Trumps of the world to divide us up, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. Now let me tell you why Donald Trump will not become president of the United States. In every major poll taken, both nationally and state by state, we defeat Donald Trump by very large numbers. And in fact, just on Sunday, I think it was, NBC had a poll. Clinton was defeating Trump by 3 points. We were defeating him by 15 points. And that's true in many states as well. But more importantly, this is why Trump will never become president, because the American people will not support a president who insults Mexicans and Latinos, who insults Muslims, who insults women, who insults African Americans and veterans. The American people understand that we are great as a nation because of our diversity. I'll bet you that in this room, there are folks here who have come from more than 100 countries all over the world. My family came from Poland. Some of your families came from Mexico. Some of them came from Italy, from Ireland, wherever it may be, from Africa, wherever it may be. That is what makes us strong, not weak. And we understand that at the end of the day, bringing our people together always trumps dividing us up. And the American people understand what Trump does not. And that this nation is great when we support each other. When your family is in trouble, my family's there for you. When my family's in trouble, you are there for us. That we do not allow veterans to sleep out on the street or children to go hungry. And the American people understand that supporting each other always trumps selfishness. And lastly, the American people understand what every major religion on earth has taught us for thousands of years, whether it's Christianity, whether it's Judaism, whether it's Islam, whether it's Buddhism, whatever it may be. And that is that at the end of the day, love always trumps hatred. Brothers and sisters, on June 7th, there are going to be 6 primary elections across this country. The most important is right here in California. There are 475 delegates up for grabs. That is far and away more delegates than any other state in this country, because California is obviously the largest state in the country. Now, this is what I have learned throughout the campaign process. We win when voter turnout is high. If we can bring out a large voter turnout on June 7th, we are going to win here in California and win big. And if we win big in California, we're going to go marching into the Democratic convention with a lot of momentum. And if we go marching into the Democratic convention with a lot of momentum, we're going to march out with the Democratic nomination. And if we march out with the Democratic nomination, Donald Trump is toast. So on June 7th, please do everything you can to come out to vote. You can vote early, get your family, your co-workers to vote. Let us show the world that this great state of California, one of the most progressive states in America, is going to lead the political revolution. Thank you all.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. My name is Mike Page. It is 11:33 here in Arizona. We just saw Bernie Sanders wrap up there in Anaheim, California, doing another big rally in preparation for that state's primary coming up in June. So he's really trying to make his plea to the voters why they should vote for him and keep him in contention for that Democratic primary support. All right, I'm going to get you caught up on some local headlines here. I do want to tell you, though, coming up in about 45 minutes, we are going to have a White House event. It's on gun violence prevention for state and local officials. So the White House is going to be hosting a forum, and we will be taking that live there for you. And, you know, it's great to talk about gun violence prevention, especially since we just lost a Phoenix police officer last week due to gun violence, due to a suspect shooting at the officer, pretty much in an ambush style. So be on the lookout for that White House forum. It's about 45 minutes away. If we do have any other events coming up before that, of course I will bring that to you live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. I do want to show you some good news right here. Coming out of the Dow Jones, up 206 points right now. Big day for tech and banks are doing well. They're helping get the Dow up. Really good. The total, we'll see in my name. It's almost 17,700 there. So it's a good rally for the stocks today, especially in the tech and banking sectors. All right, back to some action here. I'm going to get you caught up on some headlines from across the country while we do wait for some events to come in, as well as that White House conference. All right. From New York, the state's attorney general has sued Domino's Pizza affiliates and 3 franchises, alleging they underpaid workers based on payroll reports generated by the parent company's computer system. We've uncovered rampant wage violations at Domino's franchise stores and intensive involvement by Domino's headquarters that caused many of these violations. Attorney General Eric Scheidemann said Tuesday, at some point, a company has to take responsibility for its actions and for its workers' well-being. Schneiderman said the company knew since at least 2007 that its Pulse system payroll software undercalculated gross wages while still encouraging franchisees to use it. The suit filed Monday night in State Supreme Court in Manhattan alleges that 3 franchises and the company, as joint employers, underpaid workers at least $565,000 at 10 New York stores. It also seeks to determine full restitution owed to workers, a court finding that Domino's defrauded its franchisees and violated state law, and a monitor to ensure future compliance. The Ann Arbor, Michigan-based company called Schneiderman's lawsuit disappointing, saying it disregards the nature of franchising and demeans the role of small business owners. The company said it has worked with its office for 3 years trying to help franchisees comply with New York's complex wage laws. Domino's is the largest pizza delivery company in the U.S. and gets most of its sales and profits, $278 million in fiscal 2015 revenues, through its franchisee stores, the lawsuit said. Yet, while the employees who deliver pizza from Domino's franchise stores are the linchpin of Domino's business, Domino's and the franchisee respondents systematically failed to pay delivery workers all of their hard-earned and lawfully owed wages. Violations included failure to pay delivery workers the legal minimum wage and overtime rates and adequately reimburse their expenses, the suit alleges. In a new twist in the Attorney General's wage theft cases, which have returned $26 million to nearly 20,000 workers since 2011, it says the franchisor is liable as a joint employer because it exercised at a high level of control over employee conditions as its franchisee stores and because of its role in causing the wage violations at issue. We just saw Bernie Sanders, Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders, says comedian Larry David shouldn't worry about his role on NBC's Saturday Night Live. The Vermont senator joked in an interview with the Associated Press that he wants David to continue his job impersonating him on the late night show, which has just had its season finale last weekend. Speaking to the camera, Sanders says to David, "Larry, I am deeply concerned about unemployment in America. I want you to keep your job on Saturday Night Live." Sanders says he will fight to win his nomination, and David can have a job guaranteed good pay 4 years. Stay with me, Larry. Sanders made a cameo appearance on the show in February before the New Hampshire primary. The senator trails rival Hillary Clinton in the Democratic primaries. All right, here is a new stat. Many of America's young adults appear to be in no hurry to move out of their old bedrooms. For the first time on record, living with parents is now the most common arrangement for people ages 18 to 34. An analysis of census data by the Pew Research Center has found. And the proportion of older millennials, those ages 25 to 34 who are living at home, has reached its highest point, 19% on record, analysts said. Nearly 1/3 of all millennials live with their parents, slightly more than the proportion who live with a spouse or partner. It's the first time that living at home has outpaced living with a spouse for this age group since such record keeping began in 1880. The remaining young adults are living alone with other relatives in college dorms as roommates or other circumstances. The sharp shift reflects a long-running decline in marriage amplified by the economic upheavals of the Great Recession. The trend has been particularly evident among Americans who lack a college degree. The pattern may be a contributing factor in the sluggish growth of the U.S. economy, which depends heavily on consumer spending. With more young people living with their parents rather than on their own, fewer people need to buy appliances, furniture, or cable subscriptions. The recovery from the 2008-2009 recession has been hobbled by historically low levels of home construction and home ownership. Jennifer Post, who is 26, has been living with her parents in Villas, New Jersey since dropping out of law school 2 years ago. A law career wasn't a good fit for her, Post decided, and now she's seeking a job in digital media or marketing. There aren't many opportunities in Villas, a beach town. Even living at home, she says it's been hard to save to move to a bigger city after she was laid off from a banking job in March. Post spends her days on her laptop sending resumes and refreshing LinkedIn and other job sites. To her parents, it looks as though she's slacking off. It's definitely a generation gap, she said. I think they literally think I just sit down and watch Netflix all day. As recently as 2000, nearly 43% of young adults ages 18 to 34 were married or living with a partner. By 2014, that proportion was just 31%. In 2000, only 23% of young adults were living with parents. In 2014, that figure reached to 32%. The proportion of young adults living with their parents is similar to the proportions that prevailed from 1880 through 1940 when the figure peaked. Yet in those decades, the most common arrangement by young adults was living with a spouse rather than with their parents. We've simply got a lot more singles, said Richard Fry, lead author of the report and senior economist at Pew. They're the group that more likely to live with their parents. The typical U.S. woman now marries at 27 years old, the typical man at 29, according to census data. That's up from record lows of 20 for women and 22 for men back in 1956. They're concentrating more on school, careers, and work, and less focused on forming new families, spouses, or partners and children. The shift also has been disrupting the housing market. One mystery that's confounded analysts is why there aren't more homes for sale. The lack of available homes has driven up prices and made it less affordable for many would-be purchasers to buy. So that is a really, really fascinating study. You figure goes back to 1880, where there are now more millennials, more people living with their parents. They're not living with a significant other or a different kind of arrangement. No, they are living with their parents, and they are still saying that they are struggling to make ends meet. This is going to be interesting as we move forward here. Just going to be, I don't know what's going to happen, but it's just very interesting, to say the least. All right, Ferguson, Missouri. Ferguson City Attorney says she's stepping down just a few weeks after the St. Louis suburb engulfed in racial unrest since Michael Brown's 2014 death announced they were looking to replace her as a local prosecutor. Stephanie Carr announced her resignation Monday in writing, calling the decision her own. Carr has been with the city attorney since 2004 and Ferguson prosecutor since 2011. Carr has been criticized by the federal investigation of Ferguson's justice system after the police shooting death of Brown, who was black and unarmed, by a white police officer. All right, folks, we are in the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. My name is Mike Page. I'm going to be just reading you some stories here as we get going on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Coming up in about a half an hour, we are going to have that gun violence prevention White House forum coming up in just about 30 minutes away. So once that comes live for us, I'll take that. Do want to show you earlier today, President Obama still in Vietnam delivering remarks on entrepreneurship. So let me get that loaded up here for you. This happened at 3 o'clock Eastern in the morning. So I doubt anybody was part of the stream then. We didn't have the stream open either. But now you get to watch it. Here we go.
Xin chào. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, it's wonderful to be here in Ho Chi Minh City. Please have a seat. I just had the opportunity to visit the Jade Emperor Pagoda. And I think going from a 100-year-old sacred temple to this 21st century dreamplex is, I think, a wonderful expression of the evolution that's taken place here in Vietnam, a country that honors its history, but is also boldly racing towards the future. And that's also the story of this city. This is a city on the move, and we could see as we were traveling in from the airport all the activity that's currently taking place. And I'm not just talking about the traffic, although I do think it might be easier to be on a motorbike than a motorcade. But this city, like this country, is full of energy. You can see it in the skyscrapers shooting above the horizon and the shops that are springing up in every corner. You can see it online, where tens of millions of Vietnamese are connecting with each other and with the world. And you can feel it here at Dreamplex, where ideas are becoming a reality. I just had a chance to see some of these ideas in action. Young people who are making things happen. I saw a virtual game that can help people recover from nerve injuries, to a machine that lets you smartphone control a laser cutter, although you have to be careful with the laser cutter where you point it. But some of this energy may be due to your famous café tron. That stuff is strong, I understand. But the real driver of Vietnam's growth and the engine of Ho Chi Minh City is the spirit of entrepreneurship, the spirit that brings us here today. And I see it everywhere I travel all around the world. I meet people, and especially young people, like the three that we're about to meet, who are eager to strike out on their own, start something new, and shape their own destinies. Many want to do more than just create a great new app for a phone. They want to contribute to their communities and help people live better lives. And that's what entrepreneurship is all about. It's building businesses, making a profit, hopefully, but it's also about creating good jobs and developing new products and devising ways to serve others. Entrepreneurship is also the fuel for prosperity that puts rising economies on the path to success. It's what gives young people, like so many of you, the chance to channel your energy and your passion into something that is bigger than yourselves. And it allows us to come across countries and cultures to solve some of the world's greatest challenges. Of course, being an entrepreneur is not easy. It's not easy in the United States. It's not easy here in Vietnam. It's not easy any place in the world. It can be tough to get started. It's hard to access capital. It's hard to get the skills that you need to run a business. You might not always have the mentors and the networks that can help guide you along the way. And it can be especially difficult for women, for others who traditionally are not viewed as being at the center of business life in a country, haven't had all the access to the same opportunities. So we've got to tap all the talent that's out there. Just because you are born poor does not mean you should not be able to start a business. Just because you don't look like the traditional businessman doesn't mean you can't make a great product or deliver a great service. And that's why Dreamplex is so important. It's not only a home for digital entrepreneurs like you, it's also a place where you can share ideas and work together and build a community that supports each other. And incubators like this allow Vietnam, alongside its emphasis on entrepreneurship, to see more startups happening in this country than ever before. Recently, in 1 year alone, the funding for startups doubled in this country. And we're seeing major acquisitions, like Fossil Group's takeover of Misfit Wearables, a Vietnamese company that makes devices like fitness trackers. We're seeing Vietnamese Americans who are coming here to start new ventures. And that shows the strong bond between the United States and Vietnam. And the world is taking notice. A leading global venture capital firm called 500 Startups just launched a $10 million fund here in Ho Chi Minh City. Next month at our Global Entrepreneurship Summit, something that I've been hosting now for several years, I'll welcome 8 Vietnamese entrepreneurs to Silicon Valley so that they can learn from some of the best entrepreneurs and startups and venture capitalists in the world. And your success sends a message to global investors about this country's incredible potential for innovation. Hopefully it also encourages other Vietnamese entrepreneurs to chase that new great idea and start that new company, which will continue to fuel an ever-expanding Vietnamese economy. I'm here today because the United States is committed to being a partner as you grow. With the Peace Corps coming to Vietnam for the first time, our volunteers are going to help more Vietnamese learn English, the language that so often is used in the global economy. With programs like our Young Southeast Asian Leaders Initiative, we're helping give thousands of young people across Vietnam the skills and networks they need to turn their ideas into action. With our U.S.-ASEAN Connect initiative, we're matching American investors with Vietnamese entrepreneurs in areas like clean energy. With the Women's Entrepreneurship Center we're going to open here in Vietnam, We Create is what we're going to call it, will help empower the next generation of women business owners. And if we really want to encourage entrepreneurship and innovation, I should mention that we need to move ahead with the Trans-Pacific Partnership, because TPP will not only let us sell more of our goods.
All right, folks, I do want to take you to a live shot happening right now. This is a fundraiser, a barbecue fundraiser for Officer David Glasser, who died last week being shot by a suspect. So right now they are having, the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association is holding a benefit barbecue for the family of slain Phoenix Police Officer David Glasser, happening right now. 100% of the proceeds will be donated to the Glasser family. The barbecue runs from 11 a.m. all the way to 10 p.m. in the Plea Garage Grill, 1102 West Adams. All right, folks, and once again, this is happening right now, this memorial barbecue for Officer David Glasser, and this is going to help his family members. 100% of all the proceeds will be donated to the Glasser family. This is going on all the way to 10 p.m. So if you're in Arizona and if you can make it out, it's at 1102 West Adams. Go out there and support this fallen officer and his family. Make a donation. If you can't get out there, make a donation online. You can do that at www.azplea.com. Again, that's www.azplea.com, and make a donation if you can't make it out to this little fundraiser that they have going on here right now. Memorial barbecue happening right now, all the way to 10 p.m. So you could get lunch, you could get dinner, bring out the family, bring out some neighbors, and honor this fallen officer, David Glasser, who will be laid to rest later this week. Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are out here in Phoenix where a barbecue memorial is happening for fallen officer David Glasser. You can see a lot of Phoenix Fire Department is out, as well as police agencies from all across Arizona coming out to support the fallen officer and his family during this very, very difficult time, but they are trying to raise some more funds for the family. 100% of all the donations happening at this barbecue will be given to the family to help in the to help them throughout the years. See, they're giving away water. This is happening at 1102 West Adams. If you can't make it out, but you still want to donate, you can do that at www.azplea.com. Again, that's www.azplea.com, and you can make a donation, or you can come out if you're local here in Arizona. Come out to 1102 West Adams. They're going to be out there all day and evening till 10 p.m. They're going to be cooking up. You can see what they got: hot dogs, hamburgers. Just make a donation and help the family, help this fallen officer. He has 2 young children, as well as a loving wife that are survived by him. So make a donation, and then you get some good food as well. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are local here now, live and local, for this barbecue memorial for the officer who just last week, we had a terrible, terrible tragedy here in Arizona. A Phoenix officer was ambushed during a burglary call and passed away a day later. They are now having a memorial for that officer. 1102 West Adams in Phoenix. Go out there. They're going to be doing it all day today. Looks like we have this shot frozen. But go out there. It's happening all the way to 10 p.m. Go out there, and if you can't make a donation out there and you can't leave wherever you're at right now, maybe you're at work or maybe you're going to be going to work in a little bit, you could always make a donation at www.azplea.com. Again, that's www.azplea.com, azplea.com. 100% of all donations will be going to the Glasser family. He did leave behind 2 young children and a loving wife. All right, since we did lose that feed there, we are going to go now to President Obama from just a little bit ago, still in Vietnam, doing remarks on entrepreneurship and opportunity. And in about 15 minutes, we'll have a White House Live event for you as well.
About building, bringing convenient and modern lifestyle to Vietnamese people. So imagine that a working mom has a job from 6 to 9, from 9 to 6, and then after 6 p.m. she has to rush to the supermarket to shop for her home dinner. It probably takes her an hour to get home and then ready to cook for the family.
Because the traffic is...
Right, traffic jam. So basically imagine that one day she can sit in her office and order all the ingredients, and when she gets home, the ingredient will be ready for her to cook dinner for her family. So every day we can save her an hour to spend more time with her family. Imagine that we can save her 360 hours per year, which translates to 7,300 hours over 20 years, which is equivalent to almost a year. So we can save a woman a year over 20 years. So that's our dream. But basically, it's very challenging because even online grocery in America is difficult because of the infrastructure. It's very, very difficult for us to get the items to the customer on time. And especially, we have a commitment to deliver it within 2 hours, which is quite impossible when we first started. But then we are very committed. So we build our own delivery infrastructure. We build our own delivery man. And up to now, I think we have the feeling of it, so we are able to deliver our product as fast as we can to satisfy the customers. So a couple of challenges that I think either the government in Vietnam or the U.S. government can help us is first is to help us to build up our infrastructure, the logistics, the payments, etc., and bring new technology to Vietnam. So that's always been my dream.
So so one of the challenges is just making sure that you have the physical infrastructure so that you can deliver fast enough. But in terms of the digital infrastructure, is that well developed because everybody has a smartphone now?
It's much better now because people are getting used to using their smartphone to order things online. 3 years ago when I first started, it was so difficult to get people online, but now it's very easy. But still, so the operation infrastructure is not there yet. So we need to learn it from successful companies like Amazon, or we need to come up with our own solution in Vietnam, because the street in Vietnam is not the same in the U.S. You understand, right? So we have all the delivery men in motorbike, and they have to know their way around. Yeah, it's very difficult to install GPS for the delivery man.
And just one last question, in terms of access to capital, typically our startups here financed, self-financed, or are they financed through the banks? Is there enough of a sort of a bank infrastructure for small businesses and medium-sized businesses? Or are you using, are most entrepreneurs using family savings? Is there venture capital? How are people getting started?
Well, that's a very good question. To be honest, I think in Vietnam, it's very difficult to get early funding, especially there's not that many venture capital fund here in Vietnam. For seed funding and angel investors, very limited. I think most of the investors in Vietnam, they want to invest in companies that have track records, which is quite a challenge for startup in Vietnam. Right. So we have Fiery Startup here. It's a good news for us. And we hope that in the near future, more venture funds can come to Vietnam, especially from America, to help us grow all the new businesses.
Well, I'm trying to do some advertising for you here. Hopefully somebody's paying attention back in the United States.
Thank you very much.
Hung, you were talking about agriculture. Obviously, a large portion of Vietnam is still dependent on basic agricultural and small farmers. Is the goal here for them to be able to move their products to market at a better price and more quickly, or is it that you want to move up the value chain so that there's more processing that's taking place? So it's not just rice or other crops, but it's also the products that are derived from the foodstuffs that are being grown, or is it all of the above? Tell me a little bit more about how you see the opportunity for agriculture to accelerate here in Vietnam.
I guess all of the above. Of course, by ourselves, we cannot change the whole industries, but with many investors and entrepreneurs working together, we believe that we can make a positive impact. So as I mentioned, there are two parts in our business. One is to apply more technology in agriculture. Some technology is just very, very simple, using text message, using simple tracking tools, simple automation on the farm, greenhouse, etc. That improves the productivity massively, and that helps directly the farmers to increase their output and, as a result, their income. And secondly, basically have a trusted brand and add more value and bring the products to the end users at a higher price. And obviously, the result of that is also higher income. And we understand that there are a lot of challenges, like Bea mentioned. The logistics is not there yet, quite yet. The infrastructure, there's still a lot to do. But we have a very young team in Dalat, where our farm is. And we have a lot of, I know personally, a lot of people, young people, who start their work in agriculture. And we have so much passion and energy and drive. And beyond that, we even have a strategy and action plan to make this happen. So hopefully in the next few years, you'll see some very positive change in agriculture in Vietnam.
Quang, when you think about business here versus businesses you're accustomed to seeing it in the United States, what are some of the big differences? And are there particular areas where you think strategic investment would really make a big difference in helping all these startups take off? And in terms of Microsoft's strategy, are your main clients large businesses and just helping them with respect to IT, or are you also working with some of these smaller startups to see how you can grow their businesses and hopefully help them really take off?
I'm sure you have heard from Satya Nadella, our CEO. Our company mission is to empower every person, every organization on the planet to achieve more. And I think there's no better market to do that than in Vietnam because of the young entrepreneurs that we have here and the internet penetration, the mobile base that we have here with young people. And I think that in terms of capturing the opportunity, I think that's important for us to look at for our government and businesses and entrepreneurs to really balance the opportunity and the responsibility in this new world that we live in, which is the mobile first, cloud first world. And so if you look at the challenges in that respect, I think public policy, regulatory environment needs to be more conducive, right? Need to be modernized to address the digital economy. And I think that Vietnam is not unique in that space as a developing market. I think in the U.S., the same is being faced with, how do we deal with e-commerce, cross-border taxation issues, and things of that nature. But I think that Vietnam can leapfrog other markets and seeing and capturing that opportunity. And for Microsoft Vietnam in particular, we have a national empowerment plan that basically mirrors the government ICT master plan by 2020 to really develop Vietnam's ICT advanced nation. And so in that regard, we look at the 3 key pillars, which is the ICT infrastructure of the country, helping really secure the cyber security apparatus of the country, really looking at the issue of privacy, data protection, the ICT infrastructure for a national cloud, to really take advantage of that. And also our investment in the second pillar, which is about small and medium-sized enterprises. I think that is going to be the driving factor for the economic growth of this country. We have, about 500,000 SMBs, businesses here in that size. And so I would say that the startup community is also the micro businesses that are starting out, and we have programs that provide free software, free cloud services to these startups. So this way they can really focus on developing the best products. And then obviously the education side, we really have to look at capacity building. And that is to really help the Vietnamese move from a labor-intensive economy into more of a knowledge economy, knowledge-based economy. And that is really getting them with the right skill set for ICT skill sets. And also, we need to really invest, a bit more on STEM education. And we're doing that and teaching with technology in the classrooms and really doing a lot of these startup community, co-working space, community events to really promote coding, because I think that's very important. And I think you were in KL when we did the Hour of Code, and where you worked with the Prime Minister and coding with the children. I think that's something that we do here annually as well. Yeah.
I think that's a great point, and Viv and Hung, maybe you want to talk about this a little bit. Ultimately, what makes startups and entrepreneurs successful is good ideas and the human capital. Obviously, investors are important and infrastructure is important, but the most important thing is people. And when you look at Vietnam right now, it seems as if a culture of entrepreneurship is really beginning to grow. But one of the questions that I always have to ask myself in the United States is whether our education system is equipping our children effectively enough to be able to move forward on their ideas. So you're both very young, so you can still remember what it's like to go to school. For me, I've forgotten, but I will say that when I was going to school, we didn't have computers. Well, you had these big mainframe computers, but you didn't have personal computers. So how do you see the education system here adapting to the needs of this new 21st century economy?
Sorry. I still remember taking entrepreneurship classes in the U.S., and I found it so helpful for me to learn about, how to write a business plan, how to pitch to investor, how to, develop a financial model. And I think when I got back here, I don't find that many entrepreneurship classes in Vietnam. So I think that there's an empty area that we can tap on. And secondly, I think after the startup get funding, I think they also need mentorship program. Those are the things that really helps the startup community in Vietnam. And I also think that I used to be an exchange student. I came to the US when I was 17. I'm very thankful for that because I learned so much about innovations, and I learned how to dream big and always hope for a brighter future. So I think there's a chance for us to also create exchange program, not just for students but for working adults. Especially we can send young startup to do on-the-job training or internship program at some U.S. company. So those are the things that I really want to to get to the audience.
Good.
I would like to add to what we just said is the power of technology. Again, I go back to this point. With technology, really, students nowadays have access to a lot more information, a lot more well-informed, and education opens a new sector for startups to come and basically kind of disrupt the sector. So our friend Hill at Global Shapers, he has his own education startup. Another friend that we know very well, Tu, she launched Elsa that helps students to learn English through an app. So all of those examples, you can see that technology basically just opens the doors and opens opportunities for Vietnamese students to access to global knowledge. And the evidence of that is most of the team that I work with in Vietnam for my previous startup and even at many companies at Sitcom right now, they're all educated in Vietnam. I'm one of the very lucky few that got years of education in the States. But I respect my colleagues a lot every day for they're so smart. They learn in Vietnam. They learn not only by going to school, but also by doing, by talking to older people, and obviously learning from the internet. So I do think that technology is changing education.
Well, Kwa was talking about leapfrogging. One of the things that you're seeing in countries all around the world is if they hadn't already developed a telephone infrastructure with cellular or with landlines and telephone poles and underground tunnels, now suddenly they just go straight to cellular towers and smartphones. And banking is done there, and commerce is done through phones, and so they've leapfrogged over the infrastructure requirements of old systems. And the same is true with education, right? If done properly, the opportunity for online education that is much cheaper, but is still of high quality, that can accelerate the ability of a child here in Vietnam to learn coding, learn business practices, and so forth, without an expensive education or having to study overseas is hugely important. And with our contribution through the Peace Corps, through entrepreneurship summits, through the sponsorships that we're getting various companies to engage in, our hope is that we'll be able to provide the kind of training to young people that will be incredibly powerful for them in the future. And we want to thank the Vietnamese government for their cooperation, because a lot of these systems that we're trying to build we could not do if it were not for the strong support that we're receiving from them. But any other closing thoughts that you think either the President of the United States or the President of Vietnam or any of these business leaders here should hear about?
Mr. President, let me ask you a question.
Oh, sure. Titus turn.
So when you were a kid, did you dream of becoming president one day?
No. I think there's some people who, they had a very clear vision for themselves. I really didn't. I was not as well organized as all of you when I was young. I think it wasn't until I was in college that I began to develop a sense of wanting to make a difference. And even then, I did not know exactly how I might do it. I was actually very skeptical of politics because I thought politicians weren't always looking out for the people, that too often I thought they were looking out for themselves. So I actually worked in communities to try to hold politicians accountable. That was the first job that I did in nonprofit, the nonprofit sector. So it wasn't really until I think I finished law school that I thought that I might be interested in public service. In fact, I went to law school with now as my trade representative, our ambassador, Michael Froman, and he was much smarter than me. But it wasn't until I came out of law school that I thought that maybe I might run for office at some point. But the important point I think I want to make is that so many of the young people here today, certainly all of you, Kwa, you sort of qualify as young. You're young at heart. These two are young. You're younger than me. But so many of the young people I meet today, I think, have a different idea of their careers and their lives. I think they're much more sophisticated. I think the internet has exposed them to a lot more ideas of what they can do. I believe that many young people recognize that the old system where you find yourself a job and then you work in that same job for 30 or 40 years is less likely to be the path for them because the economy is just changing so quickly. And so I think there's much more interest on the part of all the young people I meet, certainly here in Southeast Asia, in the States, Africa, Europe, wherever I go, to try to make it on their own and to try to find collaborations with groups of people who are interested in the same things they are and to see if they can make it happen. And I think that's a wonderful thing. It's challenging. I think there's one of the well-known rules in Silicon Valley is that if you haven't failed quite a bit, then you're probably not a very good entrepreneur because the first idea you have is not always going to work. And you have to be resilient and to be able to learn from your failures as much as your successes. But I truly believe that this generation is not only being entrepreneurial when it thinks about business, but also entrepreneurial when it thinks about trying to solve social problems, entrepreneurial when it thinks about government and making government more responsive and accountable to ordinary people. And it makes me very hopeful for the future. So, yeah.
I guess the entrepreneurial spirit is very much ingrained in Vietnamese people, just like with Americans. And you have seen, and your staff have seen here, the very vibrant startup and business community here in Ho Chi Minh City. Just imagine how much more it can be if there's more exchange of knowledge, of capital, technical know-how between the two countries, US and Vietnam. And on that note, my question for you would be, if your daughter, taking a gap year from Harvard College, tells you next week that she wants to live in Vietnam for a year, what did you tell her?
Well, I would encourage it, but what I've learned is that my daughter, Malia, will be 18 next month, and she already doesn't listen to me, whatever I say. So, so if you want her to come to Vietnam, I shouldn't be the one to tell her. Maybe you should tell her. Yeah, absolutely. But certainly, I would recommend students from the States to come and study here as much as I'm encouraging Vietnamese students to come and study in the United States. Young people are going to be living in an interconnected world, in a global marketplace. And every business has to think globally, even small businesses. if you have a good product today, you can reach billions of people if you have a good strategy, you have good marketing, you can handle the logistics. And so the barriers to entry that used to exist where only a Boeing or a GE or a very large company could operate in Vietnam is no longer true. And the same is true for small businesses here in Vietnam. If you have an interesting product that is unique and perhaps is very common in Vietnam, but nobody knows about in the United States, oftentimes some of the best ways to start a business is to take something that is very popular one place, but is unknown someplace else, and be the first person to sell that product in another country. So I think part of the education that young people have to have is to understand other cultures and understand other markets. If you're lucky enough to be able to travel, then that's one way to do it. But one of the wonderful things about the internet is it gives you an opportunity to learn about another place, even if you can't set foot there. So that's something that I continually emphasize. So, all right, last
Sure.
question or comment.
All right, I have a question. You, in your opening remarks, you mentioned about TPP, and we didn't have a chance to talk about that. And so TPP is considered a 21st century trade agreement dealing directly with the digital economy. Talking about the rules of law expanding to security and privacy, and also cross-border data flow. TPP is very important to Vietnam. And I know that the Vietnam...
All right, folks, we're going to take you out live here to Van Nuys, California, where there is a shooting investigation happening right now. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm going to work to get you some info here. While we see police investigate, it looks like a motel or a small apartment complex. You can see the chopper just panning out here to show you the scene right here. You can see the neighborhood around the area where police are investigating. All right, folks, and it looks like Skyfox there in LA is leaving the scene. We'll try to get you some info if it does become available. Right now, Hillary Clinton in California speaking live. Let's go there.
I want to thank my friend, your Lieutenant Governor, Gavin Newsom, my friend as well, your mayor, Eric Garcetti. I want to thank Marvin Kropke, the president of IBEW Local 11. I want to thank Monica De Leon, member of the Ask Me Local 3299, who was out here. And Alicio Medina, executive director of Mi Familia Vota. Thank you. I also know that we have representatives of not only the IBEW here today, but the laborers, UFCW, SEIU, NEA, AFT, the pipe fitters, the plumbers, the iron workers, IATSE, carpenters, Ask Me, painters. Wow, we could build and run anything with the people here in this hall. I am so happy to be here with you and to have a chance to talk a little about what's at stake in this election. I think you know because you're here. You understand that this election has to be about knocking down the barriers that stand in the way of people in our country getting ahead, that are holding families back. We've got to get incomes rising. We've got to get more good jobs. People have to be able to work hard and see the results of their hard work. And here's how we're going to do it. We're going to do it by investing in infrastructure, manufacturing, clean energy, because some country is going to be the clean energy superpower. It's going to be either Germany, China, or us. I want it to be us. And I have to brag on IBEW because IBEW is helping to lead the way, including right here at one of the largest net zero retrofits in the country. If you want to see the future, you're part of it here. I'm excited about what we can do together. I think there is absolutely nothing America can't do if we start rolling our sleeves up and solving problems, if we start showing respect to each other and listening to one another, if we start valuing again the hard work that people like those of you here do every single day for your families and your futures. And it won't surprise you to hear me say that I think the economy does better when we have a Democrat in the White House. Now, I know that always gets my Republican friends a little agitated. But, you know, the truth is the truth. Facts are the facts. You are entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts, right? I mean, we don't have to go back to the beginning of our country. We can go back 25 years. I remember way back in the 1990s, as my husband might say. I mean, we did have 23 million new jobs. We did have incomes rising for everybody, not just those at the top. We did lift more people out of poverty than at any time in our recent history. And we balanced the budget and ended up with a surplus. And we saw median family income go up. Median family income went up 17%. Now, think about that. In fact, for African American families, it went up 33%. People were working. People were investing. people were buying homes. They were saving money for their kids to go to college if that's what they wanted to do. And then what happened? We got a Republican president and a Republican administration. Now again, you know, it's just not a matter of opinion. We saw what happened. The answer for any Republican seems to be cut taxes on the wealthy. And that's what they did. And then they took their eyes off the financial markets and the mortgage markets. And we had the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. And we've come a long way since that financial crisis, haven't we? But let's not forget what happened then. Because if you don't remember your history, you may be condemned to repeat it. And somebody may come along promising that he can make the economy great without telling you what he would do other than slash taxes. Donald Trump's tax plan was written by a billionaire for billionaires, best as I can tell. And we lost, think about this, we lost 9 million jobs because of the Great Recession. 5 million homes were lost. Now you multiply the 9 million people who lost their jobs, the 5 million families that lost their homes, we're talking about many, many millions of Americans who were directly affected and others who were indirectly affected. Because when your brother or your friend or your son, they lose their jobs, that affects you too. And we've got a family home that is lost. You may have 3, 4, 5 people living in that home. So this was a devastating financial crisis. And I'll tell you, I don't think that President Obama gets the credit he deserves for making sure it did not get worse. And so we've got to take stock about where we are and figure out how much further we can go, because I'm not satisfied. You shouldn't be either. We still need more good jobs. We still need more incomes to be raised. And we got to take an honest look. A lot of our laws that affect the economy, affect the workplace, affect the family are really from another era. They do not take into account what is happening in America today. So, first, let's give families a raise, and let's start with raising the federal minimum wage and support states and localities like LA that want to go further, because that does push up pay for everybody else, not just minimum wage workers. I was proud to stand with workers who were in the fight for $15. I was proud to stand for people who wanted to form unions to be able to bargain and organize and get better pay and benefits. I just believe that this concerted effort that economic forces and politicians are undertaking to undermine the American labor movement is one of the reasons why the American middle class is in trouble. The American labor movement helped to build the American middle class. And that's what I want to see again. I want more good jobs. You know, if we invest in infrastructure, we're going to put a lot of IBEW members and other trades members to work building that infrastructure. And I also believe that we can do advanced manufacturing in America. I believe we can still make it in America and export from America. We've invented a lot of the things that are going to determine the future. You know, precision machining, 3Ds, right? We're going to get to education too. Because you can't do any of this without having the education and the skills and the training that you need. And here's what I think. I think that we need to start with early childhood education so every child gets a chance to be successful in school. And then we need to work with our educators and our teachers to give them the support they deserve to have to do the most important job there is. And we're going to make college affordable. People should not have to borrow money. If you're a middle class, working family, you should not have to borrow money to send your child to a public college or university. And we're going to help you refinance and get rid of your debt. So in addition to creating more jobs and getting people into the workforce, we need to guarantee equal pay for women's work. Now I got to tell you, I got to tell you, this is not just a woman's issue, is it? It's a family issue. It's an economic issue. If you have a mother, a wife, a sister, a daughter who's working, it's your issue. It's one of the fastest ways to raise family income, to make sure that women finally get what they have not been given in too many places. I mean, one of the other arguments for unions is you know what people get paid, right? A union contract sets it out. So it's transparent. People can see it. But in too many jobs, that's not the case. You can get fired or retaliated against if you're trying to find out whether you are being paid the same for doing the same job. Some of you have heard of Lilly Ledbetter, right? Lilly Ledbetter worked in a factory for decades. She worked her way up from the floor to a supervisor position. And she was the only woman in the supervisor position. And she just worked her heart out. She got good evaluations. She enjoyed her work. And it wasn't until years later she found out she was being paid 40% less for doing the same job than her male counterparts. Now, I've got no problem with people making what they're supposed to make. I have a problem with one person, a woman, not making what she was supposed to make. And you know what's really important to think about? And as Lelia said to me, she's a friend of mine, she said, my husband and I, we worked so hard, and I was bringing home less than I should have. And what that meant was that, we couldn't do everything we wanted to do in our lives. But it also meant now that she's a widow, her Social Security is 40% less than it would have been. Her pension is 40% less. So this is an issue that is about families and fundamental fairness. Now, everything I've just said to you, Donald Trump disagrees with. I mean, we're hearing something very different from him. In fact, he has said that Americans are being paid too much. He talked about getting rid of the federal minimum wage altogether. I'll tell you what, Trump economics is a recipe for lower wages, fewer jobs, and more debt. And I want you to hear this, because you know what happened during the Great Recession. Donald Trump said when he was talking about the possibility of a housing market crash before the Great Recession. He said, I sort of hope that happens. He actually said that. He actually said he was hoping for the crash that caused hardworking families in California and across America to lose their homes, all because he thought he could take advantage of it to make some money for himself. And now he says he wants to roll back the financial regulations that we have imposed on Wall Street to let them run wild again. Well, I'll tell you what, you and I together, we're not going to let him bankrupt America. And he has experience in bankruptcy. Right? So, you know, I don't know if that's one of the qualifications for running for president, but I kind of doubt it. He's bankrupted companies. I said yesterday, I don't know how you lose money running casinos. I just don't understand that. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm never going to let Wall Street bankrupt Main Street again. I am I'm never going to let the Republicans roll back the financial reforms that we've got to prevent that from ever happening again. In fact, I want to go even further. It is not enough just to have regulations on the big banks. We need regulations on what's called the shadow banking sector, the hedge funds, the insurance companies. Now, people say to me, well, you know, you're going after Trump. I say, you bet I am, because I don't want what he is saying to go unanswered. Honestly, you know, here's a person running for president who calls into shows and just basically says whatever the thought of the day might be. And I mean, like, you know, call me old-fashioned. I think it matters what you say when you're running for president, and it really matters when you are president. And I think there are 3 tests that voters should apply to anybody running for president. Can you produce, not just talk about, can you produce results that will make the lives of hardworking Americans better? What are they, and how are you going to do them, and how do we know you can do them? Secondly, can you protect our country and continue to make sure that America is leading with strength and steadiness? And number 3, can you unify our country? Now, I think those are the 3 big tests that we've got to all answer to you about in this election. That's why I've outlined what I want to do on infrastructure and manufacturing and clean renewable energy, how I want to change the tax code so that we actually incentivize companies bringing jobs here and penalize companies trying to move jobs out of the United States. It's why I've proposed that if a company has gotten one penny of government help from the federal government, the state, or the local government, they have to return all that money before they can be allowed to move any jobs out of America. That's why I've said I want a millionaire's tax on millionaires, because if you look at what's happened in the last years, the rich have not paid their fair share. The only thing we know about Donald Trump's taxes are a couple of years of returns that he had to turn over to one of the states he was trying to get a casino in. It showed he did not pay a penny, not a penny in federal taxes. He goes around saying, well, we've got to have a stronger military, but he sure doesn't want to pay a penny to protect our men and women in uniform and make sure we are ready to defend our country. Now, it may be that he hasn't paid ever any federal income tax. That's why we want to see his tax returns. Everybody else has had to turn over their tax returns who has been the nominee of a party running for president. So we're going to keep asking. You know, that's right. Let's see what you got there. So I think we've got a lot we can do together to make sure we have positive results. I am going to continue to fight hard to make sure that we get quality, affordable health care for everybody. And that means bringing down the cost of premiums, of co-pays, deductibles, and prescription drug costs. But I also want to be sure that we do more for two problems that people have talked to me about everywhere I've gone in this country for the past year: mental health and addiction. You know, these are two problems that can affect any family. Every family is vulnerable. No family is immune. And I want to do much more to make sure that if you have a mental health challenge, there's no stigma for you seeking treatment, and you get the treatment you need or that someone in your family needs. And if you have addictions, you've got to be able to get into treatment and try to get on the path to recovery as quickly as possible. I mean, what is more important than your job, a job with purpose and dignity, with an income that will give you the chance to provide for your family the way that you want to, an education that if you start early and you go through school, if you don't go to college, you go to an apprenticeship program, you go to technical training. And your health, every part of your health. If you have diabetes, you don't mind telling somebody. If you have depression, maybe not so much. We got to get beyond that. So I know we can produce positive results, grow the economy, make it fairer, invest for long-term outcomes. And then I think it's important, as you vote in the California primary by mail or on June 7th, thank you, that you think and you talk to your friends and ask them to think that they're voting not just for a president, but a commander-in-chief. And this is one of the areas that most concerns me about Donald Trump. You know, in just the past 2 weeks, he has attacked our closest, strongest ally, Britain. He has praised the dictator in North Korea. Although I was kind of struck today when spokesman for North Korea said they're not interested in talking to Donald Trump. I suppose that is a blessing, I guess, right? But he's also said he doesn't mind if other countries get nuclear weapons. He has talked about using a nuclear weapon against ISIS, not even a state. He has talked about pulling out of NATO, our strongest military alliance. He has said, let's go back to torturing people. He has said, He's not going to let Muslims into the country, except he'll make some exceptions, like for the new mayor of London, right? You know, what he's saying is being heard all over the world. And we just had proof that ISIS and other terrorist organizations are using his words to recruit. They just take it off the media and they put it in their online propaganda. And they say, this man's running for president. He's the presumptive Republican nominee. Look what he's saying about Muslims. This is not just offensive, this is dangerous. You know, I know a little bit about the hard choices that make their way to the Situation Room in the White House. Only the hardest choices get there that the president has to decide. I'll just give you a couple of quick examples and why what Trump is saying could make our world more dangerous and could put America in a much more difficult position in trying to lead. You know, I put together the coalition that imposed sanctions on Iran in order to get them to the negotiating table to be able to impose a lid on their nuclear weapons program. It was important for a lot of reasons, one of which was we don't want all the countries in that region having nuclear weapons. That would be bad news for the region, bad news for the world and America. So you have to have a focus, and yes, it's hard work. It took me 18 months. You go at it day after day, and then we began the negotiations, and Secretary Kerry completed them. But you got to get all kinds of people to sign up. And loose talk, like a loose cannon, can misfire. Or I was in Cambodia at a meeting of Asian nations in November of 2012, and I get a call from the Israeli government. They said, look, Hamas in Gaza is dumping rockets on us again. We can't let this continue, and we can't find anybody in the region that we can talk to who will stop it. So we're going to have to invade. I said, no, wait a minute. Let me get there. Now, getting from Phnom Penh to Tel Aviv took some time, but I got there. And then I drove to Jerusalem, and I began meeting with their security cabinet. They were in a terrible position. Rockets were coming, because it's very close, were coming right into Israeli territory. And they wanted to end that, but they didn't know who could do it, because the only person at that time with influence over Hamas, the terrorist group, was the president of Egypt, who was a member of the Muslim Brotherhood. So I worked out with the Israelis what we could offer, and then I flew to Cairo and negotiated with President Morsi, then the president, and we were able to get him to put pressure on Hamas to get a ceasefire. But I want you to think about how difficult it would be for America to prevent conflicts, to try to negotiate diplomatic breakthroughs like we did with Iran, if people in Muslim-majority nations think that leading Americans don't want anything to do with them, insult them. We've got to live in the world as it is. You know, we could build a wall all the way around America, but that wouldn't keep the internet out, would it? So these are important decisions because we want to be able to move the world toward more peace and prosperity. That's good for us. We don't want to be picking fights. We don't want to be insulting people. If we're going to be tough to people, be tough. Don't just insult them. Do something that makes them have a consequence. Don't just talk about it and telegraph what you're doing. And so I know that this is a solemn obligation. I was part of the small group advising President Obama about whether or not to go after bin Laden. And I took that responsibility so seriously because I was a senator from New York on 9/11. I was at Ground Zero 24 hours after we were attacked. And it was the closest I hope I ever come to Dante's Inferno. It was hell. I saw the firefighters breaking through a wall of soot and dust and smoke. You couldn't see them until they broke through, dragging their axes, having been there trying to find lives and save them. I saw the iron workers who had dropped everything from around the city and run with their tools toward danger to see if they could be of help in moving pieces of steel to find out if there was anybody still alive. So I had a personal commitment to doing everything I could to bring bin Laden to justice. So when we were told that there was intelligence about an odd-looking house, a compound, in a city in Pakistan, and I was asked to be part of the small group trying to advise the president, I did everything I could to come up with the right advice. There were really three choices: do nothing, launch a missile attack, or send in the SEALs. And at the last of our meetings, going over and over and over the intelligence and looking at our options, the president asked everybody around the table what we recommended. And people I very much admire, we were on different sides. Some people said the intelligence is not strong enough, we shouldn't act. Some said it's strong, but I'm worried about what a raid would mean, so let's launch a missile. And some, including me, said, we will never know if we got him unless we send in special forces. And the president then retired. Because at the end of any discussion like this, it's the president who has to make the decision, who has to exercise the thoughtfulness about what to do. And you know the president decided, and the SEALs went in and were just heroic and extraordinary in what they accomplished. But you have to think about the decisions that will come before the President of the United States. And finally, you know, it really matters whether we have someone who wants to unify us. We're a pretty divided country politically right now. And we've got to get back to work. We don't have to love each other, but we got to respect each other. And we've got to roll up our sleeves and work with each other. And that's exactly what I've always done. I will go anywhere, anytime, meet with anyone to find common ground. I did it as First Lady. You know, before there was something called Obamacare, there was something called Hillary Care. We were trying to get universal health care. And when we didn't succeed, I said, okay, what are we going to get done? Because I, by that time, had heard too many painful stories about families who could not afford insurance. Now, when somebody starts bad-mouthing the Affordable Care Act to you, ask them if they want to go back to the time when if you had a pre-existing condition, you could not afford insurance. They want to go back to the time where we have lifetime limits. So if you have a serious illness or an accident that requires a lot of care, you will be bankrupt. So we can't go back there. We got to make it work better. But what I said is let's at least make sure kids have health care. So we worked, Republicans and Democrats alike, to create the Children's Health Insurance Program, which insures 8 million kids. And when I was a senator, I worked with every Republican I served with. I worked with Republicans to make sure that National Guard members, maybe some of you are or have been, can get health care, not only when you're deployed. I worked to raise the death limit from 12,000 to 100,000 so that our service members who were lost in the line of duty could make sure their families were better cared for. I have no problem working with people who may not agree with me, because in a democracy, that's what you're supposed to do. And in a democracy, you cannot order other elected officials to do something. You have to build a relationship. You have to work with them. You can't say to the senator from some state, "You're fired." That's not the way the government works. So I'm ready to do whatever is necessary, not just to find common ground, but I'll also stand my ground, because there are a lot of issues that are too important to give up on. But I like the Supreme Court. Thank you. And like all of our rights, you know, I believe that a woman has a right to make her own health care decisions. And I will defend Planned Parenthood from all of these partisan attacks. And I will defend marriage equality and work to end discrimination against the LGBT community. And I will defend voting rights, which are under attack in so many states. And I will appoint Supreme Court justices that will reverse Citizens United. I will work for comprehensive immigration reform with a path to citizenship. And I will fight for common sense gun safety reforms that help to save some of the 33,000 lives we lose every year. So we do have to stand up for our rights. We do have to stand our ground. But we also have to work with each other. I watched my husband, honest to goodness. Republicans would spend all day tearing him down. Newt Gingrich would be saying the worst things about him. And then around 9 o'clock at night, Gingrich would show up at the White House. And they'd go upstairs to the family quarters and they'd begin to negotiate. That's what you got to do. And that's what I will do. But I can't do any of this without your help. California, I need your help and your vote. Please come out and vote on June 7th. Let's have a big victory, and let's take the White House into the future. Thank you all, and God bless you.
All right, guys, we're going to cut to Skyfox aerials. Apparently, Skyfox is going to a car and a house in Chandler. All right, so we know that a truck has crashed into a home, Hunt Highway and Kirby Road in Chandler. Kirby Farms Road, to be specific. This is pretty bad. Is that 2 homes?
I think it's 2 homes.
I think it's crashed into 2 homes. How did he do that? Joining us now is a car and home expert here at
Sonia.
Box 10, also known as Kinsey Schofield.
No, what I was saying to Samia is we watched this a few weeks ago happening to another car in a woman's home. And typically what they do now is somebody shows up from the city and helps them board up their house. So the house is not just got this huge open space.
Right.
So somebody will show up and it's not pretty. They're just trying to shut up the house.
Right, because imagine if this was during monsoon season.
Oh my gosh.
That is not good.
So somebody will show up to help board up the house, and I don't know, in the last case, the woman could not stay there the night. I don't know what the circumstances are here, but sometimes we see them have to go find, alternative places to spend the night, and I don't know if it almost looks like the house on the right, I don't know how much damage is done to that. I don't know how much. It's just definitely the house on the left that has seen the most damage.
It seemed like it hit both of them, though, right?
Oh, definitely. But the house on the left, I think, is the one that will definitely, if anybody has to spend the night somewhere else tonight, it looks like. But I don't know why that would happen unless there was some serious damage that we can't see. Oh yeah, you can see there is a hole on the right side, but that will be easier to patch up than the one on the left. Interested in finding out how this happened, though.
Yeah.
Oh, look, that one's for sale.
Oh my
man.
God. Wow.
Are you kidding me?
That sucks. Unless it's a huge scam.
What?
I don't know. The driver of the truck is connected to the homeowner.
Samya's
the
watched
homeowner
one
crashes
too
into
many
it.
episodes of
Or
Dallas.
the guy crashes into it to collect home insurance. I don't know. It could. It's a possibility. Come on.
That was the expert Samya Khan. But interesting to see it all unfold, Ty. Brennan is on this story this evening, so he'll have additional information for us. But like car chases, rarely do we find out the circumstances. You know, like, when's the last time we had a car chase and we knew why?
The guy was being chased?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes we get it if it's a big one, in California, and they cause traffic for 3 hours. Maybe we get it within that span, but typically we don't know what caused the chaos.
Right.
And we especially don't hear it for these cases.
We had a car chase this morning. Not a car chase, motorcycle chase.
Did you miss me?
I did, but we only got the tail end of it, so it wasn't as exciting as it would have been had we got the whole thing. And if you were here and we had the whole thing, would have been epic. It was in Miami.
What? I bet that was good visuals.
Yeah, there were some palm trees. All right, guys, it looks like Chopper is leaving the scene of that vehicle into home scenario, actually 2 homes. Where is Chopper going to next? We'll find out and let you know. So what I'm gathering is it's possible Chopper is going to a child locked in the car at the Food City grocery store on Main Street in Mesa. I believe that's where Chopper is going to next, guys. Stand by.
All right, currently what we're looking at is a child locked in a car. This is at 1342 East Main Street. This is at Food City in Mesa.
but it looks like the kid's been rescued.
It does look like you could see that there's a child in someone's arms, and we don't know, and you can see that person is kissing on them and loving on them, so we don't know if it's intentional or if it was a mistake. But there was an emergency call made to East Mesa's Food City, and it looks like everything's going to be okay. All right, Sami and I are going to take you to extreme weather now out of Oklahoma. Is it Oklahoma City or just
Oklahoma City?
Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Land of the Thunder. That's probably why the team is named that.
All right, guys, we're going to leave this extreme weather video because we are going to a Bill Cosby press conference. Actually, the Bill Cosby press conference is set up, but no one is speaking. So we're going to monitor it and take you there live as soon as something happens. In the meantime, we'll continue with extreme weather and the large portion of your screen with a watch on the press conference in the upper right-hand corner. That way we don't miss a beat.
Covered today. We're all over this story. Bless you, Bill.
Thank you. Everybody sound good? Hey, Christy. How are you? I don't want to blow your nose. It might be.
No, use mine.
You know what these things are? It's modern technology.
You ready?
Yeah, I think we're good.
The evidence presented today in a Montgomery County courtroom confirms that William Cosby is not guilty of any crime. 11 years ago, the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office conducted a complete and thorough investigation of this case. 11 years ago, they came to the inescapable conclusion that there was insufficient evidence by which to bring criminal charges. 11 years have come and gone, and nothing has changed. Today, the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office had the opportunity to present this witness in a court of law, place her under oath, and allow her to be confronted with her accusations. They chose not to. Instead, they presented an 11-year-old statement that was riddled with corrections and inconsistencies. Today, in a Montgomery County courtroom, it was determined and presented that these parties had 3 separate intimate encounters, and in one lied side by side in a bed. Today, in that courtroom, it was presented that after, and I stress after, this so-called incident, the complainant continued to contact Mr. Cosby. The complainant accepted a dinner invitation from Mr. Cosby. The complainant returned to Mr. Cosby's home. And ultimately, after returning to Canada, the complainant asked for tickets to a concert that he was performing at, went to the concert, and presented him with a gift. Today, a United States citizen had his due process rights violated. We intend to ask the courts to put an end to this once and for all. Thank you.
All right, guys, looks like that was a very brief statement. We're going to take you back now to OKC weather, Oklahoma City Extreme Weather Watch. Hello all, we are having some technical difficulties. Looks like our extreme weather feed has gone out. Stay with us.
And then what happened here?
And since we are talking weather, I figure why don't we show you our weather here. Look at that.
Beautiful day in Phoenix, Arizona.
Unlike Oklahoma City, where the weather's so bad, the cameras freeze. And it looks like the feed has unfrozen itself. Well, maybe it's frozen again. Maybe it's flickering not because of the feed, but rather because there's lightning there. I don't know. It's extreme weather, guys, in Oklahoma City. Oh no, guys, we've lost our extreme weather feed. So let's take you now to Phoenix, Arizona. That is the live look at downtown Phoenix, courtesy of our tower cam.
We're also expecting, we think, a Bernie Sanders rally sometimes within the next few minutes.
Possible.
We hope.
Possible. But while we wait for Bernie Sanders, who may or may not arrive, we are going to take you now to a press conference honoring two individuals that helped save a man and his dog from a canal in Scottsdale. It's a must-watch, guys. Your heart will melt.
It will tug at your heartstrings, especially if you're a dog lover.
That's why Kinsey's here.
Yeah.
Hey, you should see me on 25. Okay, bye. Later. Bye.
All right, you guys got it? You good? 5, 4, 3, 2, sound.
Sounds good.
Awesome. All right, welcome everyone. We are here today to celebrate a great win for what could have been a really bad tragedy for one of our families in Scottsdale. Thank you for being here. I'm Lori from Scottsdale Fire Department. We have several of our members here to celebrate those two individuals who helped rescue one of our members and his fur baby from the canal last week. I'm going to now introduce Jim Palasek, who is going to tell what happened that day.
Thank you, Lori. It was Wednesday of last week, 8:15 in the morning, I believe. I am walking with my dog. Who should I be looking at? The cameras? And we're jogging along the canal, and I decide to take the leash off of my dog. He likes to chase balls. We tried to stay away from the canal because I'm a 19-year resident of Scottsdale. I know the canal's dangerous. I know that I should not be near it. We're jogging on the golf course. I have a ball in my hand. I throw the ball on the golf course away from the canal. The ball bounds towards the canal. I tell my dog, Duke, an Australian Shepherd, smart guy, I say, stay. And he sits down in the grass and stays. The ball, I wish would have gone into the canal at that point because I could have saved me and my dog without going into the water. The ball stopped short, about a foot from the canal, and I jogged over to get it. Duke comes bounding faster than I could get there, grabs it in his mouth, and we start walking. He drops the ball out of his mouth. This is a ball that has crevices in it, takes awkward bounces. It bounded into the water. Duke went into the water, and I went after Duke. So the report out there that I threw a tennis ball into the canal accidentally is not true. So we got that clear. Duke loves water, he loves balls, and that's what happened. And the lesson for me is to never have your leash off of your dog near the canal. I want to thank, though, after my screams and holding on to the bank with my right hand, Duke in my left hand, a couple of angels came down. Maybe it was just one angel and tapped two people on the shoulder, but it was these guys over here to my right, Danny Ortega and Tyler Moore. And I have to thank them from the bottom of my heart because they saved us. They saved our lives. And I want to thank you, Danny. Thank you, Tyler, very much. And that's the story of what happened. I can tell more. Danny tells, is Danny going to be able to talk? Okay. And I'll let him tell his side of it. But Angels from Heaven were in Scottsdale on Wednesday of last week. And then I want to thank the fire department for being so proactive and being so supportive and getting out here as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, we're going to go back to this press conference a little bit later on. Again, this press conference out of Scottsdale regarding a canal rescue. But we actually want to take you now to some live images out of Chandler. As we showed you earlier, a car crashed into a home. We're taking you live now to that scene. We're getting this feed in from Chandler. A car crashing into two homes. out in Chandler. I know Fox 10's Ty Brennan is live at the scene. So Ty, if you hear me, you can just step in the frame and we can start chatting with you now. Hello, Ty.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hi
can.
there.
So talk to us. What do you know
All
so
right,
far?
so let me go. Okay, let me walk you through exactly what we know so far. Let me walk you over here and show you the damage here. So what we're told by Chandler Fire is that there was a dually. If you saw those live images earlier, it was this big Navy truck, and we're told that the driver had some sort of medical emergency. He came right through this driveway here, basically shearing off the front of this home right here, and then crashing into the wall, as you see, of this second home. Now the person, luckily, nobody was home inside this house. Right now it is for lease, and so we're told that the tenants were not home at this time. However, in this house, the second house where the front of the car ended up, is a woman. She's 95 years old. She lives here alone, and so we were told that she was pretty shaken up, and right now neighbors are kind of watching over her. Right now they're inside the house gathering all of her belongings because neither homes are going to be able to withstand residents for quite some time. So they're going to be going in right now, getting all of some of her belongings and taking it over to a neighbor's house where she's going to sit and wait, and we're told that her grandchildren will be coming to take care of her. So obviously a pretty big scene right now. We are told again that neither home will be able to be habitable. People will be able to actually live inside. So right now they have the emergency services that just came on scene. They're going to be working with the insurance companies here to shore up both of these homes, board them all up to make sure that nobody can get in. Of course, they're still trying to work to figure out exactly what happened to that gentleman that was driving that big dually. We're told that, again, it was some sort of medical emergency. He was taken to the hospital, but right now his condition is not known. But the good news here on the street down here in Chandler is that nobody was hurt, just some folks kind of shaken up by this incident that happened a little bit earlier on this afternoon.
Ty, do any of the, I know that one home is for lease, but does the 90-year-old woman have any pets? That always concerns me when things like this happen, if they have pets at home that could have been injured as well.
I do not know that. I can try and ask that question. I don't think she does, but I'll be happy to try and figure that out for you. But yeah.
All right, Ty, well, thank you for giving us this report live from the scene. If you get any other updates, feel free to call in again. We'd love to hear from you.
Of course, and we'll have a full report coming up tonight at 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Ty. Again, guys, that was Ty Brennan. We're going to take you back now to Scottsdale for this press conference that happened earlier regarding the canal rescue.
The embankment where I was luckily had shotcrete going down the embankment. Other parts of the embankment are very smooth and there's nothing to hold on to at all. There were steps too far away for us to travel. I thought about swimming with him, but I didn't know how far he could swim or how far I could swim and if he would swim away from me, and that would be an uncontrolled environment. So I just held on to the embankment. And I think adrenaline took over because my hand got ripped up. The nerve pads have been taken off of my fingertips, but I'm saved. I'm happy. I'm alive. I have new friends, and I have people that I think I will be in touch with for a long time now. Thank you.
How long have you had your dog?
Duke is 6 months old. I've had him since he was 8 weeks. So I've had him for 4 months, and besides my wife and my daughter, he's pretty special to me. And I know they say in the report, we recommend that you don't go into the canal after your dogs. I'm not going to make a comment on that, but he's my baby. So.
Was he pretty easy to grab once you got in the water? Or did you have to go after him? How much of a struggle was there?
He had this exact harness on, and I was able to grab it as soon as I got in there. And he turned right away because the ball sank to the bottom of the canal, as did my phone and several other things. But he, at that point, I tried to get him out of the water. I tried by grabbing onto his harness, putting him at the side of the embankment. Those embankments are very steep, very slick under the water, and there's no way. With the water as high as it is now, there's no way. Now, if you look down to the other sides of where I was, there are places where I may have been able to get out if we could have swam together, but I didn't take that chance.
You couldn't touch bottom or anything?
No, when I jumped in, And if somebody tells me it was only 3 feet of water, I mean, I think that'd be the worst joke in the world. I don't know how much water there was. That was pretty deep. I'd like to know. I'd like people to know how deep it is. That's a great question.
Once the guys showed up, what were your thoughts? Because you were there originally by yourself, you and the dog. What was the reason that you guys came actually were able to get you out?
I thought we were going to drown. I was that scared. And I can swim. I thought me and Duke were done. I was praying or thinking about praying. I think I was just more so scared, just holding on for dear life. I fell off a couple of times. Danny says that he saw that we fell down a couple of times off this embankment, and that's all I was thinking at that time was, I've got to hold on. I've got to hold on. Thank you.
Do you know how long you were in the water in the canal, like hanging on for?
No, and that's a good question. We were jogging at about 8:15 in the morning, and by the time the Scottsdale Fire Department had cleaned me up, or not cleaned me up, but taken my vitals, and I was off again, it was 9:20. I don't know. The girls on the other side of the canal that I first screamed to, and I wish she was here today, as you said, Danny, because she was the first one who, and Danny will talk about this, I screamed to and said, "Call 911, help, help, I need your leash." She's like, "You need my what?" And she was walking the dog. I said, "I need your leash." But we were 500 yards that way, so she had to come all the way around. There's no crossing there. So she had to run all the way around here and came down there. By that point, these fine gentlemen, these great people, had already come over and saved us. Saved us. Again, thank you so much. Thank you.
If you could introduce yourself.
Good morning, my name is Danny Ortega, and this is my friend Tyler Moore. Whether or not we're not heroes because we'd have done something anybody would have done. It was certainly something that somebody was tapping me on the shoulders because something didn't seem right while Tyler and I were playing golf that morning. And on hole number 14 here at Silverado, I heard something. And I looked across the bank over there and something didn't look right. And I told my friend here, Tyler, I said, "Things don't look right over there. I don't know what's going on." And he said, "Well, let's go check it out." That's what we did, and we went over there, and we were shocked to see Jim and his dog in the water, and I was staring at a face he was going down. And we had implements with us. We had a golf club. So Tyler got down there, and we threw him a golf club, and Tyler stabilized him. And then we worked on getting Duke out. And Duke had that harness on, so I was able to finally get my fingers into the fur and the harness, pull Duke up, got Duke out. And once Duke was out, Jim calmed down. And Tyler stabilized him. I went back over to the green and got the flag, and my goal was to use the flag to actually, Tyler and I could pull him out of the water. But Scottsdale's finest, the police and the fire department, I could see were already on their way. So at that time, all we were concerned with was just stabilizing him, holding him there till the real professionals could show up and save Jim. You want to say
earlier when you were talking.
I'm sorry, what?
You mentioned earlier when you guys were talking that you could see in his face. It wasn't going to last much longer. He was out of energy.
He probably about 30 seconds, maybe a minute. He's a strong man, as you can see. I don't care how strong you are, that canal is extremely dangerous. And the distance we had to reach was not only Tyler with his arm, but a driver as well. So it's a good 7 to 8 feet to reach him and stabilize him. And we had a golf club to help him with.
Were you guys fighting a current at all? Was there anything?
didn't seem like it was a current. Things were pretty quiet. But you look in that water and you look at those sides of that bank, and that canal is dangerous.
I was just going to add, I could definitely tell the water was moving. Maybe not, it wasn't, rapidly flowing, but when I was holding on to the golf club and him, it was trying to drag him. So it was definitely a strain on me to lay flat against the embankment and, use all my weight to kind of counterbalance and make sure he didn't, go back in. It wasn't, flowing rapid, but there's definitely some movement in there, is what I'm getting at.
What went through your mind when all this was going on? Did you just react?
We just came up to that little embankment, and I looked over, and there's Duke and Jim in the water, and I almost went in, but kind of thought better of myself. Tried to stabilize the position and reached down. I think I asked him to hand me a golf club, and was able to get him to grab onto one end of the golf club and just kind of hold on to him until we got the dog out. And then, like you said, he was able to get the flagpole, which was our plan to pull him out, but by then the fire department was already pulling up. He was stable, so we figured just keep him calm, keep talking to him, and wait for them to pull him out.
The only, I guess they talk about heroes. There was nothing heroic about it, just helping your fellow man. The true heroes of our community, though, are standing right here. These firemen and these policemen who protect us every day.
Absolutely.
And those are the true heroes in my book.
It's like he agrees too.
Yeah, I think he does. So.
Okay.
Can we get all of you together right here?
Come on, Duke.
Come here, buddy.
You want to go up and get him up?
There you go.
There you go.
Needless to say, I think you got your two new best friends with you today.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Duke, thanks.
He's unfazed by all this.
Yeah,
He wants to go again.
Yeah.
It wasn't a game, though, Duke.
No, and he thanks you too. I forgot to add that.
I still recognize him. He's not wet.
Thank you.
Good boy. Okay, buddy.
Thanks.
We're now going to present the plaques to Danny Ortega and Tyler Moore for their life-saving effort. Okay.
On behalf of the Scottsdale Fire Department, we just wanted to recognize you guys for what we consider a heroic act. You guys acted quickly, and that made a big difference. And so today we just wanted to say thank you to you guys. So along with the rest of the crew of Weapon 603 that was first here. So Mr. Moore, thank you very much. Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's very nice of you. Thank you. Thank you, Dana. Jim, thank you. Thank you, Ed.
What'd you shoot?
Actually, I won.
Yeah, fair enough. He usually does.
Danny,
Though,
could we
so.
see the plaque?
Oh, sure.
Bring you both over just a little bit because we have that stand right there.
Sure.
There we go. Right there. Good. Firefighters, slide that way.
There you go. That's great.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second, guys. The web's going to get taken care of. Got it. Perfect. Thank you. Good job.
Okay.
Great.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for what you do. Thank you.
Top shelf. Top shelf.
Top notch.
All right, we have Jim and Danny and Tyler available for interviews. We also have representatives from SRP to talk about the safety measures that they actually have on their canals. It's very unusual to have safety measures for accidental entry into the canals, and they are one of the forefronts of that. We also have Cody Thomason here. His son drowned in the canal 5 years ago in Gilbert in a Roosevelt Canal with no safety measures in place. So we welcome you guys to grab that. I do have safety tips for you if you want to include that in your media report. All right, thank you so much for coming. Appreciate it.
Hey, Lori, where exactly did it happen?
They
is
said
it further
it's
down?
So we can walk down there.
Okay,
We
it's
just
no
couldn't do
biggie.
the
I can take some
actual-
shots from here.
Yeah.
That's,
They were on the green on this R5.
oh, they were?
So he said it was about 500 yards down
Okay.
when they just came off the green to those guys.
Can I chat with you real quick?
Yeah,
It's kind of a love your
my
dog.
daughter, Peyton.
Hi, Peyton. How are you?
Good.
I love your puppy. He's a
Isn't he
sweetie.
neat?
He's a sweetie. We have a border collie, so
Oh.
I love that breed.
Yeah.
They're just so much fun.
How old is yours?
2 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a love. We love her. She just, you know, it's just such a cool breed. You know what I mean?
I know.
Really
There's
fun.
so much, but he's really mellow, but loves to be active, and I love to be active. So it's a good combination. He's a good family dog.
And
you
he
know?
loves water.
And he loves
See, ours
water.
hates water.
Really?
She would
Yeah.
not. Yeah. she
I
won't
wasn't
go.
expecting him to like water, because that wasn't normally.
He's cool. Yeah.
But that's not a water breed.
Right.
He swims in our pool. I bet you he could have gone.
Really. Where'd you get him?
Oh my. Breeder in town,
Okay.
Scottsdale. Yeah. Envy Aussies.
So let me just chat with you kind of
Yeah, sure.
away from here. Just kind of what's going. You know, this is pretty cool. Just the good in people. You know what I mean? Kind of renew your faith in humanity a little bit.
Yeah, I'm a religious man, and I'm proud to say that. I think that gets pushed under the bush far too often in our society, and I just want to say that my faith means so much to me, and I believe that there are people in this world
Covers up your face.
who connect, and whether it's my faith or other faiths, I just believe that the spirits of people can connect. Something happened that day. Something happened that Wednesday, and I didn't know I was that close. I really didn't know I was that close. But I was very, very scared. I was very scared. And my daughter, can you get my daughter?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's all I was thinking about, my family, my wife and my daughter. And we have heroes every day who do great things, and Danny is very humble, and he's a great man, and so is Tyler.
You're a good swimmer. You can swim,
I can swim.
right?
Yeah.
Your dog can swim. But you were panicked, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you thought,
Yeah.
this could be it,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you're...
Yeah, I didn't think that. I wanted to get off that embankment and test the waters. I certainly knew that there are steps in the canal. I've lived around the canal for like 19 years. But there were no steps nearby. The women across the way that I was yelling at, I asked, where are the steps? And they didn't see any steps. I thought it would be adding a variable to my incident, my event, that I didn't want to add. He could have swam away from me. I didn't know how far Duke could swim at that point. I haven't had him that long. And I didn't know where it would take us. So I felt if I could just hold onto this embankment and scream, something positive was going to happen, and it did. It did. The gal across the way who started running with her leash, as I screamed, I said, I need your leash. She created a commotion that apparently Danny and Tyler sensed, at least, because they were putting on a green. There was nobody behind them. Had they not seen me, there were no other golfers behind them. So we had one chance. We had one chance.
I know hindsight is always 20/20, and maybe
Yeah.
this isn't a fair question, but would you have done anything different? Would
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
Aside from keeping her Duke on a leash, but once Duke went in that water, I know it's hard to maybe even speculate on that, but
I would have gone in. I would go in. I would. Many people might think I'm not the brightest person in the world, but you know, I consider him family, and I would go in. Oh, that's just me. It's not that I promote that by any means. It's just my nature.
Talk about your hand again. You're grabbing onto the shotcrete on the side of the.
I have Peyton. Can you bring the phone over?
You have pictures.
I have, if you can, I don't know.
You know what? Can you text me a picture?
Yeah, I
Great.
sure will.
I'll get that after we talk here.
The nerve pads have been torn off from, I guess, holding on for so long, and it was sharp. I didn't notice that. My adrenaline was rushing. It hurt afterwards. I had to go to a doctor's. No skin grafts were required, but.
So you're holding on to the side.
Yeah.
Duke in one hand.
Yeah.
You're holding the side.
Yeah. And that was the weird part, because as Danny was saying, I kept falling off, and I was scared that way. I was treading water underneath, holding on with my right hand, holding Duke up. He's about 35 pounds with my left on the embankment. And yeah, that's why I was scared. Danny said I looked panicked, and he thought I was 30 seconds away. I didn't realize that. But
well, thanks for chatting.
Thanks so much. Thank you. It's scary. I mean, the gentleman here that came and his son died. Yeah. That's who I want to. Oh goodness.
So great. I'm not sure we can hear that.
Right.
Wow. So when you get the nerve.
I don't know. My piano career, which I don't have. No. It's good that there's. I couldn't type. I had 4 briefs there.
Oh, okay.
And I had to get extensions.
Oh man.
Everything. Dude, you are sweet. Yes, you are.
Do you normally walk the canal?
Sometimes, yeah. My parents have so I come down. I live on Mountain View. Okay. But I've been running it. And this really is it's an attractive music. Kids kind of learn. And 50-year-olds got to learn. They are. It's like, what's the big deal?
Right? It's like, I want to go for another walk.
Yeah.
Duke. He's really mellow for an Aussie, especially, right? Usually they're like wired.
And I've read that border collies are their
Yeah. Yes.
And that this one can chill more than so right now.
I think so. Border collies are kind of like savants. They just kind of are off on their own.
Yeah. They have to be doing something.
Yeah.
Have you heard of trialing?
No.
So I'm going to take him. There are these various areas around the valley and up north where they have cattle, sheep, and goats for dogs like this to go up and do their herding.
No way.
Yeah, and they get it's called trialing. So it's and I get to see his natural instincts take over.
Does he nip at your heels or anything? Does he do any
He
of
does.
that?
He does.
Try to
So
herd you?
she has a razor, and she used to go around the pool with it. And then when he came along, yeah, he nips at the razor. He's biting now. And we also have a Bichon poodle, a white dog.
Sure.
He started. Whenever they were together, he would be pushing her, and I think he thought she was a little sheep.
I love watching them in the like our dog will hurt us. We have a neighbor that has 2 border collies, and they're border collies. When I say savants, they're like, one of them has real pet mice for hours. It's the craziest thing, you know? They're just fascinating. I love the whole herd.
Yeah.
So
I saw them on the mountain. I have taken them on the mountain. They say to wait till they're 1 year old.
Okay.
But I couldn't wait. And in fact, I came up with this breed when I was on the mountain myself. This lady that had a dog with her. I've never seen a blue merle.
Right.
She's like, yeah, it's a blue merle Australian Shepherd, and she's 14, and she doesn't want to give up hiking. So I said I gotta have her.
I'm with you though. They're family. My dog was
You get
in a heartbeat.
right.
They're part of the family.
You can't really say that. I mean, I understand why the report says it's recommended that you don't go in with pets. They have to stay out. But I wonder what a poll would be.
I think you would. Yeah.
But if we found those 25%, we could figure some things out.
Thanks for chatting. I appreciate it. John, yeah. Take care of yourself. Thanks, dude.
You're welcome.
All right, guys, that wraps up that feed of coverage of the Scottsdale Canal rescue. We're now going to move on to politics, specifically Hillary Clinton in LA earlier today.
Because the shine?
Grandmothers, this is Deborah Lee. This is Madam Secretary Clinton.
How are you doing? Good morning, Madam Secretary. I just want to say welcome to Community Coalition. I just want to let you know my name is Deborah Lee. I'm a great-grandmother. Great-grandmother. Yes, I'm raising my great-granddaughter. She's 7 years old, and she said you're a mess. She said don't disappoint.
I won't. Or you. Or you. So you're raising your great-granddaughter?
Yes, my great-granddaughter. And you know, I wouldn't trade this situation for nothing in the world. But there's so many kids out there, and you know this, that we really have to fight for because they need the help. They need, those who caregivers need the help to raise their kids. And we also have kids out there that we don't have.
We don't have anybody. Are you getting any financial assistance as a relative providing care for your great-granddaughter?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Yes.
I'm one of the lucky ones.
You are, because not everybody gets it.
But you're also one of the leaders that helps organize the other
And we fought to get the financial support for caregivers.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, when I was a senator from New York, we worked hard to get more help for kinship care, like what you're providing.
Oh, yes, please.
And also, we worked to get some special set-aside housing so that grandmothers could live together to support each other.
Okay, well,
It is a big
front steps to help you get that passed.
Well, I want to do more of that because a lot of grandmothers and great-grandmothers, you know, when you have that responsibility, which you willingly take, as you say, it's a blessing to be able to care for that child. It is also a difficult economic situation you find yourself in, and to find more safe spaces for more grandmothers to be and that they can support each other in caring for their grandchildren is something I'm very interested in trying to do more.
Were the kinship navigator grants done when you were senator? Were you familiar with those?
Yes.
Yes, because Community Coalition has one of those grants.
Do you have one here too?
We got the year 2 cohort. So in 2012, we were awarded one of 7 grants across the country to run to operate a kinship navigator program. So we partnered with local county, with private agencies as well, and worked hard to connect caregivers to resources. And at the same time, we conducted a needs assessment that collected a lot of data on caregivers that hadn't been collected before. A lot of stuff that we knew anecdotally, but we got real evidence.
Give me an example of the data that you have.
We found out that we were looking for family needs. So one of the measures was family needs, and we found out that a lot of the caregivers had higher needs in the beginning, but as a result of our interventions and programs and connection with services, by the time that they came back for the post-assessment, they had far fewer needs. Right.
So you were able to get them connected up to everything from Medicaid to whatever else they need.
And so there really is a need to have more programs like that available so that more caregivers can get connected to programs and then, of course, have fewer needs in the long run. It's a really big thing to make sure that there's services on the front end for families.
Exactly.
Exactly. You know, as opposed to just when they're in crisis.
Well, that is exactly what we need to do more of, and something that both Karen and I have worked on for a long time. And she is, really leading the charge in the Congress now, heading up the Foster Care Caucus and introducing legislation, because that front end needs assessment. And we somehow have to do a better job, because a lot of kinship caregiving situations, it just happens to a family. It's not something that they go through any process, but all of a sudden they're responsible, and they take on that responsibility. And we've got to do more outreach so that grandmothers and aunts and uncles and older brothers and sisters, whoever it is that's taking that responsibility, quickly gets in to have an assessment done so that they can get the help they need, so that they can keep that child with them and provide whatever support the child and you need.
Right.
You
but
need
we
support.
have needs too.
That's right.
Yes, we give up our lives to raise these kids.
That's right. And it's physically challenging, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Well, one of the things that we also found, which is pretty common sense, is that the quality of life of the child improves, but the quality of life of the grandmother deteriorates. So they're spending their golden years deteriorating quality of life with better services on the front end. We'd be doing much better.
So tell me, when you say deteriorating, what do you mean?
So their health. Go ahead. Yeah.
Their health outcomes. The longer they're caring for their children, the stress
and the physical, as I was saying to you.
She's had those challenges.
I've had those challenges. Yeah.
But we overcome them.
That's right.
Well, I mean, that's what keeps you going, but we want to give you more help. Because what is the alternative? That child could end up in a foster family or in an institution, and that's
way
why
more expensive.
It's more expensive,
The
and
outcomes are not as good.
it's just wrong. If there's somebody in the family who will love and care for that child, so we do have to take care of you. That's why I really like the idea of more cooperative housing, and if we get into more of a cooperative mindset, so that people can pool their resources more, they can support each other, I really feel like that can help us expand kinship caregiving.
Well, Secretary Clinton, some of the caregivers like Deborah are also leading self-help support groups. And so they started running groups of 8 people, and now they've had to break up their groups because they have 30 relative caregivers showing up to any support group at a given night here. And so they're using multiple spaces, and they have 6 support groups running with over 150 relative caregivers that are saying that they come because they have moved away from feeling isolated to really feeling connected to other families.
And has that helped you deal with the stress?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Immensely.
That's a great
Immensely.
idea.
It really helps with the stress. And it also gives us resources. We get resources from each other.
Right.
To find out the different things for the kids. So it's not just helping ourselves, we're still helping the kids.
Right, right.
Because we're getting more resources to help the children. We have some more for you?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. This is very exciting. Let me say hello to everybody here. So much. See around by here. Hey, how are you? Everybody, where's Barb? Everybody look at Barb. Barb, you stand. Come on, Karen. Come Juan Alberto and Marquesa and everybody. All right, great. Perfect.
Your way right now.
Well, good morning. Good morning. Wanted to just welcome everybody. We're so honored to have Madam Secretary Clinton here with us to talk to us about a very important topic in our community, foster care, which is such an important issue that we look forward to contributing to the national conversation and moving some great solutions. So with that, I want to just introduce our founder, Congressmember Karen Bass, who started this place, got us going, who's one of our leaders and who helped bring Madam Secretary here. So please, Congressmember, thank you all.
Well, welcome everybody. It is an incredible honor to me to be here today with Madam Secretary. I am so excited to bring her to the Community Coalition to hear about the issues that we've all worked on for so many years. And especially, it's Foster Care Month, National Foster Care Month. And so to bring her here to hear about the work that's been going on in the community is just quite an honor. And I know everybody knows this has been a signature issue for her from straight out of law school to being First Lady to being the Senator, Secretary of State, and I'm convinced our next president. So with that, let me introduce Kylo James.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Madam Secretary. I want to share with you a little bit about me. So my name is. My name is Tyler James, and when I was born, my mom was addicted to drugs. And because of her addiction, my life was full of chaos and dysfunction. I was declared a ward of the state because my parents couldn't take care of me. It wasn't until I moved in with my grandparents at the age of 11 I finally had stability in my life. My grandparents drove me to school every day, and my grandfather attended school PTA meetings and open house nights. These were things my parents couldn't do for me and my other siblings. When I was in middle school, all of it hit me. I felt abandoned by my parents, and it was difficult to see my father in and out of prison. And I was resentful toward my mother because I felt like she chose drugs over me. My feelings of abandonment manifested in my self-esteem and how I began to see myself as unworthy and invaluable. What I'm going to share with you next is something I haven't shared before. When I was 12 and living with my grandparents, I tried to end my life. It was really hard for me not to have my mom there because she was the person I depended on for support. Because of her addiction, I felt like she didn't care to be there for me, so I didn't care to be there. And if my mom didn't care enough to stay, then why would anyone else? But then my grandparents, specifically my grandfather, he noticed I was sad, and so he began spending more time with me. We used to go on movie dates together, we go out to eat, just me and him. We cracked jokes. He made me feel valued, and he made me feel seen. My grandparents provided a stable home for me, allowing me to be just to be a kid. I didn't have to worry about what I was going to eat. I didn't have to worry about coming home and my parents not being there because my grandparents were always there. I could just be a kid, and my only responsibility was getting my education. I attribute graduating high school and graduating UCLA largely to my grandparents. But I also know that I couldn't have done any of this without my siblings, Skylar and Brian. They acted as surrogate parents to me when our parents weren't around, before we got placed with our grandparents. As a teenager, my brother got caught up in the criminal justice system, and my sister became a teenage mother. They shielded me from a lot of harsh realities that they had to experience. And if I can ever call myself successful, I know that it is because of them. And if my grandparents hadn't stepped in, I would have been placed in the foster care system, and I wouldn't be where I am today. And I know that I'm not the only one. My story isn't very different from many others. Relative caregivers are the unsung heroes of African American community. They're taking a second generation of children who've been separated from their parents due to incarceration and drug addiction. And by doing so, they're simultaneously breaking the foster care to prison pipeline, which is a very common reality in our country. I believe our country has an obligation to make the American dream accessible to all children, even those in foster care. And as a country, we have the power and the resources to invest in the next generation. And we can do this by uplifting family care, not foster care, as our national motto. And when we do this, we are breaking the cradle to prison pipeline for the next generation of youth so that they have access to quality education, living wage jobs, and safe housing. And I know this because of my involvement as a youth here at Community Coalition. I joined back as a sophomore in high school in 2008. The Community Coalition gave me the opportunity to speak in front of public officials like school superintendents, the mayor, and even Secretary of Education, Arnie Duncan, to help build the college pipeline for my generation, and while helping me get a full ride scholarship to UCLA. It was my time here as a youth that allowed me the impact that my story could have. I came back to Community Coalition from college so that I can be a part of helping to empower the next generation of young people. I know that it takes a village to nourish a child's growth. And I am grateful to my grandparents and my mentors here at Community Coalition for instilling that in me as a youth. And now that I'm here back as a community organizer, I have the privilege of supporting and nurturing the growth of future leaders in our community. Thank you. And now, I'd like to introduce Secretary Hillary Clinton. As the First Lady, she helped 8 million children get health insurance. As Senator, she championed legislation to ensure equal pay for equal work. And today, she's here to talk with South LA residents about the foster care system. As a South LA leader, I welcome you to our home here at Community Coalition. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Secretary.
Thanks to you, and thanks to your siblings, and especially thanks to your grandparents. And we are trying to do more to promote family care, because I do think it takes a village to raise a child. I wrote a book called that because I really believe it. And I know from my own family experience, my mother was abandoned by her parents. It wasn't drugs back in those days, it was just not being interested in being a parent. And she was sent off by herself with her little sister. And she was like 8 years old, and her little sister was like 6 years old. They were put on a train in Chicago, and they were sent to Los Angeles to live with their paternal grandparents. And after a few years, it became really hard for my mother because their grandparents didn't really want them either, but particularly not my mother, because she was more outgoing. She wanted to go places, learn things. She loved school. And so by the age of 14, she had to leave that home and go work in someone else's home as a housekeeper and a babysitter. And I'm very proud of the life that my mother made, but she had to overcome that sense of being abandoned.
Right.
And when I was old enough to understand what she had gone through, I asked her, how did you keep going? To be abandoned and rejected by your parents, first and foremost, and then even by your grandparents. And she said it was the kindness of people along the way who made a difference. It was the teacher who saw she had no lunch day after day, who brought extra food, and without embarrassing her or making her feel somehow different, she would say, "Oh, Dorothy, I brought too much food. I can't eat it all. Do you want to try this?" And my mother was like 6 years old. And she realized, looking back, that the teacher had fed her the entire school year. Or even the woman whose house she went to work in, who was a kind woman, it turns out, and knew my mother wanted to go to high school. And so she said to my mother, if you get your chores done, you can go to high school and you have to come right back. Now that might sound harsh, in our ears, a 14-year-old being told that. To my mother, it was a gift. So that's what she did for those 4 years of high school. And, you know, thinking now, fast forwarding, because this was all happening in the 1920s, she would have ended up in foster care. And I have been, as the Congresswoman said, committed to doing something about foster care, I think in large measure because of my mother's story and how it affected me when I learned about it and would talk to her about it. And when I was growing up, we would have young women come into our home to work with my mother for, you know, a couple of weeks as they were aging out of the foster care system. So I feel strongly that what you're doing here at the coalition is absolutely essential. And we have to do more to support families. And I want to hear your stories and learn more about what you see working. I was pleased to meet a great-grandmother, I don't know if she's in here, who's taking care of her 7-year-old great-granddaughter. And she says it's a blessing, but it's also stressful. And how do we provide more support for kinship, relative, family care, and particularly for grandparents who are doing most of that, as yours did. And how do we make better decisions about who needs to go into foster care in the first place? And how do we make better and faster decisions about who can be returned wherever that's possible, either to their birth family or to a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle or someone who wants to give that child a permanent, loving home? And how much more can we do and must do for people aging out of foster care, which is one of my real concerns, because as you talk about the foster care to prison pipeline, we know it's real, and we know that a lot of it is caused by kids in foster care who just stay in foster care with multiple placements until finally they either graduate from high school or they turn 18, whichever comes first, and still in too many places are handed a big black garbage bag and told, put your belongings in there, you're on your own. And I have known a number of young people who found themselves in that situation. No place to go, no place to sleep, no place to call home. They're on the streets. So we have made some progress, but we haven't done nearly enough. And I'm so pleased that Karen suggested that I come here to hear from all of you, because I know where her heart is, and if I'm fortunate enough to be your president next January, this is going to be one of my heartfelt priorities. Working with you. So Alberto, let's hear from everybody.
So I think we're going to move on to the private conversation. So if you'd like to ask our press to please exit, and we're really excited about this conversation too. I know that when we got word and we started telling our members got really amped, and we're ready to share some of their stories. There's a prop that speaks to the issue. We believe that most of our issues should be spoken in an affirmative way, and it's not necessarily always helpful to be set a negative frame, but we do think it's important to talk about the foster to prison pipeline for
All right, guys, looks like our feed from the Hillary Clinton event has frozen. We're going to take you now to a live look at downtown Phoenix. That is a view from our tower cam. And it looks like we are getting a live aerial feed from Skyfox. I want to say this is Southern California, because I think I just saw the ocean. I'm not entirely sure, but I will be able to find out for you and get you guys some information. I'm not sure where this feed is coming from exactly. I did say Los Angeles earlier. It could be somewhere else, though. It could be anywhere in California, given that we just saw the ocean. Heck, it could be the East Coast, too. Although my guess is it's the West Coast. Let's go ahead and give you a live look at our forecast for the next 3 days right here in Arizona. Oh, look, the 90s are back. Wednesday and Thursday, pleasant temperatures in the 80s, and then Friday we will creep up back to 91, but I'm not complaining. I'm happy as long as they are not in the triple digits. Alright guys, looks like we don't have any live feeds right this second. We do have this really cool aerial shot. I still don't know where it's coming in from, but the clouds look really cool. Whatever Skyfox chopper this is coming in on, I had to share it with you. It looks pretty cool. Now I'm going to give you guys a look at Ron and I's video today. We did a video for you guys that we do every day on Facebook.
9 Hotel back at Van Nuys's airspace. May we knock it down?
Oh, and looks like we just heard the chopper. It is Los Angeles. It is Southern California because the helicopter reporter just mentioned Van Nuys. Pretty cloudy out there. Possible rain-like weather. I'm going to cut away, though, as I mentioned, to show you the video Ron and I did. Hey everyone, Tommy Khan and Ron Hoon here. Ron, today we are talking about a topic that is fascinating you.
Yes.
Donald Trump's Instagram video that he posted yesterday,
right,
basically putting Bill Clinton on blast. You guys check it out for yourself. He's basically including audio from Bill Clinton's sexual assault accusers.
Juanita Broderick, there's a name that you haven't heard for many, many years, but Trump is bringing it back up. And it just makes you wonder how down and dirty, how nasty things are going to get between now and November.
Why don't you guys take a listen?
I was very nervous. No woman should be subjected to it. It was an assault.
He starts to bite on my top lip, and I try to pull away from him.
All right, so there you go. Now the question, I actually put a Twitter poll up on it this morning. Last I checked, it was running 60%. It's fair game for Trump to bring it up. 40% saying it doesn't matter anymore. It's so long ago, and everybody already knows about it anyway.
And Bill Clinton's not running for president.
There is that part of it too, except that Hillary changed the equation a little bit when she said, once I'm elected president, Bill Clinton will be in charge of the economy. So it makes it sound like he's going to be a big part of basically the package people are going to be, deciding on.
Right.
So, is it fair game for him to go after? Is it a smart political move for Donald Trump? Or, in fact, is it just a waste of time?
Yeah. Is he living in the past, or is it fair game? You guys let us know. Comment section's right here. Alright guys, so if you want to share your thoughts on that video, you can go to YouTube and leave your thoughts in the comment section, or you can go to facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. The video is posted there as well. I want to give you guys one more look at the 3-day forecast for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Pretty pleasant temperatures. I'm happy we're not in triple-digit heat, considering it's almost the end of May. This is pretty good for Arizona, guys. It is now 3 o'clock, so Kinsey will be joining you guys. Stay tuned, more news now ahead.
All right, Kinsey here. I'm getting my computer set up. First, I'm going to take you to Gloria Allred reacting to Bill Cosby today. She was actually there in the courtroom. I heard her speaking to CNN as well. So this is her press conference she held outside of the courthouse, or outside of the courtroom earlier today. Take a look at her reacting to the Bill Cosby news.
In this case, perhaps the pills that Mr. Cosby admitted in his police report that he gave to Ms. Constant, and her ingestion of some wine at the same time, and the fact that she had not had food, rendered her, according to Ms. Constant, in a state where she was going in and out of consciousness. She was aware that some things were happening. For example, her legs were paralyzed. She could also feel, according to her statement, that Mr. Cosby was touching her breast, touching and inserting his fingers in her genital area, but that she could not say no. She could not say anything, that she was incapacitated. As a matter of law, if a victim is incapacitated, unconscious, or conscious and unconscious and then conscious again, the victim is unable to consent. That's going to be a central issue at the trial as to whether she could consent.
Ms. Allred, do you believe that other alleged victims should be called to testify at trial? Would you encourage any of your clients to do that, to show a pattern?
The question has to do, do I think that other victims will be called at trial? Will any of my clients testify? Under Pennsylvania's prior bad acts legal doctrine, potentially other accusers could be called to testify at trial. Whether they will be called, that is subpoenaed to testify at trial, is a decision that will be made by law enforcement, the district attorney, and the court in terms of admissibility. So that is a decision later on down the line, and that is for the district attorney to decide and the court to decide after hearing what I am certain will be many objections by the defense to the calling of other accusers.
But you believe there's a pattern?
If the testimony of other accusers, one or more, is or could be argued to be a same or similar signature activity, it might be considered relevant and admissible. And so that's for the court to decide. As to whether any of my more than 30 clients who are accusers will be called, that's not a decision that is in my hands. That's the decision of law enforcement, and I have no information on that at this time. I think it's probably premature for anyone to be making that decision.
Ms. Allred, I touched on this, but how damaging was Mr. Cosby's words themselves?
I think that Mr. Cosby's interview with the police in the police report that was admitted into evidence was very damaging to him. And it is now in evidence. Often a perpetrator or an alleged perpetrator does not give a statement to the police. He did. And now he's going to have to deal with his own words, which it was indicated through testimony that he signed his statement, that he was asked at the end of the statement something to the effect of, is everything that you have stated in this statement true and correct? And he said yes, and he signed that it was. And then in addition, that he had an opportunity to make any changes, and he did not. Now, the defense wanted to underscore, emphasize many times that Ms. Constant did make changes in her police statement, suggesting that somehow there is something wrong or inappropriate about making changes. I, for one, am very glad that Ms. Constant, or any person who's alleged to be a victim, has an opportunity to review a police report and make changes to make sure that it is accurate. I've represented many victims in criminal cases and still do, including in rape cases, and still do. And some of them in other jurisdictions have never had an opportunity to review the police report to even see if it's accurate and a reflection of what in fact they told law enforcement. So, of course, in many cases, if a person is lying, then they have a standard script and they have no need to make any changes because they're just going to stick to their script. Often, if they're being truthful, then they want to really look at what is said and make sure that it's accurate. Simple as that.
Ms. Aldrich, a double question for you.
That matches sort of a pattern from what your clients have said happened to them.
I think that Mr. Cosby's coming out of it.
Here comes Steele.
All right.
Charlie, here comes
Ms.
Steele.
Allred, the
Do you have a
defense has
second
already
mic?
made much and will continue to make much of
Thank
Ms.
you.
Constant's continued interactions with and reaching out to
Uh-huh.
because we wanted
Yeah.
to say to those folks who do that kind of thing in these kinds of cases as some kind of admission that this couldn't have been so bad or otherwise why we need to continue to interact with it.
I think that only Ms. Constant and her mother should be the ones to explain why there was continued interaction with Mr. Cosby. But there may very well be reasons, and I don't think that one should take that as some kind of a tacit admission that she wanted to continue, a relationship with Mr. Cosby, or that nothing happened of a criminal nature. As a matter of fact, there was testimony about a conversation between the mother and Mr. Cosby. Pardon me?
Can I jump in for a minute?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, absolutely.
Hey, Kevin.
Everybody good? Come in here. Can you? Okay. Let's get our team together here. All right. We just conducted our preliminary hearing. All charges were held. We're here because we want to seek the truth. We're here to serve justice. The evidence in this case that was presented at the preliminary hearing is of a limited basis. A preliminary hearing is a situation where we only have to show that a crime's committed and the defendant's connected to the crime. We did that through the victim's statement and the defendant's admissions to much of the crime. Consequently, we're going to move forward on the case and look forward to getting a trial date.
Kevin, did they try to make a difference?
Of how aggressively they're going to go after Ms. Constant in terms of the consensual nature that they believe is going on here. What do you tell her? What is she in for in terms of this trial, in terms of how aggressively she's going to be attacked?
Look, I'm not going to get into the specifics of this. She was available to testify at trial under the case law that we presented, and the judge ruled in our favor. It wasn't necessary. It's a preliminary hearing. Hearsay is admissible, and we're just over the next hurdle in this. And each step of the line we have to go.
My question, though, was about their questioning and the implication that they're going to be hammering harm.
Next question.
Hey, Kevin, can you tell me, did you have any thoughts about the significance they were trying to make by saying he gave her Benadryl as opposed to any other drug, as other accusers have said they got Quaaludes? Did he even testify to it?
Well, look, I mean, the point of this is that it was intoxicating to her, and that she was unable to consent. That's the crime. That's the charges that we're bound over, and we look forward to handling this in court. We're going to keep our comments to what happens in court here. So we look forward to the next step.
What seals the
No,
deal for
thank
you
you.
that there was a crime? It's all right. Could we just, I
Some
just
people
like
don't
to
think
ask,
I'm all bright, but
I mean, Allred, I'm sorry, Miss
Allred.
Allred, is there anything that can you tell us what you saw here today that you can take away that would help with your case, if anything?
No.
Could you repeat?
I can't. Yeah, he asked, is there anything that I saw today that would help with the lawsuit that I am litigating on behalf of Judy Huff? And the answer is, I don't have a comment.
Ms. Allred, can you comment on the reports that a modeling agency sent over half a dozen teenage models to Mr. Cosby's home weekly?
The report that that modeling agency sent Mr. Cosby models who were teenagers, some of whom may have been under the age of majority, in other words, under the age of consent, is a report that I'm interested in. Of course, I'm interested in any and all issues involving Mr. Cosby that might be relevant. to either the criminal case or a civil case. Having said that, I'm especially interested in anything that has to do with underage minors and Mr. Cosby.
What's your reaction?
But I don't have any comment on those reports.
Ma'am, do you think today's decision has given any hope or any greater hope to other victims that they may have success in criminal charges against Mr. Cosby?
The question has to do with, do I think that this will hearten other alleged victims that they may have success in a criminal case? I don't know of any other criminal case now being considered or now pending against Mr. Cosby having to do with allegations of other accusers. And that is because of the statute of limitations, the arbitrary time period set by law, which we are working to change in many states.
All right, one moment, I'm going to take you to a map. It looks like Dave Muncie is working on the Futurecast. Take a look at that for a few seconds, and I'll be on the other side with some updates. All right, we're going to go to this congressional hearing from Homeland Security. It's interesting. It's in regards to enhancing preparedness and response capabilities to address cyber threats. Something that I know as a country we're not very confident in. I mean, you can just look at what happened with Sony not too long ago and see that we haven't necessarily been prepared. And then people claiming that they hacked into Hillary Clinton's email server. So we're going to look again at enhancing preparedness and response capabilities to address cyber threats. And this is Homeland Security. So we'll jump right into that now.
Capability. What is preventing us from reaching the appropriate level of cybersecurity? What obstacles are states facing, and what can we do to help? I'm especially interested in learning more about what happens after a cyber attack that has physical consequences. Who is in charge of the response, and how are first responders coordinating with cyber officials who are trying to mitigate the attack? I know states like California have set up task force to answer these exact questions. Additionally, in 2012, the national level exercise looked at the nation's ability to respond to a large-scale cyber attack with physical consequences. One of the key recommendations from this exercise was to finalize a cyber response plan that clearly defines the roles and responsibilities of all of the potential response entities. 4 years since that exercise and 6 years since the interim draft of the National Cyber Incident Response Plan was released, we do not have a finalized and approved plan. Developing and finalizing this plan needs to be a priority of the federal government. I understand that the department plans to finally begin stakeholder engagement on the development of the final plan in the coming weeks. I certainly hope that they will be engaging with all of today's witnesses to get their feedback. Also, I have heard that while sharing cyber information is becoming more prevalent, there is still confusion on who states should talk to when an incident occurs, and the sharing of cyber-related information with the emergency management and first response communities is at best ad hoc. These people are going to be the first on the scene and should have insight into whether the incident they are responding to has been caused by a cyber attack. Can states utilize their fusion centers to be a force multiplier to disseminate critical cyber information? I know that my state is taking this approach, and I'm interested to hear if it has been successful. A few years ago, Secretary Johnson made a statement that I feel is still true today. He said, and I quote, Cybersecurity is a shared responsibility, and it boils down to this. In cybersecurity, the more systems we secure, the more secure we are. We are all connected online, and a vulnerability in one place can cause a problem in many other places. So everyone needs to work on this. Government officials and business leaders, security professionals, and utility owners and operators, end quote. And that is why we are here today. I want to thank all the witnesses for testifying today, and I look forward to highlighting the good work that you are all doing to enhance your cybersecurity capabilities and learning about what areas are still a challenge and how the federal government can help in mitigating those gaps. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, for an opening statement he may have.
Good morning. I'd like to thank Chairman Donovan and Ratcliffe for holding today's hearings to assess our ability to respond to cyber threats. The last time our subcommittee held a joint hearing on the subject was in the 113th Congress, about 3 years ago. What we have learned is that cyber threats are the new frontier of disaster response. Our legacy response doctrine, from the National Response Framework to the Stafford Act, are rooted in the era that predates reliance on cyber networks and growing threats posed by sophisticated hackers. Despite our best efforts to ensure that our national preparedness doctrine is responsive to evolving threats, it has not kept pace with cyber threats. My district is rich with critical infrastructure, all of which rely on cyber networks. Within 2 miles, we have major transit systems, chemical facilities, and refineries mixed among homes, schools, and hospitals. A hack of any one of these targets could have devastating cascading effects and could risk overwhelming our brave first responders. And we know that the threat is real. Earlier this year, Iranian hackers breached the Bowman Avenue Dam network in Rye, New York. Fortunately, the dam was offline for repair when the authorities discovered this breach. But I am worried that it is only a matter of time before the hackers are successful, and we need to be prepared when they are. I applaud efforts at the state level to confront cyber threats head-on. Some states, like California and my home state of New Jersey, have established state-level cyber information sharing centers modeled after the National Security Communications Integration Center, or NCIC. I would be interested to learn whether these centers facilitate improved information sharing and encourage better relationships among non-traditional partners who would play an important role in cyber response. At the same time, I'd be remiss if I did not note that while states annually indicate that they lack the confidence in their cybersecurity capabilities in the National Preparedness Report, very few invest Homeland Security grant funding to address the capability gap. I'd be interested in understanding why. Is it because the federal government has not provided adequate guidance on how to address the threat, or whether the amount of grant funds available after cuts to grant programs in the recent years prevents states from investing in cyber capabilities? The witnesses at that hearing made 2 points that stuck with me. First, the witnesses emphasized that the response to cyber attacks will require people from chief information officers to emergency managers to private sector partners to break out of their silos and coordinate with non-traditional partners. Second, they said that the existing disaster response guidance does not adequately address the complexities of responding to cyber events these days. I look forward to hearing our witnesses' opinions on how the National Incident Management System, the National Response Framework, and other disaster management doctrine should be updated to reflect the unique qualities of a cyber event. I appreciate the witnesses for being here today, and I look forward to their testimony. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman the chairman of the Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, Infrastructure Protection, and Security Technologies, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Radcliffe, for an opening statement he may have.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank Chairman Donovan, Ranking Member Payne, for working with me and with Ranking Member Richmond on putting this issue together today. I also want to thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm looking forward to hearing your testimony. On the Cybersecurity Subcommittee, we talk a lot about the variety and high number of growing cyber threats that are out there. But today we're going to hear about the other part of the equation, which includes the people, the hours, the programs designed and dedicated to preparing for and responding to the dangers that these cyber threats pose. Hopefully, having this discussion at a national level will help bring to light some of the best practices and most evident areas for improvement at every level of government, whether it be the federal, state, or local level. Because the truth is, every level of government is constantly having to face and respond to these threats. So we all need to be working together to understand the tactics and techniques and procedures that hackers are using so that we're better equipped to face the threats of tomorrow. It's important that we spend as much time and energy thinking about the solutions that secure Americans as we do examining the dangers. The purpose of today's hearing is to focus on seeking those solutions to make Americans safer. In that spirit, we're constantly seeking to improve upon and expand the programs and partnerships in both the private sector and state and local governments that function to help keep Americans safe. These partnerships are the nuts and bolts to secure Americans against the havoc that is possible if a bad actor were to successfully disrupt or damage one of the many systems that we rely upon for everyday life, like our water and our power. What we're hoping to gain from today's hearing is what more we can be doing to further these partnerships and programs. The importance of the flow of information can't be stressed enough, as information is the currency with which security and insecurity is established in today's digital age. As fast as the bad actors are moving in cyberspace, we have to be constantly moving faster to stay ahead of them, and right now we're not. While they have to only be right one time to cause damage, we have to always be resilient and stand perpetually ready with a plan and with answers. I'm glad to be having this joint hearing to highlight the interconnectedness of the response plans that are in place in case of a devastating cyber event and the first responders who carry them out. At the federal level, we have the ability to push out and develop plans beyond the capability currently available to the 50 states. But it is the responders already in those areas who will be the first people that those most directly affected will see if a catastrophic cyber attack occurs. As Chairman Donovan mentioned, the draft National Incident Response Plan, or NCHIRP, was delivered to the White House in the fall of 2009, and in March of 2010, an interim draft was released, but not approved, subject to ongoing review by the administration. It's now been 6 years since the release of the interim draft, with stakeholder engagement just now starting. 6 years is entirely too long for any type of response plan to sit on a shelf in the White House, but it's especially dangerous in the case of cyber. In 2014, Congress passed a law to require this cyber incident response plan to be finalized. Clearly, the administration, by not finalizing this plan, doesn't seem to be taking cyber incident response planning seriously. It begs the very obvious questions. What if there is a significant cyber attack in the United States? Does every level of government know their role and how cyber response will be coordinated? We are neither too ignorant nor too proud to think that a major cyber event is outside the realm of possibility right now. So I would like to take this moment to convey that we're watching the development of this document very closely. Look, it's very apparent that we have a lot more work to do. Securing our states from cyber threats now includes entirely new roles and responsibilities that didn't exist 50 years ago. Discussing, examining, and encouraging the programs and partnerships that Americans rely upon is absolutely critical to being able to preserve and guarantee the American way of life. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today to learn what more we can and what we should be doing to advance the security of the American people. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit the gentleman from Louisiana, the ranking member, Mr. Richmond's statement into the record.
Without objection, so ordered. Other members of the subcommittees are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. We are pleased to have a distinguished panel before us today on this important topic. Mark Gillarucci serves as the Director of the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, a position he has held since July 1st, 2013. As a member of the Cabinet, Director Gillarucci serves as the Governor's Homeland Security Advisor and oversees statewide public safety, emergency management, emergency communications, counterterrorism efforts, and the state threat assessment system. Mr. Gillarucci previously served as the Secretary of the California Emergency Management Agency. Welcome, sir. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel J. Cooney currently serves in the Office of Counterterrorism of the New York State Police. He serves as advisor to the Director of the New York State Office of Homeland Security and oversees the staff of the New York State Intelligence Center, New York's Fusion Center. He has been a New York State police officer for 23 years and has been awarded a master's degree in security studies from the Naval Postgraduate School. Welcome, Colonel. Brigadier General Stephen J. Spano is President and Chief Information Officer of the Center for Internet Security. Most recently, he served as the General Manager for Defense and National Security for Amazon Web Services Worldwide Public Sector. Prior to Amazon Web Services, General Spano served over 28 years in the United States Air Force in a variety of leadership roles. He retired in 2011 from Air Force Combat Command, where he served as the Director of Communications. Welcome, General, and thank you for your service to our country. Mr. Mark Raymond began serving as the Chief Information Officer for the State of Connecticut Department of Administrative Services, Bureau of Enterprise Systems and Technology on June 2nd, 2011. He has over 2 decades of technology and business experience consulting in New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. That includes working in the areas of finance, payroll, human services, budgeting, procurement, human services, revenue, and transportation. As a consultant, he has worked with federal agencies including the United States Treasury, Federal Highway Administration, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and the U.S. Department of Transportation. Welcome, sir. Mr. Robert Galvin serves as the Chief Technology Officer for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, a position he has held since December 2013. In this capability, he provides oversight, direction, and management for all of the agency's technology, information systems, and technology service delivery. Prior to joining the Port Authority, Mr. Galvin served as the Chief Technology Officer at the New York City School Construction Authority. The witnesses' full written statements will appear in the record. The chair now recognizes Mr. Gillarucci for 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, good morning, Chairman and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Mark Gillarucci, and as I'm the Director of OES in California, I'm here today on behalf of the National Emergency Management Association, which represents state emergency management directors of the 50 states, territories, and the District of Columbia. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today to discuss concerns related to the consequences of a cyber attack and the role of emergency management community in responding to this unique and evolving threat. As our lives, our systems, our critical infrastructure, as well as our emergency management coordination and communication platforms become more and more integrated with and dependent upon the Internet of Things, so does the proliferation of threats and complexities from cyber attacks, and of course, the need to continue to evolve capabilities and countermeasures. These emerging threats, ushered in by advancements in technology, are a challenge for emergency management at a time when the adversary is unpredictable, asymmetrical, and very active. The range of threat actors, the methods of attack, targeted systems, and victims are ever expanding. And because information systems are now the backbone of critical infrastructure in the United States, we are at an age of transitioning into next-generation public safety due to its significance to national and economic security. Of concern to the emergency management community is the threat and potential cascading impacts of a cyber attack to our critical infrastructure systems, lifelines, and assets, whether physical or virtual, by actors with malicious intent to exploit vulnerabilities, disrupt or destroy control systems, or incapacitate the delivery of essential services, all which places the security and safety of our communities, our citizens, and the economy at great jeopardy. Like the consequences of other asymmetrical terrorist threats, consequence management of cyber attacks is challenging due to its unpredictable and ubiquitous nature. It requires a concerted and coordinated effort of collaborative planning, risk identification and management, communications, information sharing, interdiction, response, and mitigation. As information technology becomes increasingly integrated with physical infrastructure operations, emergency management must plan and prepare for the increased risk for large-scale or high-impact events and the cascading impacts that could harm or disrupt services or worse, cause fatalities or destruction in our communities. Widespread and long-term power outages, loss of water telecommunication systems, disruption of public health or public safety systems, destruction of control systems, interruption of food production and distribution, and or the movement of commodities or people are just a few potential consequences of a successful cyber attack on our critical infrastructure. All consequences emergency management must consider, plan, and prepare for. There is no doubt that the potential aftermath of a significant cyber attack resulting in physical consequences will challenge existing hierarchies, dependencies, reporting structures, and planning assumptions. Emergency managers will need to leverage all necessary local, state, and private sector resources, implement redundant capabilities for continuity of operations and possibly continuity of government, and will require federal support for both technical and Stafford Act assistance. But it remains unclear today how the consequences of an attack will be defined and meet requirements for Stafford Act assistance. Another challenge facing state emergency management and homeland security organizations is the ability to effectively manage cyber risk, as it is not possible to eliminate it. Like many other hazards, both natural and human caused, state leaders must build cybersecurity systems, communication and information capabilities, and procedures designed to not only preempt attacks through adequate cyber defense systems, but enable organizations to withstand attacks when they succeed, or in other words, to build cyber resilience. A logical approach to cybersecurity preparedness and incident response begins at all levels of government and in partnership with the private sector. As the federal government continues to build its capabilities, policies, and strategies, it has left states to build cybersecurity capacities with limited resources, trained personnel, and guidance or a specific blueprint to follow, all while facing threat actors who are advanced, nimble, quick to adapt, and overcome defenses and intending to do harm to private citizens and government services. Dedicated cybersecurity grants for planning and operational capabilities, developing training, and supporting the blueprint of a workforce of cyber warriors, as well as identify post-event remediation funding streams that do not currently exist, but are absolutely necessary to ensure states are prepared to adequately build cyber capabilities and defenses. This needs to be a priority. For example, in California, one key cybersecurity capability we recently stood up is the California Cybersecurity Integration Center as a way to measure our whole of government and public-private sector integration approach. The CalCIC, as it's called, integrates critical cybersecurity functions directly impacting my ability to manage both the Homeland Security and emergency management portfolios in California. It is co-located with the California State Threat Assessment Center, our state's primary fusion center, which maximizes information sharing and allows for communications to be properly vetted and classified, ensuring conductivity and information sharing between the intelligence community, law enforcement, and California's other 5 regional fusion centers, and it expands upon our current capabilities focused specifically on protecting California. It resides within our Homeland Security Division, aligned with DHS's organizational structure, and integrates both the academic and private sectors. It provides a statewide nexus for cyber threat information sharing for the state of California, our critical infrastructure sector partners, and that provide essential services, our 911 system, the intelligence community, and law enforcement. It promotes proactive situational awareness of the cyber threat, cyber hygiene, and best cybersecurity practices, and it augments the State Emergency Operations Center during activations for emergency incidents through systems analysis and resilient communication. And most importantly, it provides support to our state's Emergency Support Function 18, the component of the state emergency plan that focuses on the impacts and countermeasures related to a major cyber attack. A key element for success of this capability, but nonetheless a challenge we are working with, is establishing a blueprint for integrating disparate agency sector efforts and mission sets into a unified, coordinated, and streamlined operation that reflects the full intelligence cycle from collection, analysis, to dissemination that supports situational awareness and the complete emergency management cycle. The CalSIC design forces collaboration between all of the major state agencies and sector representatives that have a role in cybersecurity through protocols and the integration of respective cybersecurity staff. This partnership forces down the silos and stovepipes and generates a level of collaboration on the cyber front not seen before in our state government, which helps to define the roles and responsibilities of each organization during cyber events at a statewide significance. As well, through partnerships with the National Cybersecurity Communications Integration Center and the Multi-State Information Sharing Analysis Center, the CalSIC addresses prevention, protection, response, and recovery while providing detail on cyber threats and trends specifically to California. The CalSIC can use this analysis to notify residents of current threats and how to prevent and mitigate those threats. The consolidation of national, state, and local cyber threat data will provide a more strategic picture benefiting prevention and response. And to further our resiliency platform, we are also moving to implement the DHS NCCIC cyber hygiene campaign across California's state agencies and departments. In closing, collaboration, coordination, training, planning, clear protocols, real-time information sharing, and processing of indicators of attack are essential elements of a robust cybersecurity and emergency management posture for all governments. Linking up critical infrastructure assessors and analysts with cybersecurity personnel and emergency planners also needs to be approached holistically and sustainably. At all levels, government must be prepared to deal with an ever-changing and increasingly complex set of challenges that test our traditional approaches to emergency preparedness and response to disasters. Changing demographics, emerging technologies, and the interdependencies of our infrastructure and systems create vulnerabilities that differ from those of the past. The cyber threats facing our nation are not subsiding, but in fact are evolving in such a way that these threats demand purposeful, proactive action, adequate funding support, and a more forward-thinking and collaborative approach at all government levels and critical infrastructure sectors. This has to be one team, one fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garlucci. The chair now recognizes Lieutenant Colonel Cooney for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Donovan, Ranking Member Payne, Chairman Ratcliffe, and members of the subcommittees. Thank you for inviting me to testify today. My name is Dan Cooney. I'm a Lieutenant Colonel with the New York State Police responsible for overseeing the New York State Intelligence Center, or NYSIC, the state's designated fusion center, which is staffed by approximately 90 individuals, drawn from nearly 20 law enforcement and homeland security agencies at the local, state, and federal levels. Since we opened our doors in 2003 as one of the nation's first fusion centers, NYSIC has maintained an all-crimes approach with the ultimate goal of preventing criminal and terrorist activity in our state and supporting our partners' ongoing law enforcement investigations. The New York State Police has long had a computer crimes unit. NYSIC incorporated cyber threat intelligence into its mission in 2014 by creating a cyber analysis unit when the NYSIC had just moved to co-locate with the Center for Internet Security and the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center. Our approach is based on partnerships, intelligence production, and outreach. To further our outreach, NICEC spearheaded creation of the New York State Cyber Partners Working Group, which meets monthly and is comprised of state and federal government law enforcement, homeland security, and information technology personnel, and the National Guard. As the Intelligence Center, our role is to take the lead in developing cyber intelligence products for both the technical and non-technical audiences, and we leverage the partnerships formed through this group to accomplish this mission. The NICEC also relies on national cyber information sharing networks. Routinely, we access the National Fusion Center Association's Cyber Intelligence Network, through which over 250 federal, state, and local law enforcement members act as a virtual fusion center, utilizing a cloud service provided by the Homeland Security Information Network to share cyber threat intelligence in real time at the for official use only, or FOUO level. Within the state, our distribution lists are separated by sector and between technical and non-technical audiences to ensure recipients receive exactly the information they need. Actionable intelligence for IT staff so they can deploy appropriate prevention or mitigation controls, and more strategic information on trends in cyber actors' tactics, techniques, and procedures for executives and policymakers to better inform policy decisions and resource allocation. NICEC's Intelligence Liaison Officer Network maintains points of contact in fire, EMS, and emergency management agencies in each county with whom we engage in two-way threat information sharing. Additionally, nearly all of the 500-plus law enforcement agencies in New York State have a designated field intelligence officer that regularly communicates with the NICEC. More technical products are shared directly with county chief information security officers. At both the Fusion Center and across state agencies, New York State is sharing more information more effectively than ever before. Despite a constantly changing environment, we have made excellent progress, but I want to highlight two specific areas for continued growth from the full statement I submitted on the record. First, the information sharing lessons of the last 13 years in the counterterrorism space must be applied to cybersecurity today. At the state level, the Fusion Center is DHS's single point of contact for terrorism-related information, and we know from where within DHS this information is coming. This is not yet the case with cyber threat information, and more often than not, the Fusion Centers do not receive cybersecurity intelligence information in a timely manner. The more of this information that Fusion Centers receive, the more we can share with agencies and businesses within our state, allowing us to close the current intelligence gaps and push information to smaller entities that direct federal sharing currently does not reach. Second, we observe a large amount of cyber threat information is classified. While Fusion Centers have the capability to receive classified documents, we cannot share useful contents with many of our customers unless the classification is downgraded. On behalf of New York's Fusion Center and as part of the larger national network of Fusion Centers, thank you for this opportunity to speak before your subcommittees, and I welcome any questions.
Mr. Chairman, ranking members, members of the committee, I'm Steve Spano, the President and Chief Operating Officer for the Center for Internet Security, or CIS. I appreciate the opportunity to share our thoughts on the state of national cybersecurity and offer a number of suggestions and address some of the challenges that lie ahead. I'd like to talk a little bit about our organization, what we do, our primary mission, and how that feeds into our assessment of the current state of cybersecurity in the area that we know best, which is state, local, tribal, and territorial governments. Then I'll talk a little bit about how we service and are enhancing that mission, working with our partners like the Fusion Center and state and local governments, and then offer some ideas moving forward strategically that perhaps this committee can begin to address as the challenges we face continue to grow. About CIS, It began in 2000 out of a passion and a belief that everybody deserves a secure online experience. The 100+ professionals work collaboratively to enhance the cybersecurity mission, readiness, and response. And we do that in 3 core areas. Beginning from the foundation, we believe that it's inherently practical and important to establish a secure framework to build your cyber strategy on and evolving to. We call that security framework the critical security controls, or the CIS controls. They are a set of prioritized actions that organizations of any size can take in a priority order to deal with the current threats that exist in today's environment. That security framework serves as a foundation for some of the products and services that we've offered. One such being the security benchmarks, which are automated configurations that lock down devices, operating systems, and software. So these security benchmarks help execute and implement the CIS controls, along with many of the services and products that our partners out in industry also support and provide. The controls, the benchmarks, the products and services are put into execution in our primary mission, and that is running the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, or the MSISAC. The ISAC was established in a partnership with DHS in 2010, and we began the journey of beginning to monitor all 56 SLTTs, where we are approximately more than 2/3 of the way through bringing the states and these local governments and tribal networks onto our network. We currently have 41 that we actively monitor, that we provide network intrusions, that we provide intelligence analysis to, that we provide forensics capability and response as part of a computer emergency response team. That mission continues to grow and strengthen. What I'd like to talk about now is how that mission feeds our assessment of where we believe the current state of national cybersecurity is within the SLTTs. We inform it through the day-to-day mission and the operation over the last several years, our experience and global situational awareness and engagement. We are also responsible for producing the National Cybersecurity Report to DHS, which every 2 years is provided to Congress. We are working to finalize this year's report. The NCSR is a self-assessment by the states in 13 key categories. And we measure those categories in a number of ways through the self-assessment amongst these entities. And we find that in each of the 13 categories, while year to year there's been improvements among the states, there's still challenges that reside in all 13 categories to meet the self-prescribed benchmarks, metrics that they want to achieve. Progress is being made. I characterize in my written testimony that the current state within the SLTTs is improving, but there are still a number of challenges that are facing the states, to include under-resourced budgets, a workforce that I would characterize as high demand, low density in its assets, and that's insufficient to address many of the challenges, and a number of other areas of dealing with basic hygiene in terms of executing some of their strategies. But progress is being made, and I would characterize it as improving. I look forward to the dialogue and the questions, and to diving into some of the specific details on how we can improve moving forward in 2 key areas. One is establishing a basic hygiene campaign, whether that's built upon the critical security controls or other frameworks. And the other area, as I mentioned, that I believe is a strategic challenge for us nationally is how to inspire and generate a cybersecurity workforce that can grow and meet the challenges, because as I mentioned, they are a high demand, low density asset across and the trends we're seeing within K through 12 and interest in STEM. Colleges and universities are offering programs, but it's insufficient to get to scale. And we're seeing that just the basic capabilities to keep up with the growing threats and the expertise and the training of existing professionals is a challenge for a lot of the SLTTs. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General Spano. The chair now recognizes Mr. Raymond for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Donovan, Chairman Ratcliffe, and Ranking Members Payne and Richmond for inviting me to testify for you today. My name is Mark Raymond, and I serve as the Chief Information Officer for the state of Connecticut and the Vice President of the National Association of State Chief Information Officers. NASCIO is a nonprofit association that represents state CIOs and IT executives and managers from states, territories, and D.C. Today, I'd like to provide the committee with an overview of cybersecurity preparedness in the states, what states are doing to improve our resilience, and opportunities to enhance the security profile of our nation. State CIOs are executive branch officials who serve as business leaders and advisors of IT policy and implementation at the state level. The most critical role for the CIO today includes the security of state networks, protection of state data, and helping formulate the response for cyber incident or disruption. These responsibilities are shared with the Chief Information Security Officer, or CISO, a position that exists among all 50 states and for whom are becoming increasingly standardized in their roles. State CIOs and CISOs operate in an increasingly challenging environment. In the 2014 Deloitte NASCIO cybersecurity study, we found that the top barriers for states addressing cybersecurity were insufficient budgets, increased sophistication of threats, and the inadequate availability of security professionals. Regarding insufficient funding, the majority of the states spend in the range of 1% to 2% of their overall IT budget on cybersecurity. The federal government spends around 14 to 16%. Combined with recent events, this disparity shows that there's no one correct amount or percentage. States must assess their cybersecurity risk and spend commensurate with that risk. The lack of qualified IT security professionals are also a challenge for states. People with IT security skills are the most difficult to recruit and retain for states, and the state government salary rates and pay structures are the biggest challenge in bringing on IT talent. Another obstacle for CIOs and CISOs is the increasing sophistication of threats. The top three are malicious code, hacktivism, and zero-day attacks. State CIOs are playing defense, but we've been able to better prepare for known threats through information sharing. Despite these challenges, states are progressing towards a more secure cyber environment. NASCIO has long called for states to adopt a cybersecurity framework and quickly endorsed the NIST framework upon its release. From 2015 data, we know that 80% of the states have adopted a cybersecurity framework based on national standards and guidelines. States are utilizing public and private resources to enhance their cybersecurity posture in both times of relative rest and in times of emergency. To better identify and detect cyber threats, states are increasingly sharing threat information through fusion centers and MSISAC. 80% of states have established trusted partnerships for information sharing and response. 80% of states have also acquired and implemented continuous vulnerability monitoring capabilities to better identify and detect malicious cyber activity. Many states also participate in Albert, a joint program between MSISAC and DHS, which brings an Einstein-based cyber traffic monitoring system to the states. Knowing that the ability to identify and detect is our first line of defense, Connecticut is the first state to take advantage of DHS's threat intelligence offering provided by eyesight partners. In the realm of response and recovery, states are also showing maturity. In a disaster, state officials expect the state CIO to maintain reliable and secure infrastructure, coordinate with other state officials, and restore communication services. I am responsible for these duties in my state as outlined in our disaster response framework. Recognizing that states could face a catastrophic disaster that coincides with or is caused by a cyber event, NASCIO has called on states to develop a cyber disruption plan that contemplates massive disruptions to the business of state government. States like Michigan have taken the whole community approach and have developed disruption plans that outline roles and responsibilities during a disaster. A key partner to the states has been DHS. States are heavy utilizers of DHS state and local cyber programs like ICS CERT and FedVTE. Also, federal programs like CyberCorps help shore the IT security workforce gap that all states are facing. Another way the federal government could aid in enhancing states' ability to identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover is by harmonizing federal security requirements. CIOs must comply with IRS Publication 1075, FBI CJIS, HIPAA, FERPA, CMS's MARS-E, amongst others. Regulation harmonization could lessen the burden on states, enabling us to focus on providing security services rather than checking off boxes. Thank you for holding this important hearing and for the opportunity to testify today on this truly critical issue.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. The chair now recognizes Mr. Galvin for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Radcliffe, Chairman Donovan, Ranking Member Payne, and members of the subcommittees. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss strategies for strengthening our nation's cybersecurity. Since the December of 2013, it has been my privilege to serve the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey as its Chief Technology Officer. The Port Authority builds, operates, and maintains infrastructure critical to New York and New Jersey transportation and regional trade. These facilities include America's busiest airport system, including JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark Liberty International Airports, the World Trade Center, the PATH Rail Transit System, 6 tunnels and bridges between New York and New Jersey, the Port Authority Bus Terminal, Hudson River Ferries, and marine terminals. For more than 90 years, the Port Authority has worked to improve the quality of life for more than 18 million people who live, work, and visit New York and New Jersey metropolitan region. Safety is the #1 priority across all of the authority's locations. Technology touches virtually all of our operations, so the secure and reliable functioning of our computing assets is vital to public safety. In our limited time, I'd like to briefly discuss 3 areas in which I believe the federal government can assist technology professionals in addressing cyber threats. These areas are communication, readiness, and public education. In the realm of communication, events like today's public hearing play a valuable role. Government and technology leaders need to work together to create safe forums to discuss prevention strategies and deconstruct cybersecurity incidents. Through the avenues of improved communication, best practices can be shared across many organizations to the benefit of the whole. Turning now to readiness. When I joined the Port Authority, the organization was in the planning stages of designing a comprehensive cybersecurity program. We adopted a framework, the NIST 800-53, which was developed by a joint task force of people from the National Institute of Standards and Technology, DoD, Department of Homeland Security, Intelligence Community, and Committee on National Security Systems. This was an invaluable tool, saving us time and money as we put our cybersecurity program in place. I believe the federal government has a similar opportunity to assist organizations by coordinating regular drills, simulating large-scale cybersecurity events. Facilitating these exercises would allow those involved to understand whether they have the right procedures in place to respond effectively and to identify any deficiencies. At the Port Authority, our Office of Emergency Management conducts regular readiness drills, simulating such things as active shooter scenarios and aircraft emergencies. From these exercises, teams learn how to improve their response. Cybersecurity professionals can benefit from the same rigorous testing of our readiness. Like many organizations, the Port Authority invests resources to detect, prioritize, and examine suspicious activity on our computer networks. We also use strong, complex passwords across all mission-critical systems, restrict administrator access to only essential personnel, and staff a 24/7 operations center to respond to alarms generated by our cybersecurity tools and alerts received from other agencies. But probably the single most important thing we do to improve our cybersecurity posture is to require all staff who access Port Authority computers to participate in mandatory cybersecurity training programs. Themes such as think before you click on email links and be aware before you share on social media encourage people to contact our help desks and the operations center before they open questionable links and attachments. Education is essential. I believe the federal government can play a significant role in strengthening America's cybersecurity by sponsoring a national public education campaign to promote safe computing practices. In my experience, people are more likely to exercise good cyber hygiene if they understand the important role their individual actions play in keeping our computer networks secure. In the physical world, we rely on the American public to see something and say something. We need to develop nationwide awareness and training programs to empower people to do the same in the realm of cybersecurity. I thank the committee and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Galvin. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. Since each of us only has 5 minutes, I'd like to give each of you an opportunity to answer. I think I'd like to just ask the entire panel just one question and ask each of you to spend a minute on a response. States have constantly ranked their cyber capabilities the lowest among their core capabilities, and it makes sense that states would look towards the federal government for assistance. Each of you, in 1 minute, could you tell me, and some of you hit on it, declassification of information, training as we do it, active shooter demonstrations we should do with cyber attacks. Could each of you just tell me what you think the #1 priority of the federal government should be for each of the states to help them in securing their cyber terrorist capabilities?
Mark Ilarducci, really two areas. One, information sharing is really critical here so that we're all on the same page with regards to the threat streams and funding, dedicated funding to implement that collective footprint or blueprint as we move forward, working together to minimize the threat. There is no dedicated funding for cybersecurity. It needs to be raised on the priority scale.
Lieutenant Colonel?
In the post-9/11 environment, there was a tremendous amount of effort and time put together to create a structure and a network for counterterrorism. And that is, the national network of fusion centers. I compare the cyber environment now to that environment then, where, we should leverage this structure that took so long to build to share this cyber threat information. And I think, as I mentioned in my testimony, I think that's something that's there. We just need to take it a little further. And I think that if I had to name one thing, that would be my one topic.
Thank you, sir. General?
Yeah, I would probably say the workforce is probably the biggest challenge and where the federal government can help. And in that area, the states are really struggling both to compete with industry, and so when they do hire cyber professionals, because again they are in such demand, it's hard to compete with industry who also is requiring and demanding and hiring of those cyber professionals. So looking at the catalyst of how to start in K through 12 to get more interest in STEM, to look at the scholarship for service and how perhaps we can broaden that into other areas of not-for-profits and other businesses that surround critical security controls and critical infrastructures would be a clear role for the federal government to sort of serve as a catalyst. I would say very closely to that would be tightening the command and control and the apparatuses that link the state governments through the fusion centers, through the ISAC, to continue to strengthen the situational awareness that we present from the ISAC to DHS, which informs many national and international threats and actions, and fusing that together and presenting it for national action. So they would be my two areas.
General, I suspect that one of your frustrations is that all of you train people who would then eventually go on to industry. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Raymond.
Thank you. Two areas. One is, I think, continuing to raise the recognition of cyber risks as equally as critical as physical infrastructure risks to our critical infrastructure. I think the second is to leverage a broader leveraging of funding that is available to the states for a variety of different directed programs, that if we could leverage that more broadly to address the cyber risk across the state, that would be tremendously beneficial to the states.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Galvin?
Chairman, thank you. So I outlined 3 in my opening remarks. If I had to narrow it down to, I could narrow it down to 2, which I think is in the area of readiness. And I talked a little bit about coordinating cybersecurity simulation incidents. And my intent there is really not so much to exercise the cybersecurity plans of each organization or agency, but to look at the coordination between agencies and organizations. For example, the Port Authority relies heavily on Customs and Border Protection and the FAA, but there is no one organization that's responsible for overseeing a coordinated response to a coordinated attack, which is a very high concern for me. And the other I talked about is public education. So as a technology practitioner professional who's been working in the technical areas for 30 years, frankly, I don't know how most normal individuals who have training in other areas deal with the onslaught of technology that comes at them every day. We've all been trained as technology professionals in information access and security and control mechanisms and so on and so forth. Today, people buy Wi-Fi devices, they come home, they set them up, they buy televisions that interconnect with their Wi-Fi networks and their cable systems, and there are protections that you can use and leverage, but without some kind of a training plan, I don't know how people deal with it. I assume that what happens is most of them, if they don't have someone in their life that works in the technology sphere to come and help them set up, I think they take it out of the box, they plug it in, and if it works, they declare victory, and they leave it until it breaks and they buy another one. So I think public education has a huge role in protecting individuals' information as well as the information at risk in organizations, because what we're seeing is social media being leveraged by people who are posing a threat in order to gain access to corporate and agency systems.
Thank you, sir. I thank you all for your testimony and sharing your expertise with us. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just on Mr. Galvin's last question, I resemble some of those remarks. I was the relative back in the 80s that hooked everyone's VCR up, so I went around to all my aunts and uncles, and that was my job for a while, so I understand what you're saying in terms of that. And I'll stay with you, Mr. Galvin. You know, like California, we in New Jersey have established a state cybersecurity and communications integration cell with the goal of bringing together diverse stakeholders, promote statewide awareness and local cyber threats, and widespread adoption of cybersecurity best practices. In your opinion, is the New Jersey Cybersecurity Cell carrying out its mission effectively? And what does it doing well, and what should it be doing better?
Great, thank you. One thing I want to make clear is that, you know, the work of securing our information assets and ensuring the reliable function of our systems is performed by, in my organization, a hardworking staff of technology and security professionals, and also in our partners' agencies. And I'm truly fortunate to work with such a talented and dedicated set of public servants. And I assume that other members of the panel have a similar experience. This is a team effort. You know, we recognized early on putting our cybersecurity program together that there was no one group or individual that was going to have the total solution. So we've developed strong partnerships with New Jersey CISC, New York SIG, New Jersey State Police, New York NYPD, FBI, DHS, the MS-ISAC, US CERT, and ICS CERT. And we continue to engage with those agencies to perform vulnerability assessments and to assist with incident response. And likewise, we also, in this process of putting our cybersecurity program together, strengthened internal partnerships between the Chief Security Office, which at the Port Authority is responsible for the public, the PIPD, the Office of Emergency Management, the Office of Inspector General, and the technology departments. So it's definitely a coordinated team approach that I think you said it very well, Mr. Ghirarducci, that it's a team solution.
And so you feel that you're breaking through the silos of these different entities and working together to better assess these threats?
We do, and we spent time, I assume this will probably be a question, breaking down the NIST 853 framework and we did a RACI diagram, responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed, to identify who was in the lead for each of the different tasks. And that was it was a very lengthy exercise, but it was extremely valuable to us in helping put our plan together.
Thank you. And Mr. Ghilarducci, every year the National Preparedness Report reveals that of the 32 core capabilities, states are least confident in cybersecurity. At the same time, states invest very little of their Homeland Security grant funds into improving that cybersecurity capability. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think that part of it is because really the emphasis from DHS to states, to the state administrative agents or to the HSAs that are doing the investment justifications are not necessarily clear, and the whole concern about cyber, as been stated here, really isn't fully yet understood. This is an evolving threat. It's getting more complex. It's getting worse as the days go on. And I think that we, as DHS and the states, really we need to catch up with the fact that this threat is not going away. And so once the DHS and of course Congress allocate funding specifically targeted towards the cyber threat, I think that you'll start to see states start to implement more of that capability. Now, I would say that just this year, I, as the SSA, went into our investment justification and broadened the investment justification to include cybersecurity and countering violent extremism to be able to push down to local grant recipients at other state agencies and local governments so that they could utilize what funds they do have and repurpose those funds. But as you know, funds are pretty limited as they are, and it's hard to sort of move one thing to start working on the other. So it's a constant prioritization and reprioritization issue.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, well, I guess the end of last year, we passed an information sharing bill in this Congress aimed at improving our ability to timely share cyber threat indicators. I want to start with you, General Spano. How would you characterize the quality of the information flow that the MS-ISAC has with the NCIC?
I would say that the quality, I believe, is representative and testified by FBI and other DHS of information that we provided from monitoring state networks is very high quality, and it's fused. We have representatives from the MS-ISAC that sit on the NCIC floor as liaisons, so they're very integrated into that mission.
Is that how you give feedback in terms of what information you're getting that's valuable?
The feedback of what we provide comes from our analysis within the MS-ISAC from our monitoring mission. So, for instance, in 2015, we analyzed 3 trillion records and provided 56,000 alerts, sifting through all of those that were actionable for the states, but we also fed into the NCIC for further analysis and fusing with other sources of intelligence. We've supported FBI investigations with some of our analysis of what we've seen at the state level. And so the conduit and the function and the command and control has been working extremely well based upon the maturity of the ISAC mission and its capabilities year over year.
Okay. So I'm pleased to hear that that the sharing is going extremely well. Can you offer, would you offer anything to improve the efficiency or effectiveness?
You know, again, what we provide is, I think, moving up in its intelligence. The processes are lean and getting better as we continue to strengthen that relationship. I think The challenges, I think, are more downward into the state levels, as I talked about with respect to some of the resources.
Yeah, so you talked about the workforce being a challenge.
Right.
I think you characterized it as high demand, low density. So what can DHS do? What can DHS do to create a workforce that's well-trained and fully equipped to respond to cyber threats?
I don't know that it's any one responsibility of any single agency. I believe it's a collaborative effort at all levels, public, private, facilitated and encouraged by DHS. They have a number of programs that the ISAC implements to try to encourage younger students. We do a poster contest, and the CIS offers some summer camps to try to encourage it. There's a scholarship for service under the National Science Foundation, which is really important. We believe that looking at that and examining whether we can continue to do that, it's not any silver bullet that is going to solve this problem. It's a generational problem where if the pipeline at the K through 12 is not satisfying the growing demand, you're sort of always chasing. And looking at it from a comprehensive perspective of how to ignite, that STEM capability at all levels, and then balancing, the differences between the public and private partnerships, I think will help create a stopgap with programs that are specific to workforce exercises, joint exercises to raise awareness.
Great, thank you. Let me turn to you, Mr. Raymond. Last month I held a field hearing in my district where I got perspective from fire chiefs and local law enforcement officials on how they're responding to cyber incidents. I want your perspective from the state, the NASIO perspective. What's the greatest limitation out there right now for states in terms of defending their cyber networks? And is NASIO, I guess part two of that is NASIO, are there shared best practices that NASIO is using to coordinate between state CIOs and local first responders and law enforcement?
Thank you for that question. I'd say that the biggest challenge is the velocity of the threat and the changing threat. And so, continued improvement on providing information and actionable information as efficiently as it can be provided, almost to a machine-to-machine level to allow us to react, will continue to allow the states to be able to defend as best we can. And it does help with the workforce issue in many ways where we can have our machines responding on our behalf. In terms of working out with the field, NASIO has put out over 31 different publications that are responsible or intending to work with both the education aspects, so making sure that our leaders understand how important cyber is, all the way to practitioners. So we have over a 100-page cyber guide in a set of information for state information security officers on best practices that we've assembled across the states to help them as they're new to these roles, and we do have turnover, that they can pick that up quickly and understand the very diverse environment that we have across all states.
Terrific. Thanks very much. I appreciate y'all being here today and your testimony, and my time's expired, so I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our panel here today. Your testimony was excellent, and appreciate your work that you're doing in this field. Let me start, if I could, with Mr. Raymond and Mr. Galvin. Let's say that the state of Connecticut or the Port Authority has experienced what you, Mr. Raymond, in your testimony term a cyber disruption event. Whom do you call first?
For Connecticut, we actually have a cyber working group. So the Homeland Security Advisor, Deputy Commissioner Bill Shea, and I work closely with this. Our first call is to the Fusion Center and then to MSISAC in terms of coordinating our events. Then we pull together a cyber response team that includes both Homeland Security and my office in terms of dealing with the response.
So for our organization, we have a cybersecurity operations center that would likely be either the initial point of contact or the discovery point for a potential incident. We would assess as much as possible the depth of the breach before reaching out. Well, we would certainly contact MSISAC. Usually they find out about the same time we do. And if we identify that the breach involves, publicly or personally identifiable information or something of that sort, we would initiate a call to the FBI.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, Colonel Cooney and Mr. Giudici, as individuals with emergency management roles, whom do you recommend New Yorkers or Californians call in the event of a disruption event?
Well, for us, it depends on the nature, but of course, I would say the NICIC, the Fusion Center, being co-located with the MSISAC, and then we would take it from there depending on the nature of it.
As well, if it depends on the nature, with this new integration center that we built, this will be the central point where all information and reporting will flow into. If there's a criminal predicate associated with the intrusion, our state police that has cyber crime investigation unit will sort of take the lead and be supported by the rest of the entities that have come together in a collaborative way. But that's the process, and because the center also includes connections with DHS and FBI, they're right there with us, and then we can move on that as rapidly as possible.
Do you all feel comfortable with knowing in particular who to call at the federal level, and who would respond to you in the event of a cyber disruption event? I found that that's something that is unclear to many, whether it's big businesses or even government agencies, and who are you all clear on that, and who would you call? Would you like to give input?
Well, this Mark again, this is a question. I mean, we typically would turn to the FBI. DHS information sharing, but the FBI would be working with us on the actual analysis of the intrusion. But the Secret Service also plays a role in it, so there's a little bit of a conflict there. But typically, our next step is to go to the FBI.
Okay.
I think your point is well taken, though, that in the private sector, I think there's less awareness of who to call. I think that you've got a panel of people who work in government and who have spent time putting together cybersecurity programs. So we, more than anybody, are going to know the right individuals to call. But I think you're correct that depending on the nature of the entity, particularly a privately held organization, I'm not sure they would know who to reach out.
I think that's why we have to work at the federal level to help get the word out more. That one of the first places to go, in addition to FBI, would also be the NCIC or U.S. CERT to request federal assistance. But Mr. Raymond, if I could, in your testimony, you mentioned that NASCIO recommends that states have a cyber disruption response plan. I know you highlighted New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and my home state of Rhode Island. And I know what we've been doing in Rhode Island, that our cyber disruption team that we've created has basically all the stakeholders at the table, emergency management people, state police. We have our colleges, universities, as well as the private sector at the table. And it's really proved very effective at bringing the stakeholders to the table to plan for a response to a cyber disruption event. Is there a way for the federal government that we can encourage this type of approach?
I believe, is it related to education and continuing to hold exercises, continuing to participate through Homeland Security in having the states describe their disruption plans? I think all of those encouragement points are very helpful in organizing states' response to incidents like that. Participation, NGA is holding a cyber policy academy for several states. Connecticut is one of those participating. That helps bring best practices across the states, and I know that DHS is a good partner in that exercise as well.
Thank you all. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the vice chairman of the Subcommittee on Emergency Preparedness, Response, and Communications, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, panel, for being here and the professional testimony. Very detailed, very important to us. Mr. Raymond, I have a question here, two-part question, so I may break it up. How can the roles of information sharing organizations such as MSISAC and ISACs be more strongly defined and effectively implemented?
I'm not, I know that we actively work with MSISAC and we find that it's fairly defined. I'm not sure that I understand how more strongly.
Well, let me add a little more description. Should their responsibilities be strengthened to increase information sharing efficiency? Is that fair?
Yes, I believe the velocity of information sharing specifically across all players can be improved.
Okay, General Spano, what efforts does the MSISAC take to gauge customer satisfaction with the states that they are engaging with?
Sure. So we have an executive committee that's comprised of several of the representatives from the CISO's office and the security professionals.
Okay.
We have monthly calls with all the members. We have over 1,000 members, although the 56 are the ones that we actively are pursuing monitoring with. We have an annual conference that they attend. We provide newsletters, efforts. The NCSR is, we manage on behalf of DHS to get their self-assessments to work. So it's a very strong and growing collaborative environment.
In your testimony, I believe you described the value add of a state being a member of the MSISAC.
Correct.
What additional services or capabilities do you see the MSISAC being able to provide if we were taking out the next 5 to 10 years?
The next 5 to 10 years, I believe that as we help solidify the basic hygiene of the security framework, such as the controls, as the foundations at the state level, and begin to help them evolve from the basics of just trying to keep their systems patched and configured correctly, I think the whole state of or posture of cybersecurity will eventually begin to increase at a much more rapid pace. That's one specific area. As technology evolves to the Internet of Things and into the cloud environment, there may be a different dimension to cybersecurity that has not yet fully matured or evolved or is understood.
Sure.
And so we have started to move out by offering those hardened images within Amazon Web Services, and we're talking to the other cloud providers like Microsoft to be able to provide the same type of hardened machine images in their cloud so that as the states begin to move toward cloud, they can do it much more securely than they are now, because there's tremendous advantages and cost savings that could help fuel resources to help in the cybersecurity area.
Well, my next question was, what kind of steps do you see there to effectively get us there? But I think you just touched on some of that. Let me take, if I could, please, going back to Mr. Raymond, what do you currently see as the greatest limitation of the state's ability to defend just against the general cyber attacks? Can you speak to that for a second? Talk about the problems there.
I think there's different states that are organized very differently, right? We are a critical infrastructure provider from state data centers to state networks. I think if we look at the sort of complexity of the business that we serve, from schools, libraries, in some instances hospitals, so the diversity of the population that we that we serve, and the sort of discrete nature of how funding comes in doesn't allow us to leverage things as broadly as we would like. So I'd say that's one of the one of the primary challenges.
Okay. Can I open that up to anybody else on the panel? I've got 50-something seconds. So if anybody else want to touch on the state's sort of the obstacles there?
Well, I think one of the bigger challenges that they have that makes implementing cybersecurity tougher is a more strategic problem in how software and applications are developed.
Okay.
So many of the software products are coming out of the box with inherent vulnerabilities, and I think they're poorly crafted and require a lot of lift to continue to sustain it. That's not going to be solved in any sweeping legislation, but it has to be addressed because the competitive nature of providing software and services and applications to get the speed and agility that you need to compete means you're getting beta versions and you're a little bit sloppier in the production.
Right.
And the applications that you're building even internally to do specific things are oftentimes poorly crafted and have security vulnerabilities that tax your cyber professionals.
My time has expired. Mr. Ghilarducci, you looked like you were in agreement there. Did you need to add anything to that?
I would just say that, cyber, what I call low-hanging fruit, just cyber hygiene training across the board can go a long way in making sure that state employees and state networks are as robust against attacks. That's one of the things that there's really not a lot of consistent and standardized training that's really made available, and I think that more of that would help a great deal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Galvin, frequently the first person to decide what to do in response to a cyber incident is not the CEO or even senior leadership. It is the operational personnel level, and often physical security professionals who are vastly more comfortable protecting against physical threats than threats to a network. My question is, what are the most important relationships emergency responders should maintain with private sector employees at all organizational levels?
That's a very good question, Congresswoman. Thank you for it. I think your observation is entirely accurate, that the person who is sitting at the facility overseeing operations is the person who's going to see the symptoms or the effects of a cyber attack first and foremost. And I think there are several important relationships. One, within any organization, there has to be training to make sure that the person who is operating the facility is aware of what they should do in order to pick up the phone and contact, in our case, our help desk or our CSOC.
This is KWTV.
Looks like we have a tornado in Kansas. I'm not seeing it yet. Oh, I got it. Here you go. Tornado in Dodge City, Kansas.
David. Matter of fact, I see debris on the ground. It's tornado number 10 that we've seen anyway. Tornado number 10 off to our northeast. Oh, the one to the left that's roping out.
It'll stop.
It's, oh my God. I'm trying. I'm sliding when I try to stop, okay? It's still on the ground, David, and the rope is disappearing, but there's debris just trashing something on the ground. There's going to be a bigger tornado to our northeast, David. Look at that long rope up above. Look at the long rope. But it's still violent on the ground. I mean, it's really, really strong on the ground still.
Can you?
Okay, stop. Okay, I'm stopping.
Thank you.
Okay. Good night. Look at that.
We have some streaks or something.
Okay, I see that. I'm going to try to wash. We got mud flinging all over our windshield now. Okay, there's somebody behind us wanting to go around. Oh, it got bigger again. I thought it was roping out. It's growing again. All right, I'm going to keep going. I don't know about that. I mean, it's still strong. Yeah, I mean, it's eventually going to die.
We're not far from Dodge City. Just so
hey, there's another tornado on the ground to the north.
Not far from Dodge City.
Not far from Dodge City. We are oh, good night. We're 5 miles southwest of Dodge City right now. I just noticed that. 5 miles southwest of Dodge City.
Uh-oh. Wow, look at that.
I see that. Okay, now, big tornado, David, with the new wall cloud. This is tornado number 11. Tornado number 11 is going to be a bigger one even still. Oh my gosh. And that's to our northeast. The other one roped out. This is a cyclic This keeps cycling over and over and over again. A cyclic supercell here that just keeps producing over and over and over.
Okay, we're gonna have some debris coming from here.
We're gonna have some debris. Oh, it's still on the ground. Oh, tornado's still on the ground with the rope, even though it's gone. Okay, we've got 80 mile-an-hour winds, west winds. Oh my goodness, it's cranking. 80 mile-an-hour winds. 90, maybe 90 miles an hour. Maybe 90 miles an hour. Look at that debris right there in front of us. Oh, look at that tornado just spinning above us. Wow. Wow. All right, we're getting hit with at least 90 mile-an-hour winds from the west. The tornado is just north of us. There's 2 tornadoes right now, actually, just north of us. They're merging, David. They're merging into one. The 2 tornadoes are merging into one. The 2 tornadoes are merging into one just north of us. Quarter of a mile down the road to our north. 1/4 of a mile. Oh, man, this is going to be a strong or violent tornado. The chaser behind us is in the ditch, backing up, trying to turn around. But I think it's going to be okay. We're going to go, it's going to miss us to the north, but this wall cloud is cranking. These 2 wall clouds, these 2 circulations merged. Oh my gosh. My gosh. Well, David, you said it today. If a storm goes up on that boundary, this is what's going to happen, and you're right. Oh, look at that. Okay, these 2 tornadoes merged into one. This wall cloud is just incredibly strong.
Our own Dave Muncie, you can see he's working on his satellite and radar for the 5 o'clock broadcast. Check that
It's
out. I'll go
coming
back
back.
to live Dodge City, Kansas.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Val?
What? What?
I'm not real sure about this.
Yeah. Well, we're good where we're at. It's right there, unless it snakes back towards us. I've never seen a wall cloud rotating like this before. Oh man. Okay, we still have a tornado on the ground. It's just, you can't hardly see it. It's to the right of the road, a little bit of debris, but everything's pretty much lifted at the moment. I'm turning off my emergency lights so those guys behind me won't mess with their shot. Okay, guys, there's no tornado on the ground right now, but I tell you what, this thing is rotating so strongly right in front of us. I mean, the wall cloud, David, is pretty much anchored right here. It's not moving north anymore. It's just stopped. It's right in front of us, spinning, not even really moving.
Okay, it's on the ground again.
Where?
Right.
Oh, I see it. Tornado on the ground again, David, now. Tornado on that. There's a dust whirl on the ground. I can't see a funnel. Oh, there's the funnel, kind of. Good night. 5,000 viewers. Wow. Okay, so if you're just joining us on Facebook, we are 5 miles southwest of Dodge City, Kansas. This tornado, we've seen 11 tornadoes. 2 or 3 of them have been very big, probably at least F3s on the ground. This has been going on now for an hour. And this wall cloud is rotating unbelievably strong. The storm is moving pretty much due north, so I think it's going to miss Dodge City proper unless it somehow turns right. And I think it's going to produce another tornado. I mean, it hasn't stopped in the last hour. We've seen one after another after another. All right, I think we got another one trying to form. It's time to move up a little. Well, everything appears to, I mean, it weakened from how crazy it was just a while ago. I mean, it's still spinning strong, but not nearly as crazy and violent as it was a while ago. Don't know what happened, but it's still spinning, and now we've got a pretty large funnel forming again. Oh, there's a horizontal tube. See that right up the road? Okay, David, the whole wall cloud is weakened a little bit. It's not just crazy violent like it was a while ago. I mean, it's still spinning strongly. It's strong rotation, but it's just not, you know, insane like it was a while ago. But now's when I need mud flaps. Keep getting, I'm glad I got a bunch of wiper fluid now to learn my lesson back in Texas County. Okay, so, all right, we're moving north. You know, David, I'm thinking if this thing keeps going north, it's going to miss Dodge City just a little to the west. I'm going to have to go slower so I don't get mud on my windshield.
It looks like it's wrapping up again.
Okay. All right, I'm going to have to turn this off a second. Hold on.
Less than a mile to the highway.
Okay. Well, the road just got better, I think. There's a large funnel right there. See that? I mean, maybe not. I'm almost thinking that now oh, there's a tornado on the ground right in the middle. Just to the left of the road, there's dust being kicked up. That's number 12. Yeah, it was just a brief spin up right there. We saw a dust cloud, a dust whirl on the ground, right in the middle of the broad wall cloud. Okay, so we are southwest of Dodge City. Now we're west-southwest of Dodge City, about 5 miles. And this wall cloud continues. It's not nearly as strong as it was earlier. Is that one on the ground right there?
Yes.
Okay, we have another tornado on the ground right there in front of us. Right there in front of us. Another tornado on the ground.
And there's houses in that area.
Oh, we're starting to come into some outskirts of Dodge City right now. Some houses. It's not particularly violent, but it's multi-vortex. Multi-vortex tornado right now. Okay, I want to keep going on this road because it's going the way we want it to go, even though it's muddy. Okay. Tornado on the ground. Yeah. Well, it's 1 mile ahead of us. We're on a very muddy, sloppy road. Right. That's where the tornado's going to be. It's not going to hit Dodge City proper. It's going to miss them to the west, 4 or 5 miles. But they're out. This is the outskirts of town. Oh, okay. Walk. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Well, this tornado straight north of us? Oh, Dave, it's going to produce a big tornado now. It's going to produce a big tornado, I think. It's getting wrapped up again. It's going to produce a big tornado. It's a multiple vortex now. There's multiple vortices spinning up on the ground beneath this huge wall cloud. Multiple vortices already in about a half a mile wide area. Oh, it's going to do it big here. Oh man, I feel sorry for those people who live in that area. Yeah, this is going to be a large tornado. Yes. Huh?
Can you stop?
Yeah, well, as soon as I get up here, we just got to keep on getting up closer to it here. Okay,
Okay, if we could get up on that.
oh my, can you believe that?
Let's get on the bridge.
We are, trust me. Yeah, it's trying to put down a big one. I've got a bridge in my way, David. I got to go around here. Right here. Oh, there it is. They're right in the center, on the ground. I'm looking. Yeah, it's going to be a big one. We don't have a way to get to the North Highway, Highway 50. There's no way to get to it unless I go west 3 miles, 4 miles, or east 3 miles. No, we've passed it. It's a mile south of us. No, it's a mile north of us. A mile and a half north of us is the highway. It's not showing up on my map. Okay, I see what you're saying. It's not on our map. But I'm going to ask these people how to get on.
Does this go through?
How do we get to that road?
It won't go through, no.
How do we get to that highway right there?
We turned around because they're good, but that highway might actually go along the back side of that. So you might want to turn around. That's a dead end.
How do I get to that highway?
Oh, they're chasers.
You have to go across here.
All right,
Okay,
never
thank
mind.
you.
Thanks. This house just got hit that we're stopping at. How? Okay, roll your window down. I gotta see how to turn around back here.
mirror is muddy.
There's no way to get on it. Tornado of emojis. Okay, we're coming around, you guys. Don't turn. Okay, all I see is a bowl now, halfway to the ground. I guarantee you there's still damage being done on the ground. I mean, I can see what looks like debris on the ground, but the funnel is, it doesn't look like the condensate is all the way down. It might be, though. It just might be rain wrapped.
Maybe we should have gone east.
Well, there's, yeah, I don't know. We got a great road here north. Okay. I see on the left side over there, I see a more of a cone funnel.
Uh,
50. Highway 50, we're crossing Highway 50 west of Dodge City at 102 Road. 102 Road, we're crossing, we're going north. The tornado is northeast of us. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, give it to him. If y'all don't mind. Okay. All right. Car coming.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do have a tornado outbreak in Kansas and Oklahoma. Right now we are watching as storm chasers in Kansas near Dodge City are covering some tornadoes on the ground there. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys watching here. You can see a tornado on the ground here near Dodge City, Kansas, and storm chasers are getting us this video here. We do appreciate everybody in the Fox 10 News Now stream.
No, I can't get on this one. I can't even stay in the middle of the road. Okay. Tornado's trying to rope. It's trying to rope. Okay.
Say we try to get east.
Yeah, we should. We need to get east. This road, I can barely even stay on the road. Oh my gosh. Anybody coming? Anybody coming? All right, we're gonna try.
What an amazing shot that is. Just shows you, wow, just how powerful those tornadoes can be, and at the same time, how beautiful and really how devastating they can be all at the same time.
Lots better. This thing is a stovepipe, kind of a narrow stovepipe, straight up and down. Okay, guys, if you're listening to us on Facebook, this is northwest of Dodge City. We're gonna put the map up here and expand it out. Yeah, we're about a mile north of Garnett Road and 5 miles west of 110 Road. And the tornado's on the ground a mile north of us, a mile and a half north of us right now, moving slowly north, it looks like. And there's another wall cloud forming just to our east.
Oh, look.
And right there, too. Right there.
It's on the ground. Right there.
Oh, it is? Oh, the road just got bad. He's turning around. I need to turn around too.
Oh dear.
This road is very bad. We lost the gravel. There's no gravel on this road. It's just black mud. Oh, the guy in front of me is going sideways. So are we.
Yeah, we need to be over on this
I know. We just keep going north up to that other road, I guess. Well, I've got it in four-wheel drive, but I'm still. Oh my gosh. Pretty good sized tornado on the ground. Am I back to the road? How far I gotta go back?
Just keep going.
Okay.
About 100 yards.
Alright. Well, I should have turned around right there. Well.
Yeah, it's gravel now.
Okay. Hail on the ground here. We need washer fluid on the side windows. All right, tornado is still on the ground to our east, about 2.5 miles. It's a large cone. We're going to keep going north on this road. Okay, on Facebook, just want to give you an update here. I'm going to span the map out here and see exactly where we are. We're northwest of Dodge City, 10 miles maybe, almost to the county line. The tornado, I can't tell if it's on the ground or not.
Okay, damage. We got damage.
Oh, no. Power line's down right here. Power line's down. In the road. I'm going to have to hit it. Alright, I had to hit the power line to avoid going in the ditch. Power line's down on the road. The tornado. I can't hit this one. It's got one of those things on it. Alright. Made it past the power lines. Had to run over one pole, but it's all good. Didn't hit the lines or anything. So we're still going east. Trying to work our way up to a. Yeah. right, we can't tell if there's a tornado on the ground or not because it's wrapped in rain if it is on the ground, but I think there's a pretty good chance. And if it's not on the ground, look out because there's damage being done for sure. We're headed east. We're north-northwest of Dodge City, about 10 miles. We have counted at least 13 tornadoes with this one supercell thunderstorm. And, at least 4 or 5 of those were very large tornadoes.
You can see it on the ground.
All right, Amy thinks she sees it on the ground over here. We're just trying to get out of this rain.
Okay, it's hard to tell if it's on the ground, but it's right in the middle.
Oh, I see it right there. Oh, it's got to be on the ground.
All right, folks, looks like we might have lost that signal there. Looks to be a little frozen right now. We're going to take you out to New Mexico, where Donald Trump is getting ready to hold a rally.
You're here because you want political correctness, you're in the wrong event. If you think we're going to sing Kumbaya, you're in the wrong event. If you're sick and tired of political correctness, you're at the right event. If you believe in our country, if you believe it can be great again, if you believe we're one nation under God, then you're at the right event. In the legislature, we fought 6 years to get a simple driver's license bill for illegals. Have you ever tried to get a driver's license and health care in another country without being a citizen? Good luck. It's not going to happen. And if you get sick in Mexico, you better have cash because you're not going to be treated. And if you're offended by immigration comments by Trump, it's time to get over it and get on the Trump train. When did freeloaders or illegals become more important than taxpayers? When my father, the late Tebow Chavez, he was one of 2 men that served in all 3 branches of government. My father presided over the New Mexico Senate for over 18 years. He learned how to build relationships. First, trust, and then bipartisan legislation was enacted. I served in the New Mexico House of Representatives. I lasted 2 years. I worked 18 hours a day. I served 7 days a week, 18 bills that I sponsored my first term, and I confirmed chemistry, that water and oil do not mix. No matter how much you shake it, no matter how much you say get along, no matter how much you say you will get along, it does not work. The politicians that call themselves Democrat progressive are so far out there that they are not coming back from the wrong restroom. Fortunately, less than 30% of Democrats define themselves as progressive, and the rest of them are much more conservative and willing to support rational and reasonable goals for our society in America. But let's elect Republicans. A divided House falls. Rational people do not support decisions by executive order. Government has eroded to a point where decisions are being made by executive orders, which is defined as a dictatorship. And we've all heard, just because, and I'm not doing Nixon, a vote for Hillary is to break the glass ceiling to elect a woman. Voting for Hillary Clinton is, just because she is a woman, is like drinking bleach because it looks like water. Let me give you 4 compelling reasons to vote for Trump. You can write them down. 82, 79, 77, 67. They are the Powerball numbers. They will have the most significant impact on your lives and on my life. These are the ages of the oldest Supreme Court judges who will be replaced. If all 4 are replaced in the next 4 to 8 years, plus the replacement of Justice Scalia. Then there will be a 7-2 split by the person who's elected president, and we will not see a victory in the Supreme Court in our lifetimes. And the greatest of presidents, Ronald Reagan, said, "Within the covers of the Bible are the answers for the problems men face." Politics is a team sport. We need to get on board the Trump train sooner than later. As my wife says, when there's someone in our household that doesn't want to participate, she says, "Suck it up and get on the happy train." God bless you. Thank you. God bless America. God bless Ronald Reagan. God bless Donald Trump. Thank you for your time and attention. You've been wonderful. You've been very kind to me. You've been a wonderful audience. Yes. Benjamin Franklin said this, "When the people find that they can vote themselves money, that will herald the end of the republic." William Booth, the founder of the Salvation Army, said the chief dangers that confronts the coming century will be religion without the Holy Ghost, Christianity without Christ, forgiveness without repentance, salvation without regeneration, and politics without God, heaven without hell. It is time we come to a place where we understand that this America can come back if we vote the right person in, and Donald Trump is that right person. Today, we get the opportunity to make America great again. Because we have seen the tyranny of liberalism that works to destroy every fabric of our lives, pitting the rich against the poor, the police against the public, starting fights where there were no fights, to cause dissension and chaos so the people will become more and more dependent on the government, which means giving up more and more of our rights. And Donald Trump wants smaller government, and that's what we need for America. The First Amendment reads, prohibits the making of any law respecting an establishment of religion, impeding the free exercise of religion, abridging the freedom of speech, infringing on the freedom of the press, interfering with the right to peaceably assemble, or prohibiting the petitioning for a governmental redress of grievances. And we know this, Donald J. Trump believes in the freedom of speech. We have the ability to address Barack Hussein Obama and his counterpart, and his counterpart, Hillary Clinton, on November 8th. We can be a part of making America great again, which is what Donald J. Trump keeps saying, and I believe it. In closing, I want to leave you with a challenge for those, or you may know people that are thinking about just staying home this election. Encourage everyone you know to vote for America. Vote for Donald Trump. Martin Luther King was known for saying, "I have a dream." Folks, I have a nightmare. Martin Luther King's dream was based on freedom. My nightmare is based on the loss of our freedom if Hillary Clinton becomes the president of these United States. First and most important, the other side will win if we stay home. They want us to stay home. They are counting on us staying home. They want us to do nothing. If the other side wins, they will continue to erode our constitutional rights, rights won by our veterans and immeasurable costs. If you're a veteran, thank you. Are you willing, as I challenge you as I leave, are you willing to step forward and do the courageous thing? Or do we stay home and take our chances? I am going to vote for Donald Trump, and I hope and pray you do also. I pray that God would continue to bless America. Thank you so much.
right, folks.
Okay.
While we
Were you
do
saying
wait
on
for the Donald
Facebook you can
Trump
barely hear me?
rally, we are keeping our eyes to Kansas.
We went to the edge of a
lot of
a
tornadoes.
bad cell area right now. I'm trying to figure out what to do here because we've lost everything in the
being
rain.
reported there. I'm
And
going to take it
is this
full
thing
while we
becoming
wait
really,
for that
really
rally to
HP?
begin.
Yeah. Good night. Yeah, the storm has changed character a little bit. It's not nearly as violent as it was earlier. I'm gonna look at the map and see where our roads are.
You can't always get what you want.
We could go east. I mean, we could go east to there.
But
This is a good road though, but there's about 8 miles of it. I just don't know. I'm lost right now. Not lost, but I mean, I can't see anything. We're covered up with core. Where it's right on top of the radar site, so the radar's not doing it justice. I know. We could go, we just had a call from CBS in New York also, and they were watching us on, I guess, the live stream on the Facebook, and they're wanting to do an interview with us tomorrow morning. So I guess, can we come to the station and they can do a live with us? Okay. Well, that's what I told them. They were going to find out about it and call back. No, they're gonna work out the details and call me back and let me know. But it'll be tomorrow morning. Okay, cool. Okay, now let's think about this. Since this storm is moving way up further into Kansas, and you think east of me on the Oklahoma border, those storms going up are that I should jump on those? I don't hope not. I don't want to get up at 4 in the morning. All right. Well, if that's that case, last time the Weather Channel or something came out and they went to my house, and Channel 9 or Channel 6 sent a reporter out to the house. Can they do that? You gotta go south, don't you? Hey, David. We're going to turn around and come back and try to be of some use in our viewing area. Okay.
can't get a radar update.
It was that boundary. I think, look at it. Dodge.
All right, folks, we are following multiple stories here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. As we are watching a storm chaser in Kansas, documenting tornadoes down the Broncos in Dodge City, and then they're also waiting for Donald Trump rally to begin.
Those wall clouds. What's that? We're getting some wind now. What's going on? What do you see? What direction is it?
All right, we will come back to that if the shot does get better here.
Guys, on Facebook, we are headed back to the sound.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are following a bunch of stuff right now. Donald Trump is going to be live right here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We do appreciate you guys watching the stream right now. Let me show you out back here while our shots have been going in and out. As you can imagine, with a storm there, though, storm chasers are in Kansas, and we are providing shots of that as well. Welcome, everybody. Donald Trump is going to be live in Albuquerque, New Mexico. That's a shot we have right here. We are awaiting for that rally to begin. We do appreciate you guys being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, also covering tornadoes out in Kansas. So if we do get some more shots, we'll bring those to you as well during the Trump rally. We do appreciate you guys being here.
Hear Hillary Clinton talk in recent days. Now, we don't know, of course, if Hillary's going to be the nominee because she can't close out Bernie, because, the Democrat voters aren't too thrilled to nominate someone who's completely bought, controlled, and paid for by Wall Street. Right? And I don't think Democrat voters are too thrilled to nominate somebody who specializes in sending jobs overseas like Hillary Clinton. And you know what? I don't think Democrat voters are too thrilled to nominate someone like Hillary Clinton, who toppled the regime in Libya and turned that place into a war zone. Hillary Clinton is not just wildly corrupt, she's wildly dangerous. Look what she did. Look what she did in the Middle East. You turn on the TV and they say, oh, Hillary Clinton, she's experienced, right? Her experience is ruining the Middle East. That's Hillary Clinton's experience. Hillary Clinton's experience is being the worst Secretary of State in American history. It's not great experience. Now, I've been lucky enough to get to work for Mr. Trump for a few months now as his policy advisor. My name is Stephen Miller, and I'm here today with a very important mission, which is I'm going to try and see if I can get the media to talk about this very important book here. It's called Clinton Cash. Has anybody heard of it? Now, the book Clinton Cash is to Hillary Clinton what the famous Black Book is to the mafia. It's got all the names, all the dollar amounts, all of the figures. You probably heard some stuff about it. It's written by Peter Schweitzer. But I'd like to tell you a few things that are in the book. Is that okay with you? Great. So Hillary Clinton was paid $21 million in speaking fees in 2 years. Does that sound on the up and up to you? No, I didn't think so. $5 million of that alone came from Wall Street and big banks. Doesn't sound good to me. I'm sure Bernie would have something to say about that. Now, listen to this. Hillary hid a donation. She hid a donation of 2 million shares in stock that was given by a foreign mining executive in violation of a State Department ethics agreement. That doesn't sound very good, does it? How many people in this room have ever even had a chance to hide 2 million shares of anything, right? You have to, that level of corruption, really, that's something special. Listen to this. Bill Clinton was lavished with money. Bill Clinton, we're going to get to talk. I have a lot of things I want to say about Bill, too. But Bill Clinton was lavished with money by a for-profit education company called Laureate International University. Get this. After receiving $9 million in State Department grants under Hillary Clinton. So I want to explain this. Hillary Clinton funnels grant money to this company, then the company pays Bill Clinton money. So you see how that works from one hand to the other hand, right? You know what it kind of sounds like to me? It kind of sounds like a money laundering scheme. Now, listen to this. Now, do you all remember how they put the Clintons in charge of the Haiti relief? Here's what the book says about that. I'm going to read right from the book right now. And again, we would all like everyone in the media to cover this book, wouldn't we? So we're going to have a little reading time. I'm going to read from the book. Right? And I'll just show up at all the rallies and keep reading from the book until the media writes about it. So this is what the book says. The efforts to rebuild Haiti, which were largely controlled by Bill and Hillary Clinton, have been a massive failure, right? Funds for reconstruction have ended up in worthless projects, while in several cases, Clinton friends, allies, and family members have benefited from the reconstruction. The reality seemed clear, the author writes. As one individual told the Wall Street Journal, if you don't have Clinton connections, you won't be in the game. Now, does that sound like the proper way to run disaster relief? No. The book continues. It is hard to overstate the power the Clintons wielded in the disbursement of U.S. taxpayer money for Haitian relief. Now, this next part is the most shocking. Listen to this. But it wasn't just connected businessmen who were benefiting from the rebuilding of Haiti. Clinton family members did too. This is going to blow your mind, folks. Bill and Hillary had been looking for investors to come to Haiti, but it was a risky prospect given the infrastructure problems. One possible bright spot was mining. Haiti is rich in natural resources. There's an estimated $20 billion in gold, silver, and other precious metals. In 2012, the Haitian government decided to do something it had not done in more than half a century: grant permits for gold mining. Now here's the key part. One of the two recipients was a small North Carolina startup called VCS Mining. The company had little track record of mining operations, but its leadership would later boast a board member with a familiar last name, Tony Rodham, Hillary's youngest brother. So, it's nice how that all worked out, didn't it? Now, altogether, Hillary hid 1,100 foreign donor names to the foundation while she was at state. And guess who else donated to the foundation? Fannie and Freddie. Does anyone remember those names? And they also donated to her campaign. Now, why might Fannie and Freddie have been wanting to give money to Hillary Clinton? It has to do with the mortgage meltdown which affected the lives of so many people in this room. How many people know that the law, the Community Reinvestment Act, which paved the way for the housing meltdown, how many people know that Bill Clinton signed that and pushed forward the regulations? How many of you know that when we tried to fix it in 2005, Hillary Clinton filibustered the reform package? And then all of a sudden the money magically ends up in Hillary's pockets. So again, can we blame the Democrats for not wanting to vote for Hillary? No, because why would anybody want to vote for someone who, I repeat, is completely and totally owned by Wall Street? It's not good for anybody. Now let's talk about something else Hillary said. Hillary says that Donald Trump's a bully. That's her term of art. She says Donald Trump's a bully. Let's think about this for a second. You know who the bullies are in society? The bullies are the politicians who are sending your jobs overseas. The bullies are the corporate special interests who are leaving our borders wide open just to get a little bit of cheaper labor. The bullies in society are the media executives and television personalities who mock and demean the good and decent people in this room. The bullies are people like Hillary Clinton who don't care about any of you or anyone else. People like Hillary Clinton who have no empathy for the American worker. While Hillary Clinton was raking in her millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, the people she claims to care about were suffering. Their communities were crumbling. Black and Hispanic youth were seeing their unemployment skyrocket. They were seeing their schools fail. They were seeing their communities fall apart. But Hillary didn't care because she was raking in the money. Hillary Clinton never did anything for the working people of this country but sell them out. Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is the man who's going to defend you from the bullies. Donald Trump is the man who's going to be your champion against the special interest. Donald Trump is going to be the fighter in your corner. You know what? I think it's time the American people had a champion. The only people Hillary Clinton goes to bat for are the special interests. Donald Trump is going to fight for you. Donald Trump is going to protect you. He's going to protect your jobs. He's going to protect your wages. Because he understands we're all in this together, folks.
black, white, Hispanic, every single working person in this country has a shared interest in a secure border, has a shared interest in a vibrant manufacturing center, has a shared interest in good, safe schools. What does Hillary Clinton have to offer the working people of this country? Not one thing. Her open borders policies are going to drive down wages for everyone. Her trade policies are going to drive away jobs from everybody. And when she sold her soul to Wall Street, she sold the country down the river with it. This election, ladies and gentlemen, is about returning power to each and every person in this room. My friends, you're not going to get this chance again. There's a lot of powerful people in Washington, D.C., and they are hoping and praying on bended knee that you don't pull that lever for Donald Trump. Sweat drips down their foreheads at the thought that you're going to put Donald Trump in the White House and put the American people back in charge. There's a lot of people who've been running the show for a long time. They all have Hillary Clinton on speed dial. They've never had to worry that their power would ever diminish by even one single fraction of 1%. They were used to being in charge. Then something happened. Donald Trump came along, and the American people said, "We're taking our country back." Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to vote for a man who's going to put jobs and wages for Americans first? Are you ready? Are you ready to send the special interests packing? Are you ready to expose corrupt, crooked Hillary Clinton? And are you ready to tell Wall Street, to tell the globalists, to tell the outsourcers that you are going to put you and your family and your children and your communities first? My friends, we're going to rebuild our schools, we're going to rebuild our communities, we're going to bring back our jobs, and we're never, ever, ever going to let Hillary Clinton betray us again. So one more time, I'm going to ask you, on behalf of every child, black, white, and brown in this country, on behalf of every parent who wants a better future for their children, on behalf of every person who hasn't had a raise, on behalf of every person who has been searching and searching for a job but couldn't get it, on behalf of every person in this country bonded by a citizenship that knows no creed nor color, but simple Americanism, simple patriotism, a simple faith that Americans come first in their own country. On behalf of all of those people, is New Mexico ready to send Donald J. Trump to the White House? God bless you, God bless this state, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right, everybody, while we wait for, oh, it looks like Trump is about to come out.
Y'all ready for this?
Wow. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to win this state. We are going to win New Mexico so big. People don't understand what's happening. All over the country, this is happening. Look at this crowd. This is a lot of people. So, thank you. Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. Thank you. We're going to have a very interesting race. So polls are coming out all over the place that we're winning. We're winning. I love to win. We're going to win for the country. Forget about me. We're winning for our country. We need it. We need it. We can't have 4 more years of Obama, and I think it's going to be Obama light. If it's Hillary, it's Obama light. Believe me. You wouldn't think you could get lighter than Obama, but I think she's probably even a step down. Look, we have such an important event coming up in November. And, you know, somebody said, oh, don't stop in New Mexico. You could go back in October. I said, there's no way. I'm going out to California. I said, we're stopping. We're stopping. Believe me. And we'll be back a lot. Because this is something, I'll tell you what, and I know this goes a little bit on the Democrat side, but not now, not with me, because I'm going to bring back jobs. We're going to have a strong border. We're going to have a wall. We're going to stop drugs from coming in. We're going to have incredible trade agreements. We're going to have incredible. So, you know, Hillary's having a hard time. She's got a lot of surrogates. You can get him out. Get him out. Get him out. You know what I love? This is now happening all the time with the Democrats, but they don't have the same love that we have. Believe me, they are in a mess. They are in a total mess. What's going on there with Bernie? We have all night. I'll tell you, let's just say we have all night together, folks. It's a love fest. We have all night. All night. You know, the safest place to be anytime in our country is at a Trump rally. It's love, believe me. It's love. It's love. But you see what's going on? Hillary cannot even put away Bernie. She can't put him away. Crooked Hillary, she can't put him away. And it's going to be a mess, and it's getting worse and worse. And you know, we wrote down, and is everything good over there? Yes! Yes! So, sometimes you never know when somebody gets a little bit excited. Is it a protester? I would prefer a protester because then the cameras would show how many people we have here tonight. Right? And you know, I was home in New York this morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, and they're saying, you're not going to believe this. We had crowds forming, your time, 7 o'clock in the morning to be here. So we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of fun. But you know, Bernie Sanders said that Hillary Clinton is not qualified, and he basically said it because she has bad judgment. And she really does have bad judgment. Oh, isn't that nice? All right, get him out of here. Get him out. Bring him home to mom. Go home to mommy. Go home to mommy. Is it fun to be at a Trump rally? I mean, is this the greatest? Yeah, all right, get him out. Get him out. Come on, go home to mommy. Go ahead. You know, they're Bernie Sanders supporters, but I'm hearing that we're going to get about 40% of Bernie Sanders because he's not going to win. The system is rigged against Bernie Sanders, so he can't win. But I'm hearing we're going to get close to 40% of his supporters. Maybe not these people, though. All right, get him out of here. Get him out. Get him out of here. Get out. He can't get a date, so he's doing this instead. Come on. Hey, we have to give a hand to the police in this country. Give them a hand. We love our police. We give them a hand. I don't know about them, but a lot of the Bernie Sanders people have said they're voting for Trump because what they're doing to Bernie Sanders, you know, the system is totally rigged. And what they're doing to, you know, every night, he wins, he wins, he wins, he wins. Then they sit around the table, those people, the world's most dishonest people. They sit around, they say, well, he can't win. And you say, well, why is he winning, but he can't win? And they know it. And we're going to get tremendous numbers of Bernie Sanders. And here's what he's saying. He's saying the system is rigged. He's copying my language. Because I used to say our system was rigged, except when you win by landslides every single state, no matter how they do it, it's like a boxer. You knock them out. No matter how they do it, it doesn't matter. Boy, did we win. Did we win? Thank you. Thank you. Are they all out of here? Troublemakers. They're troublemakers. So I looked, you know, Hillary Clinton has somebody. Did you ever hear of Pocahontas? Huh? It's Pocahontas Elizabeth Warren. She was going out. She is probably the senator that's doing just about the least in the United States Senate. She's a total failure. She said she was an Indian. She said because her cheekbones were high, she was an Indian, that she was Native American. And, you know, we have these surrogates, people like her, total failures. And I'll tell you what, our country is getting wise to what's happening, folks. We're getting wise to what's happening. It's a big scam, and we're all being scammed together, and we're not going to take it anymore, okay? We're not going to take it anymore. Pocahontas. And she's got others. She's got others. Let me tell you, if this group ever gets into the White House again, we're not going to have a country. We will not have a country. You heard some things a little while ago. I sent somebody up. Stephen. Did Stephen do a good job? I think so. And I didn't want to go through the whole list, but what a list it is. Now, we started this quest on June 16th, coming down the escalator, and I'm saying, wow, this is a big deal. You have never seen anything like what was in Trump Tower that day. So I came down the escalator with Melania, and I talked about all of the problems that we have, including illegal immigration, and everybody agreed within 2 weeks. We took 1 week of unbelievable hits, and then people realized I was right. And we're going to do things like we've never done in this country. And our theme is Make America Great Again, okay? Make America Great Again. And you know what? I see crowds like this, which is so incredible, and I see it all over the country, no matter where we go. We went to Los Angeles. No matter where we go, we have thousands and thousands of people. If other candidates go, they'll have 250 people in a conference room. No matter where we go, we have crowds like this. So when I say Make America Great Again, number one, it's going to be America first from now on, folks. It's America first. And I really believe we have a chance by using intelligence and common sense and being smart and being vigilant, we have a chance to make America greater than ever before. I really believe that. I really believe it. And we're going to start with trade. Our trade deals are so pathetic. They're so bad. They were negotiated by incompetent people. We are going to turn that around. We are going to make great trade deals. China, which has been ripping us off, the greatest abuser in the history of this country, China has been ripping us, and I have many friends in China. They agree with me 100%. They can't imagine, they can't even believe that they can get away with what's happening. We are going to make great trade deals. With China, we have a trade deficit of $500 billion. With Germany, we have massive trade deficits. With Mexico, we love Mexico, right? We love Mexico. But we have, no, here's the problem. The Mexican leaders are smarter, more cunning, sharper than our people that are not smart, not sharp, and not cunning. And we are being ripped off at the border, and you people know it better than anybody. And we're being ripped off in trade. We are being ripped off in trade. And on top of everything else, NAFTA, signed by Bill Clinton, one of the great disasters of all time, NAFTA is taking our jobs. NAFTA is taking our jobs. They're taking our country. You know, I always say, if you don't notice them, you can't hear them. It's my people. But my people want to notice them, so go ahead, get them out of here. If you don't speak, are you hearing it perfectly? Are you hearing it perfectly? Okay. Those guys can take care of business. This is so exciting, isn't it? Like, USA, 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 USA. So, Hillary Clinton will be so bad for our economy, so bad for jobs. She is going to be so bad for the Second Amendment. We are going to save our Second Amendment. She wants to abolish your Second Amendment, believe me. She wants to take your guns away, and she wants to abolish your Second Amendment. So what we're going to do, by the way, the NRA, did you see last week they endorsed Donald Trump? The earliest endorsement in the history of the NRA, very importantly, the first time anyone's been endorsed, I think, but the first time anyone's been endorsed prior to a convention. We haven't even had the convention yet. And by the way, I hope you're all going to be there from New Mexico, all right? Be there. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. So here's what we're going to do. We started out, and we had 16 other people. And one by one, now we have one left. Now, I don't know for a fact that Hillary's going to be allowed to run. She's got a thing called an FBI investigation. I don't know that she's going to be able to run. I sort of hope she is, but it's not fair that she is. Don't worry about them, folks. Yeah, let them. Their voice is very weak. I can't hear them. You know, it is cute, though. It's really cute. These people, they're so great. I'm talking about you. They see a protester who you can't hear, and 10,000 people start going, there, there, there. The place goes crazy. Yeah, you can't hear her. Let her stay. What the hell? Let her stay. So the NRA, first time ever they've done this. And I'll tell you what, I will not disappoint you on any score, but I'm not going to disappoint you on the Second Amendment. And remember it, I will not disappoint you on the Second Amendment. So important. Another thing, you know, I had these people, and they're wonderful people, 16 people. A lot of them are very good. Most of them now have come out and endorsed me. And one by one, they fell. One by one, they went down. And I say that respectfully. And I love people. You know, did you ever have people where you win? I love every one of them. When you win, you love them. We don't want to lose. We don't even want to hear the word lose. But what happened is we've now done 16. We have one left before we turn our country into something really, really special. Because right now we're suffering, and we're not going to suffer anymore. We're suffering at the hands of stupidity and incompetence. and we're not going to let it happen anymore. So if you remember, I won New Hampshire, and New Hampshire said we have a tremendous problem. And the problem they had was heroin. Heroin pouring across, you know where, your border, pouring across. You have the same problem they have. And I said to the people of New Hampshire, that was the first state I won. Then I went on to a run like you wouldn't believe. We end up winning Massachusetts. It always helps when Tom Brady likes me. I mean, that helped. That helped. Tom Brady. Tom Brady's a great guy. But it helped. And by the way, it certainly helped when Bobby Knight liked me in Indiana. That wasn't the worst thing of the world. Bobby Knight. So we went through, and Massachusetts we won. And you know, I get the kick out of the pundits. They'll say, like Charles Krauthammer, he'll say, he didn't get 50%. Sometimes I'll have like 12 people. You can't get, Abraham Lincoln couldn't get 50%. Anyway, we went through everything. Our numbers got higher and higher, less and less competition. They were falling. We were doing great. My crowds got bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, really, you look at this crowd. Boy, am I glad I stopped here, right? Am I glad? Am I glad I stopped? Man. But just remember that I stopped in November. You have to remember that, okay? You have to remember. But look, here's the thing. Here's the thing. We have a chance to be something so special as a country. And really, we want to take care of everyone. We want to take care of those protesters that got ripped out of here. I mean, we want to take care of them and very gently taken out. But we want to take care of everybody. We want to be inclusive. We want to include everybody, folks. We have to. We're a group that's very well unified. They say the Trump supporters are, and they've said this in the polls, they said they're the most loyal people they've seen in politics. They said, every night they'll interview people, why do you like Trump? And sometimes, you know, the dishonest media, they are the worst. No. Why do you like Donald Trump? And a woman looked at this reporter not so long ago and said, you don't understand. Why are you asking the question that way? Well, why do you like Donald Trump? We don't like Donald Trump. We love Donald Trump, okay? And there was a whole group. And they said, what could he do where you voted against him? And she looked at him with her 10 friends behind her, all women, by the way. I don't know. I keep hearing about this woman thing. I think I'm doing really well with women, but what do I know? What do I know? I can tell you this, much less exciting to me, fellas. They say I'm setting records with men. That's so unexciting to me. I want to set records with women, not with men. The hell with the men, right? The hell with the men. I want to set records with women. But we're doing good. We're doing good. But this woman said, there's not a thing that he can do where I'd vote against him. Not as severe, but that's what she said, and I'll take it, okay? I'll take it. Now, we had something happen today that was incredible. So I gave a lot of money. Remember I skipped the debate? And what this really does is show the dishonest slime back there with all those cameras. Look at the cameras. Look at them. Oh, it's slime. So I skipped the debate because I didn't think the certain network was treating me well. And they've actually really been treating me very fairly lately, but I won't mention the network, but they have been very fair. And it helps when you win, right? It helps when you win. But what happened is I said, I'll make a speech instead of going to the debate. I wasn't treated properly, and I said, I'll make a speech instead of going. So I made a speech. There was a lot of people in the room. I said, I have an idea. Let's raise money for the vets, right? Let's raise. I didn't have to do it. I didn't have to do it. But I love the vets, so we got to take care of our vets big league because our vets are not being taken care of. And by the way, we're going to rebuild our military like bigger, better, stronger than ever before, ever. And we're going to take care of our vets. So I raised some money, and I raised like $1 million, and another million, then another million, and during the evening, who knows what I was saying, but I said, let's get more, let's do more, and then great people like Ike, a friend of mine, and Carl Icahn, and lots of people, they started putting up. Phil Ruffin, a great guy from Las Vegas, they started sending in big checks for $1 million, that I said, I'll put up $1 million also. And all of a sudden, we're like over 4 million, then over 4.5, then over 5. I said, maybe we could hit 6 or something. And I think we raised like 5.5 or 5.6 or 5.7. We raised a lot of money. Okay. Now think of that. Now, I didn't have to do that. It had nothing to do with the evening. I was making a speech, and I said, let's raise some money. So all of a sudden, it's over $5 million. And I said, that's great. And all of a sudden, there's this honest slime. They start writing stories like, why didn't this group get it? Why didn't the money go here? Why isn't the money going out fast enough? Number one, we have to vet some of these groups. We have to vet the vets, right? But why didn't it go out? And the money went out, and it's about 5.6 or 5.7 million dollars out of nothing. We had nothing. And I was getting killed, and I got killed. I said, I am the only one that can raise more than $5 million for the vets and get bad publicity. I mean, it was incredible. So then what happened is yesterday, just to show you how dishonest the system is, we're all in a rigged system, folks. I'm going to break up the rigged system, believe me. Believe me. But just to show you, and I couldn't understand it, because I raised all this money, millions and millions of dollars. I didn't have to raise 10 cents. Had nothing to do. It's like if I started to, maybe we should do it. No, don't do it tonight. We don't want to do it tonight. Because you know what? You get treated very unfairly, and all of a sudden you don't do this stuff. So what happens is, all of a sudden, millions of dollars raised, and I put up $1 million. That's not a lot of money, right? You can be wealthy. But what happens is, yesterday, we had pickets in front of Trump Tower. And they were vets. Not a lot of them, very few, just so you understand. And I said, I don't understand. In fact, I was going to go out and talk to them. I said, I don't understand. How can the vets picket Trump Tower? How can they do that? I raised millions of dollars. How could they picket Trump Tower? And I didn't understand it, but the time went by and they left, and that was the end. And then today they did a story that the vets were put there by Hillary Clinton. Crooked Hillary Clinton put the vets there. She is so crooked. She put the vets there. That's how they went. That's how I'm wondering all day. I never even thought of it. The good news is that one of the papers, the media, found out that Hillary Clinton was involved, crooked Hillary, and she is as crooked as you get, believe me. Just read the book. Read the book. That she was involved with putting the vets. And now I say, oh, I understand it. It's called Welcome to the Terrible World of Politics. And actually, I have to tell you, on this one, I have to thank the media, because who would ever think that somebody would do that? I mean, who would ever think? So anyway, I'm very proud of what we've done, and millions of dollars, I think it's more than $5.5 million. It's been paid to some great people, including Marines and lots of amazing people. Lots of amazing people. But think of it, you're me. You're out, you're making a speech, you say, I have an idea, let's raise money for the vets, and all of a sudden it boomerangs and more are coming in, and friends of mine start calling, and we raise all of this money, more than $5 million, I think it's more than $5.5 million, and we raise all of this money, and then you get bad press. And I'm the only one that can get bad press with raising that kind of money, the only one, believe me. So the system is against me, and you know what? It has been from the beginning. But I love it, because there's nothing better than beating the system. Bernie's not going to be able to do it. Bernie is not going to be able to do it. Bernie can't, with the superdelegates and all. Bernie's not going to be able to do it. But I got to give him credit. Crazy Bernie's out there trying. He's trying hard. Okay? He's trying hard. Look, one of the big things we have going, and we have to do it, Supreme Court justices, all right? Justice Scalia was great, and you never know what's going to happen. So the next president is going to probably be appointing 3. It could be 4, and it could even be 5. If you let Hillary Clinton get in there and appoint the kind of people that she appoints, honestly, your country will never recover. Somebody said it would take 100 years. If it takes 100 years, that means your country's never going to recover. It will never, ever recover. So what I did, because a lot of people said, oh, I don't know, he's never been a politician. I am so honored not to have been. I've been doing this for now 10 months, and we're number one. I've spent a lot of money, but still less than other people. I think I'm a very good messenger. Have I done a good job? Have I done a good job? I think so. I think so. I think we've all done a good job. You know what? You've done a good job, too, because you want to see it change. You know, they used to call it the silent majority. Not anymore. We call it the noisy majority because we're not going to take this crap anymore. They call it the noisy majority. That's what we are now. So we started with trade, and I really, when I initially came down, I started with trade, and I started with strong borders. I started with we will not have illegal immigration. And by the way, people, we want them to come into our country, but we want to come into our country legally, 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 legally. Oh, we're going to build the wall. Don't worry. We're going to build the wall. You know, I shouldn't tell you this story. I should not tell you this story. Under no circumstances should I tell you, so I'll tell you anyway. But when I came here, I met with some great supporters in the back. Amazing people, great people from New Mexico. Some actually came in from Texas. Where are those supporters? Where are they? Look, my supporters don't even get good locations. Can you believe it? But they came in from Texas. Do we like people from Texas? Yeah? I do. Most from New Mexico, but we had some from Texas. And I said, let me ask you with New Mexico. You got to ask me that. So, do you like me talking about the border or not? Because I'm not, who the hell knows? No, you know what they said? Like 40 people said in the back, said, absolutely. And don't forget to talk about the wall. We all want that. We need that. We want it. So what's going to happen is the following, folks. So many countries, it started with the military where you've seen over the last couple of weeks, they're just absolutely killing me. So what happens is this. I'm on a certain show, and the guy's, oh, no, not another one. Where is he? How old is this kid? How old is this kid? Get out of here. Still wearing diapers. Look at this kid. Telling you, the kid looks like he's 10 years old. I've never seen that. It's unbelievable. That's the youngest protester I've ever seen. Actually, Ted Cruz had a very young one also. I've never seen anybody like that. All right. And did you see? I said, get out of here, and he ran out. It was great. I wish everybody. So we left Indiana, and Indiana had a big problem. And all of our states have a big problem. Because of NAFTA and other things, stupid things, that Clinton signed, by the way, and really destroyed after he left, so much destruction. But Clinton signed NAFTA, and NAFTA has stripped companies out of your state, stripped them out of every state. They're all over. You look at New England, you look at New York, all of these states that I won, I got to know so well. I was in New York all my life, and I know Syracuse. I know Rome, New York, the real Rome. Rome, New York. I know Albany. I know Suffolk County. I know everything. Long Island, Bethpage. I know them all. And you go through, and I see New York, because New York was amazing. New York was amazing. You know, I won by such a margin in New York, they've never seen anything like it. And during that week, I campaigned all over the state. Now, I knew the state because I lived there, but I never realized how bad. You look at Syracuse, all these places, they've been stripped. If you look, jobs down 50%, manufacturing down 55, 60%, people, companies moving to Mexico, deals lost to China because of currency devaluation. They've treated us like a bunch of dumb babies, folks, dumb babies. And we're going to turn it around. But listen, then I go to Pennsylvania. I won Pennsylvania. I won Maryland. I won everything. I won Maryland. I won Connecticut. I won Delaware. I won Rhode Island. And in going around and campaigning, I've never seen anything like it. The factories are all like, you look at them and you could see 20, 25 years ago they were vibrant. They're all empty. You can buy them for $2. I don't know if anybody wants to make a real estate deal. I wouldn't even advise doing it unless I win, in which case I would buy those factories very quickly, I will tell you, if I win. You want to get rich in real estate? Go up and buy some of those factories, take options to those factories, hope that Trump wins. Those factories will be booming again, folks, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Now, you'll have to rebuild them because, in all fairness, most of them are literally falling down just from the rain and the lack of repair, and it's a very sad thing to see. And these were vibrant places. These were amazing, vibrant places. And I give you the example. We had in Chicago, where I have a great building, we have in Chicago, Nabisco, they're moving, as you know, they're moving to Mexico. Ford, out of Michigan. That's why I'm going to win Michigan. I have been working with Michigan for 2 years. Every time I talk about automobile companies leaving Michigan. They're moving to Mexico, folks, okay? And more cars are coming in from Japan. And you see what's happening. And that's why when I won Michigan, everybody was surprised. They said, oh, Donald Trump won Michigan. I wasn't surprised because I talk about it all the time. So what's going to happen is I will win states that nobody thought were possible. Yeah, get them out. That's all right. Just throw them out. Throw them out. Get them out of here. That's my people making all the noise, but don't worry about it. Yeah, get them out of here. So in Indiana, listen to this, folks. Don't worry about them. They have very weak voices, very weak. Honestly, you can't hear these people. So listen. So in Indiana, they lost the air conditioning company, as you know. Everybody know the name of the air conditioning company? Carrier. So Carrier just dismisses 1,400 people. They say they left. One of the reasons I won Indiana in a landslide, I've been talking about this problem for over a year. When I heard about it, I've been talking about it. So for years, the politicians in Washington are coming up with plans to get our companies to stay put, not to move to Mexico,
right,
not
folks,
to lose their business. They want to give them low-interest loans. They don't need low-interest loans.
We're going to show you
how
the
about
top
the companies?
right of your screen,
how about the companies
right
that took the low-interest loans and then moved?
This venue,
because we
there
have
are
stupid people. Okay, so you ready? So I said, they don't want loans. They don't want anything. Here's what we're going to do. And you know, and it's the same, and it's so simple. Nobody wants to say, I don't think they're smart enough in Washington to know. But I would tell, as an example, I would tell Carrier or Ford or Nabisco or hundreds of other companies, they're leaving in waves, folks. We're not going to have anybody here. They're leaving in waves. And the taxes that aren't going to be paid and everyone else's taxes. By the way, I have the biggest tax decrease of anybody running for office, and that includes the biggest tax decrease for the middle class, for business, the biggest tax decrease by far. And by the way, just before we get on to the finishing with this Carrier company that I am not liking, and I'm not buying any more air conditioners from Carrier, and neither should you. And neither should you. But just so you understand, before we get on, Social Security, we're going to save it. Your Medicare, we're going to save it. We're not going to cut you up and chop you up into pieces. We're going to save it. Okay. So I said to myself, it's so easy. What you do is you tell the people at Carrier, I understand you're leaving. They'll say, that's correct. And you know, I always joke. I say, I really want to make these calls myself. But how does the President of the United States call Carrier? I mean, I'm dealing with some guy, some president of Carrier who I'm not in love with right now. That makes me negotiate even better, if you want to know the truth. So here's what happened. I say, listen, I hear you just let 1,400 people go. Guess what? If you move to Mexico enjoy yourself, build a wonderful factory. Every single unit that you make that comes across our now strong border will be taxed at the rate of 35%. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, folks, they will not leave. They will not leave. Now, let's assume it's too late. Let's assume their plant is built, they've opened up. We say the same thing, except now they don't have the option. They've already left. And I got to know a lot of the people that were terminated from Indiana, in Indiana. They come to all of my speeches. Some of them came to like every speech. Every time I'd say, where are my carrier people? And there'd be a group of people raising their hands. They were really treated unfairly. And a lot of other people were treated unfairly. And you have people here, because I looked at your numbers in New Mexico, I have to be honest. Not so good. You know, I have my statisticians. Look, and I wrote down, this is my speech right here. Look, is that good? Hey, I don't use the teleprompters. I don't use the teleprompters. We should have a law that when you're running for president, you're not allowed to use a teleprompter, because you end up getting some stiff that just reads a speech. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. It is wonderful to be in Albuquerque. It's wonderful to be with you. What happens if the teleprompter breaks these people? Do you ever see some of these teleprompter people? When the teleprompter doesn't work, it's like unbelievable. You know what they do? They walk off the stage. They leave. They can't talk. So anyway, but no, there's my teleprompter right there, my speech. Yeah. I guarantee you that when it comes to what we're looking for, which is being smart, I will create more jobs. I borrowed not so long ago, in the end of the 70s, 80s, $1 million, and you saw my filings last week. I filed I think it's more than 100 pages of numbers, massive numbers, that I have a company now worth more than $10 billion, okay, $10 billion. Some of the greatest assets in the world. I own Doral. I own Turnberry in Scotland. I own buildings in Manhattan. I own a big chunk of the bankers, of the Bank of America building in San Francisco. I own many, many things. Okay, land all over the place, lots of good stuff. Some of the greatest assets in the world. And you know what? That's the kind of thinking. If you look at those numbers, very little debt, tremendous cash flow, and I'm not saying that to brag, folks. I'm saying it because that's the kind of thinking our country needs. We owe $19 trillion. We owe $19 trillion. And I see this lowlife tonight, you know. I see this lowlife. She puts on an ad. Did you know that Donald Trump was rooting against housing because he wanted housing to go down because he wanted to buy? And they've got some clip of me from many years ago where I'm saying, yeah, if it goes down, I'm going to buy. I'm a businessman. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's what I'm supposed to do. I mean, I'm a businessman. So when the housing market goes down, I guess what she'd like to do, you see, if she did it, she'd want to buy at the top. I like it. If it goes down, it goes down. Hey, I feel badly for everybody. What am I going to do? I'm in business, okay? Never thought I was going to run for office. I even said things. I mean, I joke with friends and this and Howard Stern and everybody. We have fun. Who the hell ever thought I was going to be running for political office before? Who thought I was going to be doing this? But I borrowed $1 million, paid it back, and now it's over $10 billion. And that is the kind of thinking we need in this country, folks, okay? We need that kind of thinking. When you look at what's going on, take a look at TSA. Take a look at what's going on at our airports. I have friends that are calling me up saying they're not going to travel anymore. They have to wait 4 hours. One guy called me up yesterday. He's been online for 5 hours, and then he misses his plane, okay? TSA is a disaster. Our airports are a disaster. Our infrastructure is a disaster. Everything we've got in this country is a disaster. You go over to China, you go over to places in the Middle East, you see airports that are the most incredible things you've ever seen, and then we come home to LaGuardia, which is like a third world airport. We come home to Kennedy. We come home to LAX in Newark. We come home to these airports. They look like just, I better not say it because I'll get in trouble. Okay. I better not say it. Say it. Say it. Say it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you saying say it. No. I've learned, don't even joke a little bit. You know, don't even joke a little bit. You know, Ed Rendell, okay, he was the mayor of Philadelphia. He's a big Hillary Clinton supporter, okay? Think of this. I was so angry when I heard him say this. But Ed Rendell, big women love, and I love women. Shout it out, shout it out. She said, women love you. I love women. Okay. But Ed Rendell, one of Hillary Clinton's biggest supporters, said that half the women in the United States, something to this effect, half the women in the United States are ugly. Nobody even talks about it. Nobody talks about it. Can you imagine if I made that statement? It would be the electric chair. And I don't believe that either, by the way. But he made that statement, and I said, oh, he said, you don't even hear about it. You don't even hear about it. I mean, he was a big wheel, and now he's big in the Hillary Clinton campaign, and you don't even hear about it because there's a double standard. If you're a Republican, if you're a conservative, it's a total double standard from the sleaze back there, I'm telling you. A total double standard. So when my friends in the front are screaming, say it, Mr. Trump, say it, they just want to get me in trouble. No, I won't say. But look. So in New Mexico, Albuquerque, here's the story. Bill Clinton, since he signed NAFTA in 1994, not too long ago, the number of manufacturing jobs in Albuquerque has declined by 40%. Come on, what's wrong with you people in Albuquerque? You're not going to take that. I have to say it's a federal problem. I'm blaming the federal government because they allow all sorts of things between devaluations that shouldn't be allowed with China, and we have such power over China. You know, they have, and I love China, I love everybody, okay? I love everybody. I'm not angry, just so you understand, I'm not angry at the Chinese leadership. I'm not angry at Mexico's leadership for ripping us off 15. You know, we have a trade deficit, 58 billion with Mexico. I'm not angry with that. I'm angry at our leaders for being so stupid to allow it to happen. So Hillary Clinton, now look, I got these numbers. You know, I have a person, he's a statistician. He's so excited by his job, he loves it. To me, it sounds like a pretty boring job. But every time I just say, do me a favor, get me the numbers on Albuquerque, get me numbers on New Mexico, okay? Hillary Clinton supported NAFTA and has repeatedly praised the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP. It's a disaster. It's going to be worse than NAFTA. Okay, since 2000, the number of unemployed people in Albuquerque has nearly doubled. Come on, folks, what's wrong with you? It's your fault? Is it your fault or is it your government's fault? It's your government's fault. Since 2000, the number of people on food stamps in New Mexico has tripled. We have to get your governor to get going. She's got to do a better job, okay? Your governor has got to do a better job. She's not doing the job. Hey, maybe I'll run for governor of New Mexico. I'll get this place going. She's not doing the job. We got to get her moving. Come on, let's go, governor. Since 2000, the median household income in New Mexico has declined by $2,000. Now think of that. Think of that. $2,000. So you're working harder today, okay? You're working harder today than you worked probably ever. And these numbers aren't, you know, they're very consistent. I went through New York and Pennsylvania and all these places, and by the time I got finished, I didn't even need him to give me the numbers because they were all a disaster. Every state down 45%, manufacturing jobs gone, everything gone. It's really a very sad. You know, we kid, we have fun, we're having a good time and a lot. It's amazing that we can have a good time when the subject matter is so bad, okay? And then you hear a 5% unemployment rate, except that it's such a phony number. That number was put in for presidents and for politicians so that they look good to the people. Because you have millions and millions of people who have given up looking for jobs, and they are considered statistically employed, which is crazy. All right, now look, and one thing I have to say, Hillary Clinton is so bad for African American youth. She is not going to create jobs, and she is going to be a disaster. And you see numbers coming out. I'm doing great with African Americans. I'm doing great with so many different groups, And I'm starting to do great with Hispanics. Did you see? True. A recent poll came out, not that I want to use this as a standard, but I'm now 1 point higher than Romney in the election, 1 point higher with Hispanics. Now, listen to this. So in Nevada, where you have a very big Spanish population, really big Hispanic population, they did exit polls. I won easily when we had 12 candidates. I won easily with the Hispanics. We're going to win with Hispanics because people, let me tell you, people that have homes and have jobs, they're Hispanic, whether they're from Mexico or any place else, they're Hispanic. They don't want their homes taken away, and they don't want their jobs taken away, and they don't want it. So I think we're going to do fantastically. I employ thousands of Hispanics. I've employed thousands of people from Mexico. They're incredible people. You look at Doral in Miami. I own Doral. You look at places that I own, thousands. These are unbelievable people. But you know what? We're going to protect their job. We're going to protect their homes. And when they hear it right, and by the way, I settled with Univision. They paid me a lot of money. So now they're going to treat me good. They're going to treat me good. No, Univision's nice. But they gave me money and everything, and now we're all friends. I might even have to do a television interview with a certain anchor. Do we know who we're talking about? Should I do it? Should I do it? Nah. So, taxpayers in New Mexico spend nearly $1 billion a year. Think of that. Taxpayers in New Mexico spend nearly $1 billion a year to support illegal immigrants residing in the state. This includes approximately, and this is a beauty, $12,000 a year to educate the illegal immigrant student, okay? Now, here's a bad one. These are all right out of the book, folks, I hate to say. Last year, the number of homicides in Albuquerque increased by 35%. A lot of that's economic. A lot of it's economic. Now, here's a beauty that you're going to all love. Syrian refugees are being relocated in large numbers to New Mexico. If I was governor, that wouldn't be happening. I couldn't care less. They say the governors have no choice. If I'm governor, I have a choice, okay? Believe me. Believe me. And it's happening all over the country. We're taking in people from Syria. Do you ever notice the migration? First of all, there's so many men, and they're so young and so strong, right? Where are the women? I mean, they have women, but not very many. There are not very many children. And then you wonder, how come so many have cell phones? You ever notice? They have cell phones. They're walking in the migration. Now, look, I have a bigger heart than anybody. I have as big a heart as anybody here. We got to help people. And what we'll do is we'll build safe zones in Syria where probably they want to be in a certain way. And we'll get the Gulf states to pay for it because we don't have the money. All right? But we can't allow them to come into the United States. We can't. We don't have any idea who they are, where they come from. But what about the cell phones with the Syrian flag on it, okay? They're taking away cell phones from people. They're making phone calls on their cell phones, and their cell phone has the Syrian flag. And by the way, worse than the Syrian flag, they have some horrible pictures on some of those cell phones, all right, folks? And we're taking them into our country. We have no idea who they are. There's no documentation. And you watch, wait till you see what happens. You're going to have problems like you never believed. And we're taking them in by the tens of thousands. We have to be smart. We have to be vigilant. And if we're not going to have a country left anymore, folks. We're not going to have a country left, okay? We're not. And that's so true. That's so sad. Look at what happened in Europe. Look at what's going on in Germany. Look at what's going on in Sweden, where they had virtually no problems, and now they have a section, and it is rife with killings. It's rife with all sorts of problems and crime. But look at what's going on in Europe. How stupid are we, folks? How stupid are we? We're not going to take this crap anymore. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. I mean, who really knows? Maybe it's the ultimate Trojan horse. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to build, in terms of the drugs, and, you know, people fly in and all sorts, but that wall is so important. We're going to build a wall, and it's going to be a real wall. It's going to be a wall that's going to make that ceiling look quite low, and it's fairly high. And it's going to get built fast, and it's going to look beautiful, because someday they'll call it the Trump wall. Who the hell knows? But we are going to build a real wall. We're going to build a wall. You know, I don't know if you saw, we have a lot of the folks here that I know because I've seen a couple of them, and they congratulated me. 3 weeks ago, the Border Patrol agents endorsed 16,500 endorsed Donald Trump. Okay? They have never, ever endorsed a candidate for president. This is the first time they've done it. Sheriff Joe Arpaio endorsed Donald Trump. Jan Brewer, they're all endorsed, because I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I so know what I'm doing. But they all endorsed Donald Trump. We're going to have such a border, and it's going to be respected. And drugs aren't going to flow in and destroy your youth, because we're poisoning our youth, and many other people, by the way. And I owe it more than anybody. I really do, because New Hampshire, I owe it so much to them, but I owe it to the whole country. But New Hampshire, I look at these fields and these beautiful lakes and these beautiful rivers, and I say, what's your biggest problem? And they say, heroin. I say, heroin? What are you talking about? They say, heroin's our biggest problem. Drugs. And they come across the southern border, and there's nothing we can do it. And you know what, Mr. Trump? It's cheaper than buying candy for our youth. And our youth is all hooked. Our youth is all hooked. And I said to the people of New Hampshire, I have no idea if I'm going to win. I was not expected to win New Hampshire, because that was Jeb Bush country. And I won in a landslide. I won in a landslide. And I said to those people that we're going to stop it. But we're not going to stop it just for them. You go down to South Carolina. You go up to Massachusetts. You go to Alabama, where we had phenomenal. I won the entire South. We won the entire, and I won with evangelicals. I won with everything. We are winning big league. And all of those people were defeated. Okay, they were defeated. And some don't like me very much, but that's okay. Believe me. Listen to this. 66, it was reported just yesterday, 66,000 negative ads. 66,000. I said, how can I win an election? Every time I turned on a television, it was a negative ad. Mostly phony. Mostly phony. Not all 100%, but mostly. 66,000, $100 million, more than that, of negative ads against me, okay? And you know, when I'm rough with people, they say, you didn't treat Jeb Bush nicely. The guy took $12 million of ads against me, and they were nasty ads, and they weren't true, so that's okay. But look. We have one person left. She is a total lightweight, believe me. She is not, you know, I watch her speaking. She always uses the teleprompter. I watch her speaking. We are going to win North and South and East and West. And I will never say this, but she screams, it drives me crazy. I didn't say it. I can't listen. She goes, and Donald Trump is a terrible person. And he wanted to buy housing when it was at a low point. Who the hell doesn't? Who doesn't? It is so sad that he took these people and he bought houses. And it's unbelievable. Oh, and he chaptered. He went bankrupt with his casino company. I made so much money in Atlantic City, folks, but, you know, I'm a business guy. Like all of the other big shots, we all use the laws. We use the laws of the country to. So I took these companies. I made a fortune. What am I doing? I didn't know I was going to run for politics. Probably I would have rather made less and maybe not do it, but I did it. But everybody did it. You look at the biggest names. I won't use their names. Look at the biggest names in business. So she's saying, and he did this and he did that. And I say to myself, it's so sad. You know, when you look, it's so sad. It's so pathetic to watch what's happening with our country, to watch the amateurs. We have total rank amateurs. But when I saw the ad about the housing, and people on the plane, they said to me, you know, that's the kind of thinking we need in the country, somebody that knows how to do that. So here's what we're doing. We are going to do something that's going to be so spectacular. We are going to start winning again. We don't win anymore. We don't win anymore. We are going to rebuild our military. We are going to, just listen. It is going to be so strong. We are going to knock the hell out of ISIS. And by the way, I have to tell you this. We are defending the world, folks. And I tell these people back there, I say, no, we defend Japan. And I heard a general the other day get on television. Donald Trump doesn't realize that Japan pays us 50% of the cost of defending them. I said, why aren't they paying us 100%, right? This general, he was so happy. He said, Donald Trump doesn't. Now look, I like Japan, lots of friends. We can't do it anymore, folks. We're defending Japan. We're defending, you talk about monetary manipulation, how about Germany? We're defending Germany. It's an economic behemoth. We're defending Saudi Arabia. So I say to the press, I had a very good meeting, actually, with some of the press. And some of it reported, but most of it don't. They never follow up. They say, Donald Trump wants Japan to arm. I don't want Japan to arm. But it's possible that if they don't pay up, they're going to have to arm, folks, okay? They're going to have to arm. So that when North Korea acts up, let them worry about North Korea instead of us worrying about North Korea, okay? I mean, look at our deficits. Look at our budgets. We're defending. You know, somebody said recently, we spend more by many, many times on military than anybody else, right? You know what we're doing? We're defending everybody. We're not spending it on us. We're defending everybody. You look at NATO. So I was asked a question by an expert. I won't use his name. But I was asked a question by an expert about NATO. And look, I've been in business, but I know a lot about NATO, and I have common sense. I said, here's the problem with NATO. Number one, it's obsolete because it wasn't designed for terror. It was designed for the Soviet Union, which isn't even there anymore, but Russia's plenty of threat. Okay, but we have to redo it. But the really big problem with NATO, and I told them this, you have 28 countries, but many of the countries are not paying what they're supposed to be paying. So I said they have to pay up, do-re-mi, right? They have to pay up. They've got to pay up. Then we have Japan. Then we have Germany. Then we have Saudi Arabia. Now, Saudi Arabia, when the oil price was up, they're still making a lot of money. Saudi Arabia was making $1 billion a day. Why aren't they paying us? Now, here's what happened. A very big diplomat, a very big person said, you know, Donald, I thought you were being too tough, but I've dealt with many countries, and they say, man, if Trump becomes president, it's over. We're going to have to start paying up. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. And when that happens, and when I have other people dealing with us fairly, like China, because they're going to respect us, I made a fortune dealing with China. The Bank of America building, 1290 Avenue of the Americas building, a lot of, with great partner, a great partner. But I have so much stuff. I've sold condos. I've done so great. It's been such an incredible thing. What's going to happen is this. We're going to be tough. We're going to be smart. We're going to have great military. We're going to take care of our vets. We're going to start winning again like you've never seen. We are going to win. We are going to win. We are going to win with our military. We are going to win for our vets. We are going to win on the border. We are going to win with trade deals. They are going to be from the most incompetent deals I've ever seen in my life They are going to be great deals where we bring jobs back into our country and where we start making things again. We are going to win with education. We're going to end Common Core nonsense. We're going to bring our education local. We are going to win with health care. We are going to repeal and replace Obamacare, which is a total disaster. And we're going to win, believe me. We're going to win on terror. We don't have our country anymore. People are afraid to go out. People are afraid to go to airports. They're afraid to go on airplanes anymore. We are going to win so much. And we're going to straighten up this horrible situation at your airports. It's just one other thing. Because our country doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work. We don't win, we lose. We are going to start winning again. We're going to win with everything. We're going to win so much. You are going to get so sick and tired of winning. I say this kiddingly, but I love saying it. You are going to get so tired of winning. You're going to say, please, please, Mr. President, we can't take it anymore. The people of New Mexico cannot take it. You're winning too much. We can't stand it. Please, don't win so much. And I'm going to say, I'm sorry. We're going to keep winning. We are going to make America great again. I love you, New Mexico. I love you. I love you.
Y'all ready for this?
All right, that is Donald Trump in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He spoke for about an hour. I'm going to go ahead and play it for you in case you kind of stumbled in mid-speech or you missed anything. I'm going to go ahead and replay Donald Trump in Albuquerque, New Mexico for you. There is a moment in here where my page cuts into some protesters outside. I can't. Because you can hear them. There are protesters outside lighting things on fire. Not to me, it doesn't look like a very big crowd, but we're looking at the ground.
Y'all ready for this?
So I don't know exactly, we don't have aerials, so I don't think it looks like a lot of protesters personally, but they're setting things on fire, they're setting posters on fire, they're wearing funny masks. I'm going to go ahead and play for you again in case you stumbled in late in the game. Donald Trump in Albuquerque, New Mexico, but just again to reiterate, Mike Page, when he was playing this for you originally, cut in with some protesters that I cut out of once I sat down. So you might see a brief moment of protesters, but I got them off the screen because you're probably here for Trump, not the protesters. Yeah, and I'm looking at the protesters again, and I'll just give you a quick glimpse. There's not a lot of people out there. There were more people out at the Circle K for 99-cent hot dogs down the street. So let's go ahead and watch Trump again in Albuquerque.
People don't understand what's happening. All over the country, this is happening. Look at this crowd. This is a lot of people. So, thank you. Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. Thank you. We're going to have a very interesting race. So polls are coming out all over the place that we're winning. We're winning. I love to win. We're going to win for the country. Forget about me. We're winning for our country. We need it. We need it. We can't have 4 more years of Obama, and I think it's going to be Obama light. If it's Hillary, it's Obama light, believe me. You wouldn't think you could get lighter than Obama, but I think she's probably even a step down. Look, we have such an important event coming up in November. And you know, somebody said, oh, don't stop in New Mexico. You could go back in October. I said, there's no way. I'm going out to California. I said, we're stopping. We're stopping. Believe me. And we'll be back a lot. Because this is something, I'll tell you what, and I know this goes a little bit on the Democrat side, but not now, not with me, because I'm going to bring back jobs. We're going to have a strong border. We're going to have a wall. We're going to stop drugs from coming in. We're going to have incredible trade agreements. We're going to have incredible. So, you know, Hillary's having a hard time. She's got a lot of surrogates. You can get him out. Get him out. Get him out. You know what I love? This is now happening all the time with the Democrats, but they don't have the same love that we have. Believe me, they are in a mess. They are in a total mess. What's going on there with Bernie? We have all night. I'll tell you, let's just say we have all night together, folks. It's a love fest. We have all night. All night. You know, the safest place to be anytime in our country is at a Trump rally. It's love, believe me. It's love. It's love. But you see what's going on? Hillary cannot even put away Bernie. She can't put him away. Crooked Hillary, she can't put him away. And it's going to be a mess, and it's getting worse and worse. And you know, we wrote down, and is everything good over there? Yes! Yes! So, sometimes you never know when somebody gets a little bit excited. Is it a protester? I would prefer a protester because then the cameras would show how many people we have here tonight. Right? And you know, I was home in New York this morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, and they're saying, you're not going to believe this. We had crowds forming, your time, 7 o'clock in the morning to be here. So we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of fun. But, you know, Bernie Sanders said that Hillary Clinton is not qualified, and he basically said it because she has bad judgment. And she really does have bad judgment. Oh, isn't that nice? All right, get him out of here. Get him out. Bring him home to mom. Go home to mommy. Go home to mommy. Is it fun to be at a Trump rally? I mean, is this the greatest? Yeah, all right, get him out. Get him out. Come on, go home to mommy. Go ahead. You know, they're Bernie Sanders supporters, but I'm hearing that we're going to get about 40% of Bernie Sanders because he's not going to win. The system is rigged against Bernie Sanders, so he can't win, but I'm hearing we're going to get close to 40% of his supporters. Maybe not these people, though. All right, get him out of here. Get him out. Get him out of here. Get out. He can't get a date, so he's doing this instead. Come on.
All right, I am going to cut in because they're getting pretty rowdy over here and violent, trying to break through the windows. And this is live. These are Trump protesters in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I mean, just absolutely. Look at this idiot with his shirt on his face. Idiot. Wants to wreak havoc but doesn't want his mommy to see that he's on television or on the internet. Here come the police to stop it. This just makes me absolutely livid that these people think that they can just destroy property and bully these people who are here to support this candidate. You can see some of the idiotic masks on their faces. This is very frustrating. Gonna put their cell phones in front of the cops' faces as if almost to threaten the cops. They were shaking the doors, trying to break in the venue, beating on the glass. Gets my heart rate up. You know, you could see that they were kind of like trying to instigate, you know, drama with the people that are on the inside. Let me see if I move this. I wonder if we have sound. No sound coming from this. It's frustrating. Just trying to wreak havoc. Stay at home. What's the objective? What is the objective? I get very frustrated by this stuff. When you start to destroy other people's property, I think that's when you're crossing a line. You know, what is in it for you to destroy this property? Why? Why are you trying to instigate arguments with these people that are there, you know, to support the candidate that they believe in? Like, Why is that a good idea? Why do you think that's a good idea? Are you bored? And look at how they all cover up their faces. How cowardly. They all cover up their faces, whether with a t-shirt or a scarf or a mask. You know, they're all criticizing Trump, saying he's angry and all these horrible things, but they're the ones that are trying to bust down a glass wall or glass windows, glass doors. That's not angry at all. No, that's absolutely sensible. That sounds like a great idea. Good for you. You know, and just to stay past, to stay beyond, like, let these people just clear and go home. Don't try to, these people haven't done anything. They're just trying to experience a part of history, and it's almost like they're trying to fight with them, and there's no reason to do that. There's no reason to accost these people that now just want to get in a car and go home. All right, let's transition back to Trump, and if I see or hear anything happening at the protest, I'll take you back there, but it's getting dark, not a lot of activity.
Hey, we have to give a hand to the police in this country. Give them a hand. We love our police. We give them a hand. I don't know about them, but a lot of the Bernie Sanders people have said they're voting for Trump because what they're doing to Bernie Sanders, the system is totally rigged. And what they're doing to, every night he wins, he wins, he wins, he wins. Then they sit around the table, those people, the world's most dishonest people, they sit around, they say, well, he can't win. And you say, well, why is he winning, but he can't win? And they know it. And we're going to get tremendous numbers of Bernie Sanders. And here's what he's saying. He's saying the system is rigged. He's copying my language, because I used to say our system was rigged, except when you win by landslides every single state, no matter how they do it, it's like a boxer. You knock them out. No matter how they do it, it doesn't matter. Boy, did we win. Did we win? Thank you. Thank you. Are they all out of here? Troublemakers. They're troublemakers. So I looked, Hillary Clinton has somebody. Did you ever hear of Pocahontas? Huh? It's Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren. She was going out. She is probably the senator that's doing just about the least in the United States Senate. She's a total failure. She said she was an Indian. She said because her cheekbones were high, she was an Indian, that she was Native American. And, we have these surrogates, people like her, total failures. And I'll tell you what, our country is getting wise to what's happening, folks. We're getting wise to what's happening. It's a big scam, and we're all being scammed together, and we're not going to take it anymore, okay? We're not going to take it anymore. Pocahontas. And she's got others. She's got others. Let me tell you, if this group ever gets into the White House again, we're not going to have a country. We will not have a country. You heard some things a little while ago. I sent somebody up. Stephen. Did Stephen do a good job? I think so. And I didn't want to go through the whole list, but what a list it is. Now, we started this quest on June 16th, coming down the escalator, and I'm saying, wow, this is a big deal. You have never seen anything like what was in Trump Tower that day. So I came down the escalator with Melania, and I talked about all of the problems that we have, including illegal immigration, and everybody agreed within 2 weeks. We took 1 week of unbelievable hits, and then people realized I was right. And we're going to do things like we've never done in this country. And our theme is Make America Great Again, okay? Make America Great Again. And you know what? I see crowds like this, which is so incredible, and I see it all over the country, no matter where we go. We went to Los Angeles. No matter where we go, we have thousands and thousands of people. If other candidates go, they'll have 250 people in a conference room. No matter where we go, we have crowds like this. So when I say Make America Great Again, number one, it's going to be America first from now on, folks. It's America first. And I really believe we have a chance by using intelligence and common sense and being smart and being vigilant. We have a chance to make America greater than ever before. I really believe that. I really believe that. And we're going to start with trade. Our trade deals are so pathetic. They're so bad. They were negotiated by incompetent people. We are going to turn that around. We are going to make great trade deals.
Sorry,
China,
I have to go back here. I just am like appalled at these people. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? These are horrible, horrible people. What are you accomplishing? Notice that they're wearing masks. Some of them should be. Just what is the, go home. What's the purpose? And why does it take like 5 people to set something on fire? Looks like we temporarily lost our feed. I consider it a blessing. Back to Trump.
off, the greatest abuser in the history of this country, China, has been ripping us, and I have many friends in China. They agree with me 100%. They can't imagine, they can't even believe that they can get away with what's happening. We are going to make great trade deals. With China, we have a trade deficit of $500 billion. With Germany, we have massive trade deficits. With Mexico, we love Mexico, right? We love Mexico. But we have, no, here's the problem. The Mexican leaders are smarter, more cunning, sharper than our people that are not smart, not sharp, and not cunning. And we are being ripped off at the border, and you people know it better than anybody. And we're being ripped off in trade. We are being ripped off in trade. And on top of everything else, NAFTA, signed by Bill Clinton, one of the great disasters of all time, NAFTA is taking our jobs. NAFTA is taking our jobs. They're taking our country. You know, I always say, if you don't notice them, you can't hear them. It's my people. But my people want to notice them, so go ahead, get them out of here. If you don't speak, are you hearing it perfectly? Are you hearing it perfectly? Okay. Those guys can take care of business. This is so exciting, isn't it? Like, USA, 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 USA. So, Hillary Clinton will be so bad for our economy, so bad for jobs. She is going to be so bad for the Second Amendment. We are going to save our Second Amendment. She wants to abolish your Second Amendment, believe me. She wants to take your guns away, and she wants to abolish your Second Amendment. So what we're going to do, by the way, the NRA, did you see last week they endorsed Donald Trump? The earliest endorsement in the history of the NRA, very importantly, the first time anyone's been endorsed, I think, but the first time anyone's been endorsed prior to a convention. We haven't even had the convention yet. And by the way, I hope you're all going to be there from New Mexico, all right? Be there. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. So here's what we're going to do. We started out, and we had 16 other people. And one by one by one, now we have one left. Now, I don't know for a fact that Hillary's going to be allowed to run. She's got a thing called an FBI investigation. I don't know that she's going to be able to run. I sort of hope she is, but it's not fair that she is. Don't worry about them, folks. Yeah, let them. Their voice is very weak. I can't hear them. You know, it is cute, though. It's really cute. These people, they're so great. I'm talking about you. They see a protester who you can't hear, and 10,000 people start going, there, there, there. The place goes crazy. Yeah, you can't hear her. Let her stay. What the hell? Let her stay. So the NRA, first time ever they've done this. And I'll tell you what, I will not disappoint you on any score, but I'm not going to disappoint you on the Second Amendment. And remember it, I will not disappoint you on the Second Amendment. So important. Another thing, you know, I had these people, and they're wonderful people, 16 people. A lot of them are very good. Most of them now have come out and endorsed me. And one by one, they fell. One by one, they went down. And I say that respectfully. And I love people. You know, did you ever have people where you win? I love every one of them. When you win, you love them. We don't want to lose. We don't even want to hear the word lose. But what happened is we've now done 16. We have one left before we turn our country into something really, really special. Because right now we're suffering, and we're not going to suffer anymore. We're suffering at the hands of stupidity and incompetence, and we're not going to let it happen anymore. So if you remember, I won New Hampshire, and New Hampshire said we have a tremendous problem. And the problem they had was heroin. Heroin pouring across, you know where, your border, pouring across. You have the same problem they have. And I said to the people of New Hampshire, that was the first state I won. Then I went on to a run like you wouldn't believe. We end up winning Massachusetts. It always helps when Tom Brady likes me. I mean, that helped. That helped. Tom Brady. Tom Brady's a great guy. But it helped. And by the way, it certainly helped when Bobby Knight liked me in Indiana. That wasn't the worst thing of the world. Bobby Knight. So we went through, and Massachusetts we won. And you know, I get the kick out of the pundits. They'll say, like Charles Krauthammer, he'll say, he didn't get 50%. Sometimes I'll have like 12 people. You can't get, Abraham Lincoln couldn't get 50%. Anyway, we went through everything. Our numbers got higher and higher, less and less competition. They were falling. We were doing great. My crowds got bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, really, you look at this crowd. Boy, am I glad I stopped here, right? Am I glad? Am I glad I stopped? Man. But just remember that I stopped in November. You have to remember that, okay? You have to remember. But look, here's the thing. Here's the thing. We have a chance to be something so special as a country. And really, we want to take care of everyone. We want to take care of those protesters that got ripped out of here. I mean, we want to take care of them and very gently taken out. But we want to take care of everybody. We want to be inclusive. We want to include everybody, folks. We have to. We're a group that's very well unified. They say the Trump supporters are, and they've said this in the polls, they said they're the most loyal people they've seen in politics. They said, every night they'll interview people, why do you like Trump? And sometimes, you know, the dishonest media, they are the worst. No. Why do you like Donald Trump? And a woman looked at this reporter not so long ago and said, you don't understand. Why are you asking the question that way? Well, why do you like Donald Trump? We don't like Donald Trump. We love Donald Trump, okay? And there was a whole group. And they said, what could he do where you voted against him? And she looked at him with her 10 friends behind her, all women, by the way. I don't know. I keep hearing about this woman thing. I think I'm doing really well with women, but what do I know? What do I know? I can tell you this, much less exciting to me, fellas. They say I'm setting records with men. That's so unexciting to me. I want to set records with women, not with men. The hell with the men, right? The hell with the men. I want to set records with women. But we're doing good. We're doing good. But this woman said, there's not a thing that he can do where I'd vote against him. Not as severe, but that's what she said, and I'll take it, okay? I'll take it. Now, we had something happen today that was incredible. So I gave a lot of money. Remember I skipped the debate? And what this really does is show the dishonest slime back there with all those cameras. Look at the cameras. Look at them. No, it's slime. So I skipped the debate because I didn't think the certain network was treating me well. And they've actually really been treating me very fairly lately, but I won't mention the network, but they have been very fair. And it helps when you win, right? It helps when you win. But what happened is I said, I'll make a speech instead of going to the debate. I wasn't treated properly, and I said, I'll make a speech instead of going. So I made a speech. There was a lot of people in the room. I said, I have an idea. Let's raise money for the vets, right? Let's raise. I didn't have to do it. I didn't have to do it. But I love the vets, so we got to take care of our vets big league because our vets are not being taken care of. And by the way, we're going to rebuild our military like bigger, better, stronger than ever before, ever. And we're going to take care of our vets. So I raised some money, and I raised like $1 million, then another million, then another million. And during the evening, who knows what I was saying, but I said, let's get more, let's do more. And then great people like Ike, a friend of mine, and Carl Icahn, and lots of people, they started putting up. Phil Ruffin, a great guy from Las Vegas, they started sending in big checks for $1 million. Then I said, I'll put up $1 million also. And all of a sudden, we're like over 4 million, then over 4.5, then over 5.
Let me ask you a question. I want a serious answer here. Does anybody think that it is a radical idea to make public colleges and universities tuition free? that you could go out, get a good job, and make it into the middle class. By and large, that is not the case today. The economy has changed. Technology has changed. People need more education. And let me tell you why this is not a radical idea. Do you know how much college tuition is in Germany? It's free. Scandinavia. I talked to a kid, last year I was at a conference in D.C., and I said, well, my understanding is that in Scandinavia, college education is free. And a kid jumps up, and he says, sorry, Senator, you're wrong. I come from Finland. It's not free. They pay us to go to college. We have got to learn from those countries who are investing in their young people, in their education, and in the future of the country. I want every child in San Bernardino, in Burlington, Vermont, kids who are in the 6th grade, kids like my own family, did not have any money. My parents never went to college. I want every kid in America to know that if he or she studies hard, does their schoolwork well, yes, they will get a college education regardless of their income. Let me ask you all a question. How many people here are carrying student debt? Welcome to the club. There are millions of people carrying student debt. This is what we propose. Right now, there are millions of people paying 6, 8, 10% interest rates on their student debt. I think people should be able to refinance their debt at the lowest interest rates they can find. Santa Claus, he's giving away free stuff. How are you going to pay for it, Bernie? I will tell you exactly how we're going to pay for it. Over the last 25 years, media doesn't talk about it too often, but it's true. There has been a massive transfer of wealth in this country from the pockets of working families to the top 1/10 of 1%. 8 years ago, after the greed and recklessness and illegal behavior on Wall Street resulted in this country going into the worst recession since the Great Depression of the 30s, the CEOs on Wall Street came to the Congress and they said, oh, bail us out. Well, I didn't vote for that, but Congress did bail them out. I think that today, with Wall Street doing just fine, now is the time to impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. And that will bring in more than enough money to make public colleges and universities tuition-free and substantially lower student debt. Country bailed out Wall Street. Now it's Wall Street. It's time to help the middle class. This campaign is listening to the Latino community. There are 11 million undocumented people in this country, and many of them every single day are being exploited and cheated on their jobs. Because when you are undocumented, you have no legal rights, your employer can underpay you and overwork you. I believe that now is the time for comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship. And if Congress does not do its job and pass immigration reform, I will use the executive powers of the presidency to do everything I can. What immigration reform should be about is bringing families together, uniting them, not dividing them. President, we will end the current deportation policies. This campaign is listening to the African American community. I've been all over this country, and I've been in many inner cities. And what I am seeing is not what should be happening in America in the year 2016. I have been in inner cities where unemployment rates are off the charts, where poverty is much too high, where schools are crumbling, where there are not even grocery stores or banks, where people are buying their food in these little places that sell beer and pretzels, and they're cashing their checks in payday lenders at outrageous interest rates. The African American community is asking me, how come we have trillions to spend on a war in Iraq we never should have gotten into? But supposedly we don't have enough money to rebuild inner cities. Well, today, together, we are going to develop new national priorities. No more wars that should not be fought. But yes, we will rebuild America's inner cities and rural communities. This campaign is listening to a people whose pain is rarely heard. That is the Native American community. Everybody here knows that from before this country became a country, when the first settlers came here, Native American people were lied to, they were cheated, and the treaties they negotiated were broken. And today, all over this country, on Indian reservations and in Native American communities, poverty, unemployment, extraordinarily high, and on reservations, suicide rate for young people is beyond belief. We owe the Native American people a debt of gratitude that we can never fully repay. They have taught us so much, and among the most important lessons that they have taught us, a lesson that we cannot not accept, is that as human beings, we are part of nature. We must live with nature, not destroy it. And that if we destroy nature, we are destroying ourselves. Elected president, we are going to change in a very fundamental way our relationship to the Native American people. climate change is real. It is caused by human activity. And as you well know, in California, it is already doing devastating harm to our country and all over the world. Brothers and sisters, we have a moral responsibility to leave this planet in a way that is healthy and habitable for our children and our grandchildren. Together, we will take on the fossil fuel industry. Together, we will transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to sustainable energy and energy efficiency. Together, America will lead the world in opposing and turning back climate change. Talk about the environment. One of the great looming crises is here now. It will only get worse. It's the question of whether we will have enough clean water, drinking water in this country and around the world. I believe that the time is now to end fracking. Secretary Clinton and I also disagree. When she was Secretary of State, she actually pushed fracking technology on countries around the world. When we think outside of the box, we ask ourselves, what are the basic human needs that all of us require? Well, we need food, we need shelter, we need clothing, we need a clean environment, but we also need health care. Now, I have been criticized for saying this, so I'll say it again. In my view, health care is a right of all people. The Affordable Care Act has done some very good things, but we need to go further. How many people here have no health insurance? Raise your hand. No health insurance. How many people here have high deductibles and copayments? That is why we need a Medicare for all single-day program. Too many of our people are uninsured or underinsured, and all of us, and every American, pays by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. 1 out of 5 Americans cannot afford to fill the prescriptions their doctors prescribe. Senior citizens in California and Vermont cut their pills in half because they don't have enough money to buy the medicine they need. That's crazy. But meanwhile, the top 5 drug companies made $50 billion in profit last year. Our message to the drug companies is clear. Stop ripping off the American people. By the way, in November you're going to have a proposition on the ballot that can significantly reduce the cost of prescription drugs. I hope California leads the country and take it on the trucking. Brothers and sisters, you all know a profound lesson of American history, and that is that change, real change, always takes place from the bottom on up, never from the top on down. Think about it. 100 or more years ago, workers in America had no rights. They were working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. They could be fired at any time. Children, 10, 12 years of age, were working in factories, losing their fingers and hands because they were around machinery they never should have been near. Workers stood up and fought back. Workers formed unions. Workers demanded to be treated with respect and dignity. And if we make it to the White House, we are going to help expand the trade union movement in this country. Think about America 150 years ago. Amidst the horrors of slavery, you had African Americans and their allies looking to the future, putting their lives on the line, going to jail, getting beaten, and saying that the day will come when we will end racism and bigotry in the United States. Not a long time ago, from an historical perspective, women in America did not have the right to vote. People don't know this. 100 years ago, women couldn't go to the schools and get the education they wanted or the jobs they wanted. The establishment said to women, your job is to stay home and have babies. But women in America said, sorry, you are not going to define us. We will define ourselves. And women and their male allies stood up, fought back. Some of them went to jail. They went on hunger strikes, and some women died in that struggle to make certain that in America, women would not be second-class citizens. That's how change, that's how real change takes place. Think about it. If we were here not 100 years ago, but 10 years ago, no time at all, somebody jumps up and says, you know, Bernie, I think that gay marriage will be legal in every state in America in 2015. The person next to her would have said, you're crazy, it can't happen. There's too much homophobia, too much bigotry in America. But the gay community and their straight allies stood up, fought back, and said clearly, people should have the right to love whoever they want, regardless of their gender. If we were here 5 years ago, somebody jumps up and says, Bernie, I think this federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour is a starvation wage. We got to raise it to $15 an hour. The person next to him would have said, $15 an hour. You want to more than double the minimum wage? You are crazy. You're too radical. You're thinking too big. But you know what happened? Workers in the fast food industry, in McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, they went out on strike. They stood up. They fought back. And then in Seattle, Washington, $15 an hour. bucks an hour. In California, New York State, $15 an hour. If I'm elected president, 15 bucks an hour in every state in this country. What is my point? My point is that throughout history, the establishment has always said to the people, you can't make major changes. What, as a worker, you want dignity on the job? You want to negotiate a contract? That's crazy. What you want in America, the end of racism and segregation? That's nuts. Women, you want the right to do any work you want? Don't be ridiculous. Gay people, no, you're never going to get the right to marry. That's always the message. It can't be done, it can't be done, it can't be done. But the American people today are learning a very profound lesson. And that is, if we stand up and fight back, there is nothing we cannot do. Let me tell you something that no candidate for president perhaps has ever said. And that is, no president, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can do it alone. Wall Street, in corporate America, and wealthy campaign contributors are so powerful that no president alone can transform this nation. We need a political revolution. To stand up, fight back, and demand a government that works for all of us, not just the 1%. On June 7th, there is going to be a very important Democratic primary here in California. 475 delegates are at stake. Now, if we win here big in California, if we win the other 5 states that are up on June 7th, we're going to go into the Democratic Convention with enormous momentum. Come out with the nomination. And if we get the Democratic nomination, Donald Trump is toast. What I have learned in this campaign is that we win elections when voter turnout is high. So I'm asking all of you to vote on June 7th, to cast your ballots in early, to make sure that your friends and your co-workers and your family vote. If we have a high voter turnout, we will win, we'll win big, and California, great state of California, one of the most progressive states in America, will go on record as saying, let's go forward with the political revolution. Thank you.
So now we're back to Albuquerque, New Mexico, where it looks like our Fox station there is getting ready for a live shot. So perhaps that's why we're on this kind of fuzzy fence. But let me read some of the updates to you in regards to this story. It says, protesters broke down the metal barriers surrounding the venue in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where Donald Trump was speaking. And that looks like the only, well, let me find additional information. That CNN posted that 43 minutes ago. I feel like Jude LaCava is about to make an appearance, so I'm going to go ahead and pull my screen up. I feel a Jude LaCava appearance coming on.
Deep dish pizza, you can't go wrong.
Wait, Jude! How is Jude LaCava showing you a deep dish pizza? He saved into his phone. Apparently that pizza means a lot to him. All right, protesters and police have been downtown in Albuquerque for hours in preparation for the rally, which began at 7 p.m. Officers said they had concerns that things could get out of hand, but I guess we're kind of seeing them still. Let me take you back to that shot. A lot of security. A lot of security measures in place. They began shutting down roads early Tuesday afternoon as a precaution. Albuquerque Police Department officers will be on bike and horseback. We've seen primarily horseback so far. The bomb squad tactical team and undercover officers will also be present. APD officials said they are ready for anything. I think if something were to get out of hand, we've seen stuff happen in other cities, Officer Simon Drobick said. He added that officers are working overtime in other parts of the city to make sure they are still able to answer other 911 calls. When it comes down to it, if you don't need to be downtown tonight, don't come downtown, the officer said. Several other departments are helping out in Albuquerque as well. The New Mexico State Police will be present and also confirmed they have their dog team at the convention center. Rio Rancho Police and Bernalillo County Sheriff's deputies will also be present. Everyone behave themselves and respect each other. We just want it to be a good event and everyone to go home safe, the officer said, which you saw a clear lack of from those protesters. Again, everyone behave themselves and respect each other. We did not see a lot of that. Burning flags, setting things on fire, trying to break into the venue. Yuck. Police also told KOAT there are cameras set up all around the convention center to keep an eye on protesters and supporters. So that's interesting. It looks like we just got the shot. Let me find out if they're going to take any. I don't know if MSNBC is showing a different point of view or if they're showing older footage, but whoever we've got out on the scene.
Well, I tell you what, their backs are going to be against the wall. They go back home.
Looks like they're napping, perhaps. Perhaps they're napping. They could be napping. Perhaps they're enjoying one of the 99-cent hot dogs I mentioned earlier. Let me find out what's going on. Let's try to use Periscope to see if we can find any Trump protesters. Oh, really? Wow. This is interesting. Obviously, I can't watch CNN to... But Carlton Smith tweeting CNN, grow up and stop the BS and hateful rhetoric. The barbarians tearing up Albuquerque are anti-Trump Democrats, not Trump supporters. Who's saying that? That would be unfortunate if... That would be so unfortunate if people were actually saying that those were Trump supporters, because they're so clearly not. I'll take you back to the live shot while we keep kind of combing through these tweets. Trump or protester and violent at Trump rally in Albuquerque via BuzzFeed. Let's check that out. Protester, actually, let me show you that actually. Protest turns violent at Donald Trump rally in Albuquerque. Protesters and police clashed Tuesday night outside a Donald Trump rally in Albuquerque, with demonstrators throwing rocks and bottles at officers on horseback and burning shirts. The Republican presidential nominee was speaking in downtown Albuquerque when protesters outside the venue broke down police barricades and lit fires. Albuquerque police deployed smoke canisters in an attempt to disperse the crowd. At least one arrest was made inside the rally. Oh my God. She's been breaking through the barricade. Why do you think that's a good idea? What's the objective? It's just infuriates me. Are you kidding me? Protesters are throwing burning t-shirts at Trump. So it's official. That's ridiculous. I retweeted. Protesters are now throwing rocks at our police horses. Makes me angry. What's this? Ooh, whoa, that's scary. Well, you know what? We've got our live video back. Wait, so I'm going to take you there now. This is a live look at Albuquerque, New Mexico. Although that video was way more exciting. So let's go here. Back to a live look. Live look out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm gonna have early stuff from the internet in the corner here. Right now, this is from Periscope. Alejandro Alvarez.
we gotta find the answer someday. Yeah, we gotta make a stand today. Trump is the answer. And falling for freedom is the American voice now.
that were facing a barrage of rocks and bottles were not equipped with riot gear at all. They eventually, though, did do a very good job moving the crowds back. As I say, we're now a couple of hundred yards from the convention center itself. You can see the lines of police lined up and trying to push this crowd back. We've also seen a couple of patrol cars jumped on by some of the protesters. As far as we're aware, no arrests inside the convention center. We understand from Charles reported that there were a few arrested inside, but none outside as far as we're aware.
There are a lot of trucks lined up outside the convention center where Donald Trump just had his rally. There's a lot of protesters out right now on the street. I'm going to try and go see it, but I'm going to try and stay safe too. The news helicopters are circling. Traffic is totally blocked off in this intersection. You can hear the roaring. You can kind of smell smoke. There were reports of smoke and maybe tear gas earlier. I haven't seen any yet since I got out.
Thanks, Sue. We need to dial into a little while. Sorry about the audio problems, guys. Sorry about
Down the other end of the street.
Give it 5 minutes and then
Have their batons ready in case it gets violent. He doesn't police officers. Right now there's just a lot of screaming, but nothing too brutal or violent.
Sorry about the audio problems.
Protesters have kind of calmed down since they stepped in. We're just occupying the center outside of the convention center now.